I have now entered a diabolical pattern of getting one night of sleep and then one all-nighter, so I alternate days where I sleep. I only sleep every other day. I'm a goddamn cryptid when it comes to sleep. And I know you're probably tired of hearing me yap about my insomnia. The reason I'm mentioning it now is because it's 6 a.m. I've obviously been up all night again. But the reason why I keep bringing it up is because it's kind of like Voldemort's name, where you gotta take away its power. So this is me calling out my insomnia, hoping that, you know, if enough time passes, I'll start to make some headway being able to sleep normally again. I'm also trying a bunch of, like, medication now. Not working, huh? It doesn't seem to be panning out all that well. I just spit everywhere. This has nothing to do with the topic, by the way. You've got eyes, and I assume you're literate. You know what the topic is. It's a huge YouTube issue that apparently has just started up and people have learned about. According to a bunch of YouTubers, there has been an abnormal drop in views on all of their channels, allegedly a site-wide decline in views, seemingly out of nowhere, and they've been doing a lot of exploring in the data, and they believe they've found the culprit. A YouTuber named Josh Strife Hayes just posted a video explaining all of it and showing all of the data, which is apparently corroborated by a ton of other channels experiencing very similar circumstances. And I'll go ahead and address the obvious explanation that people are absolutely going to be like Poindextering, pushing up their glasses. Well, actually, this is the reason. They fell off. Like, that's going to be what most people typically default to. Like, there's probably no YouTube issue. These channels are probably just falling off or posting some lackluster content that people aren't interested in. Or you could easily just point to the time of year that it is, you know, back to school and all that. And that's not like some kind of fucking outlandish hypothesis that'll have you, you know, thrown into a padded cell at Arkham Asylum. Like, that sounds reasonable. But if you look at the data here, it's not really supported, because nothing changed in, like, the type of content and all of that until one day in particular, across the board on every channel. August 10th. That is Judgment Day for YouTube channels, where the views just got fucking smited, and it seems like something changed on the back end that has now led to this net decrease in views for pretty much every channel on the platform.
I want you to specifically look at your views from device type in August, specifically around the August 9th to 12th period, because that is the date range the desktop views specifically fall out of correlation with the other device types and become consistently lower. 12,000 per day drop to 6,000 per day over 4 days and then remain at that. The other channels I've asked to check their analytics also corroborated this same drop. August 10th shows a substantial and sustained reduction in views from desktop source only, while not showing a correlation reduction from other device types.
This is why I said that explanation of, oh, it's just the time of year, or, they must have just been posting cringe on main or some shit, just doesn't really work here. Because when you look at the analytics, the views stayed the same on device types, except for one, which doesn't make any sense if the explanation is they were making bad content, shit no one wanted to see. Because if that was the case, you would see a reduction in views on all device types there, not just a single isolated one. He is showing here that all the views maintain the same consistency on all devices except computer post August 10th. So unmasking the Scooby-Doo villain here of less views, we get something pretty fishy where it seems like they must have changed something on the back end when it comes to computer desktop views specifically. Computer views on post August 10th take a drastic decline, and they stay that way. They don't go back into the same pattern, the same correlation that they previously were. Josh Strife Hayes showcases it with his channel, and then he mentions other channels also corroborated that as well. So naturally I wanted to take a peek at mine. I don't typically pay attention to views, so I didn't even realize that this was like a huge thing going on in the first place with like a reduced views out of nowhere. I set up the process exactly how he described, and I got very, very similar results to what he showcased. Let's take a peek under the hood here. I did exactly what Josh said, 90 days device type views, and everything follows the same correlation that it usually does. And then August 10th, the next day, bang, bingo, bango, bongo, the computer desktop views get banished to the shadow realm, and it's all cattywampus. It goes tits up. But I thought I never really look at this in the first place, so maybe this is just something where it kind of ebbs and flows, like maybe some stinkers get farted out from me and people don't want to see that, it is what it is. So I decided to go to the last 365 days, and no, it seems like the trend is pretty consistent. Like, these usually do kind of stay in like the same general ranges together until you can see the tail here, August 10th, and now all of a sudden everything's changed. It's a whole new ball game. I don't think that this is a natural thing that just happened where every single channel, every single viewer on YouTube just decided to sell their computers and just watch YouTube exclusively on tablets or TVs. I'd be very surprised to hear about this mass exodus from PCs. Like, you know what? Time to hang up the RGB. I'm getting myself a fucking Kindle and I'm only gonna fucking read books and I'll watch YouTube on it. I don't think that's what's happening here. This really seems like there is some kind of internal change at YouTube that has caused this. I don't think there's been an official word from YouTube on this at all. Like, maybe it goes deeper than this, and maybe it has to do with, like, how bad the platforms become with the inshitifying of, like, the recommended section. Maybe they're changing how they, like, even feed viewers videos in the first place. Though, if that was the case, then you would still see a reduction in views on all device types, not just a single one. So that wouldn't really explain that. I don't know. It is very odd. It definitely smells of some horseradish.
Now I can use specific videos I've released to show this switch again. If your channel is focused on shorts, follow this specific video by video comparison to see the correlation switch for yourself. And I can use videos from both restricted mode and normal mode to show that restricted mode probably has nothing to do with this. The last video before this August 10th switch happens. And my next video, Was It Good? Neverwinter Nights, Hordes of the Underdark, released on August 21st. And that was the first video ever on my channel to have a higher view count from mobile devices than from desktop PCs. Here is the complete graph showing every video I have ever released on the channel. The blue line is desktop views. The green is mobile. Desktop views have been consistently higher than mobile views within correlation, except from August 10th onwards. If we look at the last 90 days again, you can see the desktop view dip.
Which is something you could see on my channel as well. He mentions that he doesn't believe restricted mode has any role to play in this, and the data that he presents here is very interesting. I think Josh Strife-Hayes has done a great job with this investigation here. He has narrowed in on the date and also the culprit, which is desktop views. What changed? Did they change the way they calculate the views, or did they change the way they even feed people videos on desktop? Like, maybe there's a chance if you're a desktop YouTube enthusiast, maybe you do not get the videos from the pages you subscribe to. Maybe YouTube just decides not to push them on desktop users. Who's really to say? But you can see in the data that that is where it is coming from. There is something that happened on August 10th that it seems like every single channel is experiencing. Josh Strife-Hayes does make a mention that it doesn't seem to matter for shorts content, like short form content. That doesn't seem to play by these rules here. It's only for long form videos. If you're a YouTuber, I encourage you to check your own analytics on this here to see if it's the same story. I imagine it probably will be. It seems very consistent for every channel so far. I would be surprised to see the trend be bucked at this point. It seems like there definitely is something that happened on August 10th at YouTube. But who knows? Maybe this is like a wild coinkydink that so many channels have the exact same thing happen on the exact same day. I guess we'll see. Maybe YouTube will shed some light on this topic. Anyway, just wanted to put this on your radar a little bit. Great work to Josh Strife-Hayes. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Well, man, I've got some bad news. My Trump phone has still not arrived. I don't know what's happened. Maybe a angry horde of goblins got in there and stole my Trump phone, my treasure, taking the one piece for themselves, because I was told over a week ago that in the next day or two, I was going to be getting my email with the shipping information for my Trump phone, my T1 device that I put $100 on. And I haven't received that email, and it's not like they were saving it as some kind of surprise gift for me or anything, like a fucking birthday clown scooting in with the T1 device in hand for me. Nothing. Crickets, again. And also, I did just learn about the Trump Mobile terms and conditions. I don't know if these are new and I just missed them, because no sane human being on the planet is actually perusing the terms and conditions and going through line by line checking, at least not normally. But I've also been told that these are new additions to Trump Mobile. Either way, they are fucking alarming. I'm going to get to that here in a little bit, because I also called customer support about the terms and conditions, because if you actually dropped 100 clams on this and then took a peek at those, you should be sweating. It is wacky what they've put in there. But before then, I did give Trump Mobile a call yesterday before learning about the terms and conditions, just to check on the status of my order, because surely, after I was told that it'd be shipped out in the next day or two, something must have just been cause for the holdup. Maybe Trump went in there personally to start kissing each and every phone, and his lips got a little dry, so he had to take the day off before getting to mine. I can understand that. There must have just been something in the pipeline that went a little cattywampus, but is probably soon fixed, and I'll be getting my email any day. Well, it's been almost a week since Trump Mobile support told me that I'd be getting an email about my T1 mobile device shipping, but I think the email must have got lost in the cyberspace somewhere, so I kind of want to just check in and make sure that everything's still going according to schedule, and I'll be receiving my T1 mobile device in my hands any day now. I just want to make sure everything's alright.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número dos.
One day I'm gonna press 2. One day I'm gonna press dos, but today is not that day.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure
Let's see what's going on.
Customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
No hold music? What happened? Where's my hold music? Why is it just pure silence, just crickets? Did they not want to pay for licensing rights for just fucking elevator music now? It's absurd! I'm supposed to be a valued customer and you can't even blast me some goddamn tunes? No boner jams while I wait? Jinkies, it must be busy over there at Trump Mobile. What in tarnation? This is taking quite a while. It must be a company-wide issue that the emails didn't go out to all the Trump Mobile customers that are eagerly awaiting their Christmas gifts from Santa.
Hello, and thank you for calling Trump Mobile. This is Christina. How can I assist you?
Hey, hello. I just wanted to check on the status of my order.
It's been in a whole separate window.
Hello? No. Hello? They hung up on me. What the fuck is that? What? Pardon? Wait, what? I'll call back. Must have been a misinput there. Interesting.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press
Okay,
1.
here I
Para
come.
español, oprima el número dos shortly.
Man, I
You
waited
can also
so
visit our
long for that
website
too.
at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. How can I assist you today?
Hey, hello. I was just hoping to check on the status of my T1 device.
I can definitely assist you with that. Can I get your first and last name?
Charles White.
Okay, so as of right now, the right. We're still waiting on the phones to be shipped out. We don't have an exact date, but it's still going by first come, first served basis.
Oh, okay. I called last week and I was told that I should be receiving an email in the next day or so because they were shipping out at the end of April. Did something happen?
So they were supposed to get shipped out at the end of April. They just did not. It's now been extended. So you would have gotten that email if it did, but you get an email when it does shipped out. That is correct.
Okay. All right. So when is there's like no ballpark estimate on when that might be though?
No, sir. We have no exact date.
Okay. Well, you guys have the T1 though, right? Like it's there, right?
Like here in office, we have one here in office.
Okay, so all right. Well, that's reassuring because now I'm starting to get a little concerned about the whereabouts is all.
Oh, got you. Okay, yes, we got ours shipped here in the office yet. The phones just hasn't been shipped out to the customers yet. That makes sense.
Okay, understood. I appreciate the update.
No problem. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, that'll be it. Thank you.
Keep it calm, Trump Mobile. Have a nice evening.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
He did not sound happy. I have to imagine there is a lot of rowdy fucking worms that are calling, blowing up their phones about the T1 device. It's not cheap, by the way. That was supposed to come out in August of 2025. So I bet there's people that are like actually steaming. So I never want to be like aggressive to them. I mean, it's not their fault. It's their job. They have to take the calls. That's got to be fucking brutal, though. I can only imagine what that's like. So, looks like the end of the month in April didn't quite pan out, which I can't believe. It's unlike them to miss dates and deadlines and expectations and break promises. That's so odd. And I guess the last customer support rep, when she told me that I'd be receiving an email in the next day or two, I guess that also fell through the cracks. I guess it's back to any day now, which is exciting. So any day now, I should be getting my Trump phone. I can't wait. Maybe. So after looking at the terms and conditions, which I was told are new, but I have no way of confirming if that's true or not, I just never even checked them because why would I? You would expect it to just be like normal boilerplate shit in a phone terms and conditions, but Trump Mobile's terms are very weird. Like I'm talking like goofy shit. This, like, oh my. Let's dive into this League of Legends champion lore. So deposit purpose will start there. A pre-order deposit provides only a conditional opportunity if Trump Mobile later elects in its sole discretion to offer the device for sale. That's already sounding alarms in my noodle. What do you mean? A conditional opportunity if they offer the device for sale? The device is for sale, isn't it? They are taking my money right now. They have my 100 doubloons. So surely the device is already for sale, right? Like, isn't that how that works? A deposit is not a purchase, does not constitute acceptance of an order, does not create a contract for sale, does not transfer ownership or title interest, does not allocate or reserve specific inventory, and does not guarantee that a device will be produced or made available for purchase. So they're not even guaranteeing that the device is being produced or will be made available for purchase. And they also say that it does not reserve specific inventory. That's the whole idea of pre-ordering something, that you are reserving that specific thing that you are putting money into. You are putting $100 into this phone that they are selling, and they are telling you the price of the phone is like $500, but $100 is supposed to grant you access to purchasing that device when it's available. Like, it is supposed to hold it for you. That's the entire idea behind a pre-order. And it's, again, not cheap. Thousands of people put $100 down. They allegedly made millions upon millions of dollars off the T1 device. And then here in their own terms, they're saying that, well, it doesn't actually do anything at all. And then there's also a section about no binding sale, which goes through about how until you satisfy these 4 conditions, the 4 commandments of Trump Mobile, then you don't actually have anything that's enforceable. And then this one is super eyebrow raising, where it says no price lock or promotion guarantee. The deposit does not lock in pricing, promotions, service plans, taxes, fees, shipping cost, or other commercial terms. Final pricing and offers will be disclosed at the time of purchase, and you will have the opportunity to accept or reject the final terms before completing your purchase. Pricing and promotional terms may change any time prior to purchase. Any applicable taxes will be calculated at the time of final sale and may vary based on shipping location and then current tax laws. Any prior advertising, marketing materials, product renderings, feature descriptions, or estimated timelines are informational only, and do not constitute binding representations, warranties, or guarantees. So if I'm understanding that correctly, one of the big things there is that the price is not fixed. It is subject to change, which is something I talked about in the last video, how it's looking like it's going to be more expensive, but there was the idea that you were grandfathered in once you put down this deposit at the $500 they were saying that it is, and have been saying that it is for almost a year. This phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025. And when it missed that deadline, it said at the end of 2025. Still, it hasn't come out now, May of 2026. So they're also saying that, well, you can't hold it against us, the estimated timelines. It's all hooey. We're pulling it out of our ass. But the price lock is very interesting. It's saying explicitly it does not price lock. So when you pre-order, you put the $100 down, you are not price locked. But if you look at the top of the page on the website itself, as I'm looking at the terms and conditions, look at the top left. Lock in your T1 phone promotional pricing now. So it is advertising that when you put this money down, you are price locking. That's what it's telling you. It is literally telling you that that's what you're doing. But then when you look at their terms, it's saying, no, that's not actually what you're doing. How is that not fraudulent? That's just a fucking lie then. Also, it says all of the information that they've been providing for a year now about what the T1 is and its specs and all of the renderings and all of that aren't actually representative of the device. It's saying that, nope, all of that could just be a bunch of hoo-ha, a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, and that's okay. So then, you are advertising something, knowingly advertising something that may not be representative of what is actually getting sold to the customer. Again, how is that not fraud? You are blatantly misleading them on purpose. And then in your own terms are saying like, yeah, we might be doing that. Can't hold it against us. What the fuck? It continues, no guarantee of release, delivery, or timing. That should make you feel much more comfortable about the $100 you spent on the pre-order when there's not even a guarantee of release in their own terms and conditions. They're selling you something and also letting you know like it might not ever come out. We haven't actually decided. Estimated ship dates, launch timelines, or anticipated production schedule are non-binding estimates only. Trump Mobile does not guarantee that the device will be commercially released. Well, you see, they are actually just selling you an idea of something that they might release, potentially, but will take $100 just for even providing you the idea and the website for the idea. It's fucking lunacy. Regulatory approvals, including FCC authorization, will be obtained. Carrier certification will be secured. Production will commence or continue, or delivery will occur within any specific time frame. Trump Mobile will not be responsible for delay, modification, or failure to release a device due to causes beyond its reasonable control, including but not limited to regulatory review, carrier certification delays, component shortages, labor disruptions, governmental orders, acts of God. Oh, I can't even imagine what that would look like. God comes in and is like, no, the T1 device is too powerful. It will allow you to do too many things. The calls are too pristine. The camera's too good. The steak is too buttery. I will smite it. I like how they threw acts of God in here. But also, according to Trump's spiritual advisor, Trump literally is Jesus. And Trump likes to compare himself to Jesus all the time, too. So why would God come in and try and disrupt the T1 device, the gold-plated T1 mobile device? That wouldn't make any sense. Transportation interruptions or third-party supplier failures. Next, there's no guarantee of network compatibility or performance. Also, if we do deliver this, there's no guarantee it's going to be compatible, and it also might blow major ass. And you have to agree to that. You have to know that. Device compatibility, functionality, performance, and feature availability are not guaranteed and may vary materially based on carrier certification, network conditions, regulatory approvals, software or firmware changes, geographic location, and service plan configuration, except as expressly set forth in the final written product specifications at the time of sale. Trump Mobile disclaims all representations regarding operation on any specific carrier network or support for any particular network technology. And there's also product changes that are permitted, device specifications, features, software, hardware components, storage capacities, bundled accessories, colors, and configurations are subject to change prior to final sale. Images, prototypes, beta demonstrations, and marketing renderings are illustrative only and may not reflect final production units. That's so crazy, man. They are just saying, like, everything we've been telling you, everything we've been showing you, everything we've been saying is probably a lie. It is very potentially a lie. It is only there for illustrative purposes and to get suckers on the hook to give us money. And you have to know that. You should have known that. And so now we're just telling you point blank to your face. Also, this device may never be delivered. And if it's not, that's okay. If we fail to deliver it, no problem. Then we'll take it home here. Deposit, amount, and application. The amount of the deposit will be disclosed at the time of payment. If you complete a device purchase, the deposit will be applied as a credit toward the purchase price at checkout unless you request otherwise or unless the deposit amount exceeds the purchase price. Deposits have no cash value except as expressly disclosed. Then they let you know that you can cancel it before completing the purchase for the refund. So, if Trump Mobile cancels or discontinues the device prior to sale, they'll issue a full refund of the deposit amount paid, which, that's nice. Very cool. If we decide not to release it, we'll give your money back, we think. And then, if Trump Mobile cancels, delays, or does not release the device, I love how this is a core component in the terms and conditions. Like, listen guys, we really might not release it. This really might have all been a lie. They keep driving that point home. Your sole and exclusive remedy is a full refund of the deposit amount actually paid, and you waive any claim to equitable, injunctive, or specific performance relief relating to pre-order priority or device allocation. Trump Mobile shall not be liable for indirect, incidental, special, consequential, exemplary, or punitive damages, including loss of opportunity, loss of anticipated savings, loss of priority status, or loss of profits. Now, like I said, I don't typically take a peek at the terms and conditions of products that I buy or pre-order, but I have to imagine it's not entirely standard to constantly reiterate if the device doesn't come out. Also, all of the material you've seen about it might be a lie and not indicative of the actual product if the product ever releases, if they decide they want to release the product for sale, if the product ever gets made. They keep saying if there is a product here. Constantly saying if the product comes out, if this, if that, in regards to the production of it. So what the fuck are you putting $100 on? Like, this is craziness. So even in the most recent video I made covering this, where The Verge did see a T1 device, it's very possible that that's not the device you're going to get, because in its terms, it's saying everything you see about it might not actually be representative of what they ship out, if they ever even ship out a phone, and if they don't, you might get a refund. On their own website, they are the ones constantly telling you that there might not be a phone that's released here. The T1 might not go for sale. They are saying that. What the fuck, man? Why is that even allowed? I feel like if I did something like this, I would be in trouble legally. If I said, I'm releasing the Charles device, the Charles mobile device. You can fucking contact aliens. It's got 55 billion gigawatts of power harnessed from the goddamn Tesseract that I've implanted in each device. I need your pre-orders now at $100 to lock it in. It'll be a $500 phone. Now sign up now. I feel like if I was promoting that and then I had no phone or anything to show for it, I would face some consequences for it because it would be labeled a scam. Even if in my terms I'm saying, oh, this is all just marketing. This isn't representative of what I'm actually selling you, if I'm even selling you anything in the first place. Like, I would get in trouble. Anyone would, because anyone would look at that and be like, ooh, that seems like a scam. This feels fake. You are even saying that it might not come out. So even though they're saying, if it doesn't, you can get refunds, you are still hawking something that's not even existing. That's fucking absurd. So anyway, after reading that, I wanted to call Trump Mobile support, get some answers directly from the source. So I got them on the horn to at least just ask about what my pre-order even means. Because in their own terms, it says that it doesn't even hold the phone for me. Really, that's what it leads you to believe, that you're not actually securing anything.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile.
I've become
Thank
a
you for
master
calling
at navigating
Trump Mobile.
this.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call
I've
may
been
be
stress
recorded
testing
for
their
quality control
services
and
here.
training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
Wasn't there typically 2 stages there? Previously? They hung up on me. What? What is going on? Wait, what? Did they change their support? There were typically 2 things I had to do before getting on the horn with a rep. Time to call back.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile.
Yeah, it
Your
seems like
call
they
is
took
very
out the
important
Spanish
to us.
option.
To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may
They
be
got
recorded
rid of
for
that
quality
one.
control.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is Jamie, and how may I assist you today?
Hey, I just had a couple of questions about my T1 device.
Okay.
I was told like a week ago I'd be getting an email about it being shipped out to me in the next day or 2, but I haven't received that email. Is that still on schedule?
Yeah, we haven't got an updated date yet on exactly when they're going to be shipped. We're just told any day now that they're going to be going out. So all we're doing right now is just pretty much playing a waiting game for those emails to be shipped out because we don't even have a ETA on the shipment or anything. Like we don't have a tracking number. So we're just told that they're going to go out individually to each person who has pre-ordered those. So yeah, it could be any day now. That's all I know.
Okay, no worries. I was looking on the website because I was getting a little concerned, so I checked out the terms and conditions. It said that the pre-order deposit only provides an opportunity if the phone gets released and doesn't actually reserve specific inventory. So does my pre-order not hold a device for me?
Yeah, as far as I know, that's supposed to definitely hold your device for you. All I know is we have a phone here in the office, so we know that the phones are being shipped out because we, ordered one here just so we can actually physically see it and play with it and everything like that. So what I know, everyone who has pre-ordered the T1, that holds a space for them to be the first ones to get the phones when they ship out.
Okay, and then about the device itself, on the terms it says that everything that's been advertised about it is all just illustrative and might not represent the phone itself. The phone you have there, is it everything that's been advertised?
Yes, so what I was told that the phone did go through about 3 different models before they decided on one. So I believe maybe what you're seeing was before they decided on the actual model that they were going to stick with, which is the one now. If you go to trumpmobile.com, the one you see there, that's the one that we have. But I heard they did go through about 3 different models before they landed on this one.
Okay, that's awesome to hear then. Yeah, it's just reading through the terms was a little concerning because it keeps reiterating that the phone might not release and that it's not guaranteed to release, and then the pre-order thing just had me a little concerned. But it's definitely coming though, right? It is guaranteed.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's definitely coming. Yeah.
Okay, then I don't know why they would put that in there. That's scaring me.
Yeah, that's odd. Because I didn't even see that one. I don't know. We'll have to get a little bit more information on that just so we can have updates. But all I know is that so far, we're just waiting on those shipments to head out. And we do have one here, so I can confirm that, the phone is real and we was, got to play with it in person and everything. And so it's pretty real. And I'm just waiting on those to ship out for the ones who's pre-ordered it so they can go ahead and have theirs as well. But yeah, if you ever have any other concerns, then just reach out to us and then we'll just get it escalated up to our back-end team to look in more into it for us.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. I just had one other quick question, because in the terms it also said that the pre-order doesn't price lock per se, but when I put the money down, it said it did. So do we have an idea on what the final price is? Because it was supposed to be $500, but reading through here, it said that that could be subject to change, at least as I understand it. Is it still $500?
So the phones are, yes, $499, and then of course you did the $100 deposit, and we don't charge the remaining $399 until the phone has shipped to you.
Okay,
so it is $499 with the $100 deposit, and then the remaining $399 will be charged once the phone actually releases and ships to you.
Okay, awesome. So it is locked in there for me.
Yes.
Perfect. That's great. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pleasure, and hopefully we'll get those phones to you very, very soon, and you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You as well. Take it easy.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, see, I had nothing to be worried about. The terms and conditions got me all riled up over nothing. Everything they say in here is apparently just like a multiversal possibility that maybe they don't deliver the phone, maybe it's not as advertised, maybe you're not price locked, but after talking to support, turns out I am price locked, it is coming, and I can't fucking wait. And it is reserved for me. So I'm going to get my T1 device any day now, which has become the slogan for Trump Mobile, any day, as it has been since August of 2025. Any day is coming, and I can't wait. That's really about it. Very cool. Very awesome. All right, that's it. See ya. I just got to witness the conclusion of what I believe to be the worst trilogy of films ever produced. I think anyone that has subjected themselves to the torture of watching Strangers Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 will probably agree that there is no series of films this bad. Because even though there are worst individual films, they don't ever see a sequel or, heaven forbid, a trilogy. Usually, they just stop at the first blunder, but somehow Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 of The Strangers goes the distance. And it started horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 was one of the worst movies of that year. And then Strangers Chapter 2 came out, and that was one of the worst movies of that year. And now Strangers Chapter 3 is here, and it is no doubt one of the worst movies that this year we'll see. To quickly clear up confusion, because every time I mention this franchise, people think about the wrong film. The Strangers Chapter 1 I'm referring to is not the 2008 classic that most people fondly remember, myself included. I'm talking about the 2024 soft reboot called The Strangers Chapter 1 that I wager 99% of you didn't even know exists. This movie is horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 is horrible. Chapter 2 is terrible, and Chapter 3 is what I can only describe as sinful, because it's a level that is so atrocious that I actually feel dirty, and I feel like in the eyes of the Lord, I am now lesser in his eyes for having watched it. This defies all sense of rational thinking. Strangers Chapter 1 started awful, and each new entry into the franchise only got worse. They learned no lessons and only kept progressively getting shittier. I didn't even think something like that was possible. But before diving in, I want to just quickly let you all know that right now we're doing a Chainsaw Man collab with Starforge, so if you've ever wanted to upgrade your PC and also are a huge fan of Chainsaw Man, now's the perfect time to check it out. Link in the description. Anyway, since I bore witness to it, I want to share my thoughts. Of course, I wrote down notes here because this one was shockingly bad. Somehow, even though they had already filmed all three movies, this one feels extremely rushed, like they had no time, no budget left, and not a single fucking care in the world to finish it off in a sensible manner. Anyway, this picks up right where Chapter 2 leaves off, after our main character, Maya, was able to overpower one of her pursuers and ends up with her death. She killed one of the strangers. It was the main love interest from the guy in the mask with the axe. His name is Gregory. And the woman that is killed now was like his childhood crush. They killed Tamara together, and since that day they were obsessed with killing random people that came into town. So it picks up right after she's dead. Gregory's over her corpse, hits it with the axe a few times, and then throws it in the back of his pickup truck with the other girl that's following him around, who's still a mystery as of this moment. Oh, spoiler warning, by the way. Who gives a fuck? No one cares. Spoiler warning, though. Maya is watching all of this unfold. Gregory and her drive away, and then Maya starts walking. She was hiding in the forest watching all this. So she's walking along the road. The sheriff then picks her up, and the sheriff's giving real creepy vibes, feeling real yucky. So Maya tricks him and steals his vehicle. As Maya is driving away, she gets maybe like 50 yards. Like, she didn't get far at all. She got about as many yards as Drake May did in the Super Bowl in the first half. She gets literally nowhere, puts the pedal to the metal, and instantly takes her eyes off the road to start fiddling around in something in the passenger seat and crashes the car. Immediately. I'm pretty sure the sheriff could still see her after she crashed the car. And then Gregory comes back in the pickup truck and knocks her out and takes her out of the car. Immediately off rip, this movie pissed me off. Why would she immediately take her eyes off the road to do something in the passenger seat with random files and folders? She has no fucking clue what she's even tinkering with. Why is she doing that? Like, she could have easily just got away, drove out of town, and been totally fine, which also would have saved a few other lives too had she done that. But she makes the inexplicable choice to just do one of these while, like, literally just, foot fucking blasting on the accelerator, not looking at all, and crashing into a tree. It was so dumb. It was so stupid. Anyway, though, we then get like a flashback that explains the relationship between the sheriff and Gregory, the axe guy. And it turns out the sheriff is his father. And his father wanted to protect his son. His son was facing imprisonment for the murder of Tamara. And being such a stand-up great dad, he was able to prevent that from happening, and then tries to set rules with Gregory and the girl that he's always with, whose name I don't even fucking remember. But the two that started this whole thing of killing, they randomly just murder a guy in the woods with an axe, and the sheriff comes over and he's like, son, I knew this was going to happen again, so we're going to need to lay some ground rules. You can't kill townspeople. You can only murder people that visit us. Because surely that won't be looked into and investigated, and surely they don't have anyone that cares about them. So that was the plan. It was bulletproof, really. So the sheriff does everything in his power to, like, bury the investigation on all of the people that go to this small town and end up missing, knowing full well Gregory and her and the other girl are murdering them. And that's the backstory. So the sheriff's not a good guy. But Gregory, in the last movie, ended up killing some townspeople, which has the townspeople even more scared, because they know that when people come to this small town, they die, they end up missing, but they know that since they're residents of the town, they're safe, until all of a sudden they're not, because Gregory has now killed some normal townspeople. So the sheriff's partner's like, look, but I'm going to call in the out-of-state police, because this is out of control now. And then the sheriff kills him. He jabs him in the head with like a tiny little medical instrument, instantly killing him. So then Gregory has Maya in like this underground facility, and he puts the mask on her, the mask that the girls wear, the strangers wear. He puts that on Maya, so that way she'll team up and join his crew, which she does. So now Maya's traveling with Gregory and the other girl to go murder some out-of-town people. But while this is going on, Maya's sister, her sister's husband, and then some agent, I guess, he's like the hired muscle, have arrived at the small town trying to gather clues about Maya's whereabouts. Is she safe? They're here to save her, but the town's being all weird, and then they pick up on the sheriff's odd vibe, so they start following him. We then get another flashback sequence. Gregory and the girl are a little bit older, but they're still supposed to be kids, and they're at the gas station choosing their next target to murder. She goes inside the gas station to get some food, and some weirdo walks up to her and starts hitting on her with some really, really uncomfortable dialogue, saying, "I'm really good with my hands." And then the dude's girlfriend comes out and she's like, I thought you said you'd never do this kind of thing again. You promised. And he's like, "Shut up, babe. It's not what it looks like." And then they go off to the motel together. And then Gregory and that girl decide that that's going to be their target, those two. So they go to the motel with intent to kill them. She knocks on the door with the classic, "Is Tamara here?" And there was no response. So then they break in to find that that girl had actually stabbed and killed the boyfriend. She had murdered the boyfriend, and then she joins their team. So that's the third stranger. That's the other girl in the crew, is that lady who murdered her boyfriend there. That's the gang, and that's the whole backstory. Now, one thing this movie really likes to do is bastardize the iconic line from the original Strangers movie, which was, when asked, "Why are you doing this?" the response was, "Because you were home." This franchise has completely ruined that, and they've changed it to "Because you're here." So, throughout this trilogy, the victims asked, "Why are you doing this?" And they say, "Because you're here." They do that again in the beginning of this movie where they're just showcasing a random kill, just in order to remind you of, like, the 2008 movie that a lot of people still associate with this franchise, even though this is so far removed from it. It's a joke. But yeah, they have their own version here. And then they also have the "Is Tamara home?" which I think they were really hoping would catch on as like an eerie, iconic line. It's not. It's fucking dumb. Anyway, though, I think that's the last flashback in the movie. So, what happens next? Maya has now joined the team, unwillingly, like she is tied, like her hands are tied, and they're in a hotel. They have found some victims, they've broken in, they've tied them to chairs, and now Gregory tells Maya to kill one. She shakes her head, she refuses, so then Gregory starts killing one of them with an axe. He kills this man with an axe, and while he's doing that, Maya grabs the machete out of the girl's hand and stabs and kills her. The other stranger, the girl that we just learned about in the flashback. She kills her and then slams her head on the ground, making sure to finish the job. She's now dead. Maya's killed her. And she goes into like a trance where it seems like the weight of this kill is weighing on her, or maybe she really enjoyed the thrill of killing her. And Gregory picks up on that, so he stops murdering the guy with the axe. He's already dead, though. And he stands up Maya and then guides her hand with the blade to kill the other girl, which she does. So now Maya has just played a sizable role in the death of this random woman, and it seems like she feels nothing. In fact, maybe she even enjoyed it, which is something Gregory said. He said, "Felt good, didn't it?" It is bizarre how shitty this idea is. Like, there was no build-up to this at all. Maya just all of a sudden starts going along with it. It's fucking trash. But anyway, the sister's husband and the agent are trailing the sheriff. They're doing a terrible job, by the way. It's the middle of the night in a small town on a single-lane road, a single-lane dirt road, and they are only like maybe 4 car lengths behind them with their headlights on. Mind you, they are supposed to be incognito. They're supposed to be tailing him unnoticed. Yet they have their headlights on right behind him. So then the sheriff pulls over and turns his headlights off and basically just disappears. So then they drive by him, get lost, find a random trailer, and the agent's like, "You guys need to go in the trailer and stay safe. I'm gonna go wander around in the woods here." Which he does. He wanders around the woods. He finds this sawmill type thing, which has a wood chipper, which we saw earlier. They'd shoot up a body there to hide evidence. He wanders over there and finds that, and then the sheriff finds him and just shoots and kills him. So the agent does nothing besides just lead the sister and the husband into a fucking random trailer. Gregory then shows up with Maya with him, and Gregory knocks over the trailer, and while doing so, her sister's husband just starts randomly shooting. He was given a gun by the agent, so he just starts randomly just fucking firing shots at nothing, shooting at ghosts. and then he's out of ammo. So then Gregory just comes in and kills him with the axe right in front of his wife. And then he drags the sister in front of Maya. Maya is watching this whole thing, pretty emotionless. Like there's a couple tears that kind of stream down her face, but overall it's like really hollow. And I think it's supposed to drive home like this shell shock idea, but it's really poorly done. And then he just kills her sister right in front of her, to which she still has no real reaction. And then Gregory just leaves with the sheriff, and then Maya just takes his pickup truck with her sister's body and drives away. And then there's a moment where she's like, I don't know, has this eureka, like, I don't want to leave yet, I want to try and get revenge. So she turns the truck around, and then she goes to that underground facility where she wanders across the sheriff who's just listening to the radio, drinking a beer, and she shoots and kills him with a shotgun. And then she wanders into a room which is just full of fucking candles and scribblings on the wall. Turns out that's Gregory's room, and Gregory comes in there and they share the worst dialogue together. I wrote this down. I could not believe this dialogue. Also, I don't know how she even found this underground facility in the first place. She was held here for maybe 2 seconds and somehow remembered exactly where it was off of like a quick sign. But regardless, when Gregory enters the room, it is the worst exchange I've ever seen. What is supposed to be like this clash and like a very tense moment is just embarrassing. I couldn't even get the words down in the notepad because I was just so, like, I was fuming at the cringe. So, like, the first thing here is just a bunch of gibberish because I just started pounding on the keypad on my phone and then said, it's so fucking cringe. Quote, she was the only light in the dark. This is referring to the girl that Maya killed in chapter 2. The one that grew up with him murdering together. It is a monologue about how the only thing in Gregory's life was her. The only good thing in the pain. There's only pain in Gregory. It's only just pain. Except for her, but now she's gone, so it's pain again. And it's dark. It's so dark. And Maya says, it's quiet in the dark. So now she's like relating to him like, yes, the dark. I have nothing now. Which is something she says when he says, now you have the pain. I freed you from it. I freed you from everything. Now all you have is pain like me. She says, no, I don't have pain. I have nothing. You've given me nothing. It's all nothing now. It's so bad. It's so bad. And she finishes it by saying, the only thing I have left is you. And then she's already asked him to take the mask off so she can have this heart-to-heart. And then they get like really intimate, like romantic, but in an animalistic way. So he starts sniffing her, gritting his teeth, and snarling as she's petting him. I thought he was about to transform into a werewolf or something. So like he's just like nuzzling her and doing this. And she's petting him this whole time. And he's just like nuzzling her. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then she stabs him. So they start hugging and then she stabs him. And then she grabs the axe and kills him with the axe. But right before she kills him with the axe, he smiles and says, we're the same now. And she says, maybe. Before delivering the final blow with the axe. And the movie ends with her leaving the underground facility with the mask in hand. The mask that Gregory used. So the idea is now she is the same as the strangers. It's so bad. It's so bad. Everything this trilogy tried to do, it fails at it. Super sucks. I can't believe they even bothered. I really can't. I don't know what they thought they were cooking. I don't know. It's terrible. I didn't think that this conclusion would be as bad as it is. I knew it wasn't going to be good. Obviously, I knew it wasn't going to be good. But it's even worse than I could have imagined for this trilogy. Holy shit. I had to yap about it, man. It's so bad. Now, I do think there are some moments that are entertainingly bad. Fun bad, so bad it's good. There's a couple sequences that definitely fit that bill. But I just don't think it's worth watching 3 movies of it. I just don't. So yeah, anyway, this shit was terrible. That's about it. So, All right, I am going to be blabbering about a company that I have disliked for a long time. PSA. I made a video a little over a month ago covering a PSA scandal when it came to a lenticular Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, where, just to boil it down to the brass tacks here, getting it to its birthday suit, basically, someone had a very rare Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, that was a 10, a PSA 10, but it was an old cert and they were looking to have it reholdered so they could turn and sell it. They had interested buyers, and this was a very expensive card. PSA themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000 very recently. Well, when this customer went to have the card reholdered, PSA damaged it, bringing it down numerous grades and tanking its value, which means they could now no longer sell it for a potentially life-changing amount of money. And upon this fuck-up, PSA offered to give them $20,000 for their mistake, which is less than half of what PSA had sold that exact card for earlier. There was also the stipulation that PSA baked in and made known to this customer that they had just face-fucked, that if they accept that $20,000 lowball from PSA for what they called fair market value, which is based on basically nothing. They pulled it out of their ass because, again, they themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000, yet they're only offering this guy $20K after destroying the card. But anyway, the stipulation that they also had in place is that if they do accept that offer, they have to sign an NDA. So that way he can't speak about it. It has to be hush hush. Gotta bury it. Which most people found to be very sketchy, very odd. The whole thing was peculiar. If you want to get caught up on that, the video's up on my channel. But the point is, I have been really glued to PSA and its scandals for a little while, and I've been digging deep into PSA recently because it is just so much more fascinatingly odd that it is still as big as it is. It is the biggest in the card grading space by a mile, and I don't think it should be at all. To me, PSA is fucked up. I think it is shady beyond belief, and I don't know why card collectors still keep choosing to go to PSA to grade their cards, and I don't know why their slabs are the ones that have the highest price tag associated with them. I think there is so much going on under the hood here, with so much evidence and so many scandals out there, that I would be taking my business pretty much anywhere else besides PSA. So I was yapping about it on stream the other night. I'll show you some clips there, but I also want to dive a bit deeper into the topic as well. Oh yeah, I was watching some stuff on PSA. I have been so glued to everything that's been going wrong in the TCG community. I've always hated PSA. I've spit on them a lot over the years, but I didn't even realize just how deeply corrupt the company was. Like, it's bad, and I've always known it's bad, but it's much worse than I thought.
PZPTCG on X.
No, you're thinking of a different thing. That was the lenticular. That was a more recent PSA scandal with the potential swap. I'll sum it up. The buyback scandal is it started here, really. A user realized that their 9s that PSA had bought back from them, he checked the cert and saw that they had actually got regraded to a 10. So, to break it down, PSA has a system where they make offers, where they will offer to buy back some of your cards. So they graded his cards at a 9, and then made an offer to buy the cards at a 9 at that value. And then they turned around and apparently regraded those 9s to a 10, and PSA sells these cards. PSA sells their cards. So like with the lenticular that I talked about, they sold a card for $45,000. So they actively engage in this market. So they have a huge incentive, a big conflict of interest, to lowball grades, make an offer, get the cards back for cheap, up the grade so they can sell it for more. So they double dip. You pay for the grading. And then they also have an upcharge. So if your card grades high and it's a very valuable card, they will charge you more, even though it doesn't take more work for them. So if you have a card, like a really valuable card, like let's say it grades and it's a card that's worth, fucking $250,000 is what it is. So you have like a base set to PSA 10 Charizard, first edition. They will upcharge you $10,000 for that grade, even though it didn't take them anything else to do. It didn't cost them more money to grade it. So if your card is more valuable, they charge you more for that. Now, just to really twist on your nipples here, the reasoning they give for the upcharge that the community has swallowed with a smile on their face is like, oh, it gets insured for that amount. And we look at the value of the card, so, it makes sense. It's to protect you, the customer. But there are so many obvious problems with this. The most obvious is not everyone that's grading cards is looking to immediately turn around and sell them. So let's say you send in a card that you really like, and it grades at a 10, and it's a really valuable card. You might not have any intention of selling that card, but it's very valuable, and now PSA is going to upcharge you hundreds, potentially thousands of dollars to get that card back. It's basically holding it ransom at that point. You can get your card back if you say, like, no, I'm not paying that. They'll send it back to you ungraded, but if you want the grade, which you sent it to them for, so I presume you want it, in order to get it, you have to pay that upcharge because that's the value and that's their policy. They upcharge you because it's to protect you with this insurance. But there's plenty of YouTubers that have gone over why this is a bit of a baloney souffle that they're serving you with that garbage. But the community has bent over for it, and it has become normalized at PSA. I think it is completely unacceptable. It doesn't take more work for PSA to grade higher value cards. The work is still the same, or at least it should be. It should be consistent no matter what the card is. There's no reason for this upcharge. There are plenty of other ways of protecting you, the customer. This one is just extraordinarily greedy, and it's not good for just normal people. Because again, if you aren't looking to immediately sell that card at that value right away, you're just forking over a ton of clams just to get your card back in order to appreciate it in your collection. And here's another huge problem, one I also talked about on stream, but I'll just go ahead and reiterate it here. I'll just fucking fart it all out again instead of just show you the clips. Let's say you get a card graded, it grades at a 10, it's extremely expensive, now you pay $1,000 upcharge to PSA to get the card back, and you want to hold on to it for a little while, hoping that it goes up over time. But instead it fucking plummets. Like, let's say you send them a sports card, and by the way, sports card collectors don't take PSA seriously anymore because of just how egregious their absurdity is. But let's say you have a sports card, it grades high, right now it's worth thousands of dollars, so you have this upcharge, but then that player just fucking flops. Or maybe they get arrested or something. Like maybe you get a Wander Franco card or something. So now the value fucking eats shit, it's in the gutter, spiraling the toilet, and it's not worth what it was a few months ago when you got it graded. Well, you paid $1,000 upcharge at that price at the time, and now it's basically worthless. PSA doesn't refund you that, by the way. So now you lost even more money sending it to them to get graded and paying the upcharge. Like, it's just, I think it's a terrible system. It has so many flaws, and there's just much better ways of doing it that don't fuck the customer in their face. And also, I'm just fucking spitting, getting lost in the sauce immediately here because this is such like a passionate topic for me because I cannot believe PSA is still the top dog in the grading space here for TCGs mainly. I don't know why people keep going to PSA. It shouldn't be fetching the highest price. I think it is just got tons and tons of problems. I have had complete disdain for this company for many years now. This offers program they have, that should just immediately be having you run in the opposite direction. That should just have you go, whoa, yuck, ew, spit on it, and leave. Take your business elsewhere. Their offers program, as I briefly explained there, is PSA will grade your cards, and they will sometimes even make you an offer to buy those cards back because PSA is now a seller in this market. They also have third-party sellers, apparently, that they deal with for that, too. It is a huge conflict of interest that anyone can be able to smell the stink from a mile away. Now, even if in this buyback scandal it truly was a one-off, wacky, fringe situation like the PSA response seems to hint at, I don't think it was a good response, by the way, not really a great excuse or anything, but even if it is a one-off thing, this does paint a very clear picture that there does exist a real incentive for PSA to lowball grades, make an offer to the person who might just be like, okay, you know what, fine, I'll take that offer. This cuts out the middleman, this seems convenient, I'll take that offer even though, it's not exactly what I wanted. And then when PSA gets those cards back for cheap, they can then turn around and up the grade so that way they can sell it themselves for more, since they participate in this market with their own graded cards. Now, I don't know if that's actively happening often or anything, but it is obviously a conflict of interest because that is something that realistically can happen and potentially has. Who's really to say for sure? And PSA doesn't disclose why cards get the grade they do. It's just a source, trust me, bro. This is exactly what it is. Scientifically proven, by the way, with our secret recipe, the Krabby Patty secret formula of PSA grading, by the way. So there's no transparency with it. So to me, I just really feel like this whole offers program is very open to corruption here from PSA. It feels very fishy to me. Son of a bitch, I just thought of another thing I didn't yap about. Another thing that a lot of people are pointing out, because there are a chunk of TCG enthusiasts, sports cards in particular, that have totally swore off PSA and are boycotting it. And another thing that they listed as a grievance is how the upcharges, well, since there is a long processing period, sometimes cards will rise throughout that period. So a lot of times people will submit cards for grading, and it takes a long time for them to get the graded card back, and during that time, the price rises. So they go in there expecting one amount, right? Like they have an idea in their head on if this grades at this will probably be the maximum upcharge. Okay, that I can stomach. But sometimes the cards will rise throughout the processing period. And PSA charges you based on like the very end of it, at the very end, like after it has all risen, when you are about to get your card back. So if you submitted to them a month ago, 2 months ago, whatever, and a card just starts to fucking skyrocket, well, now you're on the hook for a huge upcharge by the time you get it back, which is always a shock to a lot of people that are submitting. Again, especially to the ones that aren't looking to turn around and sell it right away. So it is just a full-blown fucking awful experience, in my opinion, that for some reason people still willingly tolerate, because PSA is still the biggest in the grading space, even in spite of all of this overwhelming amount of like garbage you can find about their past and the allegations and the accusations and the scandals that they've been involved in. It blows my mind. Don't forget the part where they'll damage your cards and try to make you sign an NDA to not talk about it. That is again part of the lenticular one that I covered like a month ago, where they damaged this card, fucking torched it, and then wanted them to sign an NDA and lowballed them on what the value of the card was. It's a disgustingly scummy company. I have disliked PSA for very, very long, and I am constantly vindicated with every new thing I learn about them. Granted, these aren't super new. Like, this was being talked about 6 months ago. Buyback scandal was 4 months ago. Lenticular was like a month ago. Like, none of this is super new, but people keep using them. People continue to use PSA. Now, there are other grading companies in this space. None of them even come close to PSA. PSA is eating everyone's lunch when it comes to card grading. Even with all of this out there in the wild and known, people still continue to go to PSA. I personally believe it's because they were able to weasel their way into the mainstream consciousness of NFT and crypto bros that have flocked to this hobby to try and scalp and capitalize off it. So they see PSA in like previous sales and assume that that is the one that they have to commit to. As briefly mentioned on stream, most reputable sports cards players in this industry have abandoned PSA because there's no trust left with that company. Right now, it is mainly, from what I understand, TCG players in this industry that are choosing PSA, mainly Pokemon. They continue to go there. And again, I think it's because these aren't even really people that are in the hobby. They are just scalpers looking to immediately capitalize off of the hype and the hysteria of it. So they default to PSA. That's my personal theory on it. But there are alternatives. Now, full disclosure, I don't use any card grading services. I have a big distrust of them, where you just have to take them at their word that the grade is what they say it is, and you don't know why. The only one I've ever used is Beckett, and that's because for that skill check video we did a few months back where we had the Australian couple come down, where they had Father's Magic the Gathering collection, which had extremely rare Magic cards from Alpha, including the Alpha Black Lotus. We had that graded by Beckett because they wanted to sell it for life-changing amounts of money, and for that, it does need to be graded, so we went through Beckett for it. But even then, I still just don't like the idea of, here's the grade, and here's like a little bit about why it got that grade, because if you look at like the subs on it, it should have been a 9, and even the comment section with people who actively grade said that it probably should have been a 9 based on all of that, but yet it ended up at an 8.5, so it's just confusing, and I don't like that. I don't like that there's not a whole lot of transparency around these grades. You just have to trust the chef that they know best. So I'm not the biggest fan of grading in general, and I've made that clear over the years. But anyway, we started discussing the alternatives, and I'll just play some of those clips. It's not just PSA out there, contrary to popular belief. Do CGC or TAG do anything similar? I don't know shit about CGC. TAG is the most interesting to me because they use a machine to do it all, so you can actually see why your cards got the grade that they did versus just this nebulous concept of what maybe caused the grade. So I like that idea, but there's no consistency with TAG from what I've seen. You can have the same card graded 5 times through TAG and it's a different grade every time. There's a channel that had a good video on that. I think it was Java something. Yeah, here it is. Is tag grading as consistent as they claim? Apparently PSA bought Beckett. No wonder the recent manga grading has no consistency or criteria. Yeah, PSA bought Beckett a while ago. But Beckett doesn't have nearly the amount of shit that PSA does. So I don't know if they've fully corrupted Beckett yet. I don't know enough about Beckett. I don't like grading in general. I don't think there's any grading companies out there right now that are truly, like, reliable. Opinion on other grading companies? Well, that's what I was just saying. I don't know shit about CGC. Tag has a good idea from taking out, like, the guessing element. Okay, here.
Today we are putting Tag Grading's biggest claims to the test. I cracked out 7 cards from different grading card companies to see what those cards would grade at Tag. A Tag 8, or if it has changed in grade. Let's check it out. Here we go. Tag 7. Interesting. So we went.
So there's no consistency with the machine they use right now. So he runs these cards through multiple times and gets different results.
Down a
which is, that's unacceptable. Especially if you're using a machine that's supposed to be so consistent. But what I like about the idea is that they show you everything. Why your card got the grade that it got. And it even gives you like the scans of the card and points out like all of the measurements and like what knocked it points. But it clearly gets it wrong and it's not consistent. The idea is good. The technology isn't there, or rather, I guess the company doesn't have the technology required to actually be consistent. But of all the grading companies, this one has the best idea. PSA, I think, is just beyond corrupt, top to bottom. There are so many scandals and so much garbage that you can pull from PSA. I would never trust them. Beckett, I know very little about. CGC, I know nothing about. But at the end of the day, outside of tag, your card grade is totally just up to the person's mood that's grading it that day. And you never know why your cards grade at whatever they come back at. They don't tell you. You have to guess. And there could easily be some shady shit going on there where maybe they don't want a whole lot of 10s out there. Maybe you gave them a 10, but by having more 10s in the population, it's going to devalue the other 10s out there. So maybe they decide to give you a 9 instead. Like, there's just too much guesswork. I just wouldn't trust it. Especially since they sell their own graded cards, it invites corruption. Exactly, that's why I think the offers program is just completely unacceptable from PSA. There are certain subjects I make a lot of content covering. There are just a handful of topics that always wiggle their way underneath my skin and grease my cheeks, and I can't fight the urge to yap about them, like a dog chasing a mailman just going around barking at it. And one of them, one of the biggest, is people using Christianity as a means to exploit and abuse others. Corrupt pastors that are using the faith as a tool for their own self-gain and self-interest. I find it to be vile, evil, and unforgivable. So over the years, I've made tons of videos covering these instances. And just a couple days ago, I made that video going over Robert Morris. This demon was the former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. He was also a Texas megachurch turbo pastor who recently pled guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. And he only got 6 months in jail for this. He is now out of jail and will be serving the next 9.5 years on probation in his luxury property. Now, maybe you can call me short and ugly, but I gotta tell you, I'll be honest with you, sports fans, That doesn't sound like justice to me. That doesn't sound like punishment that fits the crime of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. I feel like that should have been life in prison. But he got 6 months. I already blabbered about that out the wazoo, and I'm not here to just do it again. I wanted to do something a little different, because Robert Morris was Trump's former spiritual advisor. I want to show you his current spiritual advisor, because I truly think this administration is normalizing the epidemic of fake Christians that are just using the faith as a tool for their own enrichment. I believe it is full-blown, fucking full frontal, dangling right in your face, obvious blasphemy. It's not subtle, it's unapologetic. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, Trump was hawking and is still actively hawking Trump Bibles. Expensive Bibles for like 60 clams with Trump's name on them and numerous variants of it. They range in price from $60 up to $1,000, and also a little fun tiddlywink of lore here. They're printed in China. So they're made for less than $3 per Bible, yet he jacks the price up to $60 for the lowest plebeian edition of his Bible. But it goes all the way up to $1,000 for the one that has Trump's signature on the inside cover. Like, I just don't know how that's defensible from any real Christians. That is just completely unacceptable. These frauds worship Trump more than God. It's like textbook idolatry with the way they talk about and discuss Trump. Like, Nicki Minaj is a great example. She's a wonderful case study for this. She spent a significant amount of time squatting on top of the orb of confusion and debasing herself publicly, slurping for this administration, and eventually got in their good graces and received a Donald Trump signed Holy Bible, calling it one of the most meaningful gifts she's ever received. Which is ridiculous, because Nicki Minaj has been very vocal about her faith in recent time. And I feel like anyone who is legitimately very proud of their faith as a Christian would receive a gift like that and be disgusted. There are some Bibles that get signed by like a pastor or someone who is genuinely in the faith and an active community member in Christianity in the local churches. That is something that I am very familiar with. That was something that I had seen when I was going to church, but they weren't sold. They were given to members of the congregation, and it was always just like, enjoy your Bible, or like, I hope I hope this resonates with you, and then signed by the pastor. This is Donald Trump planting his fucking name on top of the Holy Bible, literally going through the word Bible with his signature, making it seem as though he's the most important part of this gift, not the Bible itself. And yet Nicki Minaj is like, oh my god, it's amazing. Nicki Minaj, by the way, whose husband is a registered sex offender, and her older brother is in the slammer serving 25 to life for sexually assaulting an 11-year-old child. Now, I'm not here just to talk about the Trump Bible. Like I said, I want to focus on his current spiritual advisor, Paula White, because I think she is the perfect example of this phenomenon and is serving to normalize this practice.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
This is a montage that kind of blew up a few months ago. A lot of people have seen this, and it shows some of Paula White Kane's more recent highlights about how she can declare the White House as holy ground because she walked there and God walks with her. And also, she proudly proclaims that saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, and she's never going to do that. I had the longer section saved, but now that video's taken down, so I can't show you the whole context of that statement, but from what I recall, she was talking about how Trump has basically been chosen by God, so when Trump asked her, to come aboard, saying no to Trump in that position would have been like saying no to God, which she refuses to do. That is an outrageous thing to say. That is genuinely, by all possible definitions and interpretations, blasphemous. To say that kind of statement about saying no to a man is like saying no to God, you are putting that person on this pedestal that they are equal to God. That is like a big no-no in the faith. It's fucking unhinged. And yet, nobody calls her out on that in the administration. All of these supposed Christians have no problem with her saying things like that and acting this way. It's baffling. Well, it's actually not baffling when you stop to realize that none of them actually care about Christianity. They are using it. To them, it is nothing more than a tool to be utilized to get people latched onto their bosom. Because if they can convince people that what they're doing is righteous and chosen by God, then people would be afraid to go against it, thinking that they have to fall in line, otherwise they've deviated from the path of the Lord. That's their whole tactic. That is the playbook that they're using. It is sickening. And it's working for them. It's working extremely well for them. Like just yesterday, Paula White had this to say about President Trump and his experience and how similar it is to our Lord and Savior.
But the truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Comparing Trump's journey to that of Jesus Christ. Wow. Powerful stuff, Paula. You know, when you put it that way, and I really stopped to marinate and stew, giving it a lot of thought, I actually think that my life's journey is pretty similar to that of Master Chief's. Huh. Isn't that some shit? Now, I know I've mentioned this a couple times in the past when covering people like Paula. I am not as spiritual as I used to be. Growing up, I was very, very religious. As I said, I got baptized twice because I was concerned that God may have been AFK for the first one, and I wanted to make sure that, he had front row seats and popcorn ready for the second one, just in case. So I came in there with the round 2 for the Jumbotron. It was a huge part of my life. And even though I'm not as spiritual now as I was then, I still care deeply for it. And seeing that this is becoming so common now is just gross. It's so fucking abhorrent. Paula White Cain is a televangelist demon. Her whole career is built off of begging for money from her followers, and she still actively does that while being the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. In fact, her 2026 Unleashed conference, she had this wonderful moment.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000.
How selfless, how noble. She wants $100,000. Fork it over. Cough it up, guys. Where's the $100,000? I know I said that she begs for money, but it's actually more accurate to say that she demands money. And she tries to present it as though if you don't give money to her, you are doing a disservice in the eyes of the Lord. This is a common tactic used by televangelists that have done this for many, many moons now, but very few of them have the same kind of power and influence that Paula White Cain does. One notable person that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, and someone that I've made a couple videos on, is Kenneth Copeland. He is the guy who's very open about how important it is that he has his private jet. So keep giving him money. He's the pastor and the Lord needs him to have a private jet, so give him money. Paula White Cain is cut from that same cloth. She is still actively doing this and demanding money from people in her church, and it is just disgusting.
Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments and warriors and mighty for God. This is about kids who are going to make a difference. I'm not going to take everybody's blessing. Come on. I'm going to tell you, get a seed of sacrifice. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on and come bring up a seed. Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000.
She says verbatim that there are kids that will die without you being obedient and giving her money. Oh no, the money is not about me. It's about these kids. We need the $100,000 now. If you can't afford that, the $1,000, then give $100. You gotta give something. If you don't give something, you're a bad person for it. You don't want to be a bad person, do you? Well, come give Paula White Cain some money. It is something that she has done her whole life.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release 7 supernatural blessings and provision into your life.
That's right, you heard it here first. God can take your sickness away, but only if you send $1,000 to Paula White Cain first. Paula will get God on the horn and ensure that you receive these 7 blessings, but it's going to require $1,000, which is chump change compared to what you'll receive for it. It's transactional, so donate $1,000 to Paula White and receive these 7 blessings to save your life and increase your life, and also get this specialty cross. I'm confident that the people that followed Paula and Trump, and when they talk about how he's like Jesus and saying no to Trump is like saying no to God, I'm very certain these individuals have never read the Bible at all. Probably have never opened the Bible, and they just bite on to their words and accept them as truth, and that Paula and Trump are infallible because they are chosen by God. But if you ever decide to actually read the Bible yourself, you're going to see a lot of what they are demonstrating is directly frowned upon in the Bible. Most notably, Matthew 21:12. This gets brought up a lot in regards to frauds like Paula. This is when Jesus enters the temple and drives out all those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. He declared to them, "It is written, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers." And depending on the versions, it changes a little bit, but the message is always the same. Jesus throws out those who use his temple as a means of profiting off of others instead of a house of worship. That is exactly what Paula and many others in this administration explicitly do, blatantly. It is corrupt, it is completely unacceptable, and unfortunately is being normalized, and it shouldn't be. So I really wanted to yap about Paula here, and that's really about it. So yeah, it's good. Pluribus is the latest from Vince Gilligan, and he proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he just can't miss. He is just him. It's incredible how everything he's made, I like. More like Vince gurgling, because I am gargling and swallowing everything he puts out with a smile on my face. This man just knows how to tickle me. He is able to put out things that I just really, really enjoy. The only thing he's made that I can even think of where I had, multiple complaints was El Camino, and that really did feel like it was kind of more of a paycheck as opposed to a passion project that he wanted to see through. But even that wasn't bad or anything. Anyway, though, enough Gilligan glaze here. Let's talk about Pluribus. I think it is such a fascinating concept that is explored beautifully. In a nutshell, I'll avoid spoilers for now, but of of course, I get into spoilers, so I'll give you a warning when we get there. The show is basically about an invasion, but not in the traditional sense that you're thinking of, where tiny green aliens come down, probe our butts, and suck our tits and everything. This is an invasion in the sense where everyone's mind on the planet all of a sudden joins together into a huge hive mind. After a mysterious discovery at the beginning of episode 1, and a set of circumstances that lead to a spread of some sort, everyone joins into this giant collective. And there is no longer any I, there is only we. And everyone on the planet, save for 13 survivors, are now part of that collective. And they're basically omniscient since they have the collective knowledge of all, 7 billion people except for these 13. And since they're spread out all over the planet and information hits all of them instantaneously, they can basically do and get anything like that, like magic. And the 13 survivors now inhabit this world with this not human entity that has taken over the humans, but it's like really nice. It's like super fucking polite. And we follow Carol Sturka, who is one of the 13, and she... now we're going to get into spoilers. Now it's spoilers time. Spoiler warning. She lost someone very dear to her. And she hates what's happened here because it is the death of individuality. These are not really people anymore. It's now a thing. And she doesn't like that, and she's fearful of when they eventually force her to join as well, she would lose herself. It's a really, really interesting concept, and Carol Sturka is played by Ray Seahorn, who's extremely talented. I'm sure if you've seen Better Call Saul, you already know that, but she crushes it in this role. She is alone. She is miserable. She's been through so much, and she continues to try and fight against this entity, and even tries to team up with the other survivors whom just aren't interested in it. They like this because this entity that has now joined the consciousness of all the humans on the planet is so fucking nice, so sweet. Granted, it's a big old dweeb, it's a huge twerp, basically talking to a Redditor 24/7, but it genuinely wants to make the 13 survivors happy. It will do anything they ask. It can't lie to them. It cannot hurt them. It will actually go out of its way, sacrificing people to help these survivors be happy. And even in one of the episodes, Carol's pushing them to their limits. What if I asked for an atom bomb? Would you give me that? And they're like, well, we wouldn't be happy about it, but we would. And it's just so interesting because it's understandable why the other survivors wouldn't really view this as a negative thing, because it is world peace. Nobody's getting hurt anymore. There's no dying. There's no conflict. It's complete tranquility and just infinite, sunshine and rainbows. But it's not real people anymore. It's now just this thing that has their minds and their souls. They're basically puppets, but they're very nice puppets. And the show is just so well written, which I've come to expect from Vince Gilligan's work. It is always impressive just how tight the writing is with its characters, and especially the narrative here, where even when there is something dark, a big reveal that Carol Sturka unveils about this entity, it's then able to be argued from their perspective, well, this is why we do that. We do that because X, Y, and Z. And when you hear their side of it, it's shit, that's pretty understandable. It's still hard to view them as evil bad guys, even though they are. They non-consensually did take over the entire planet's consciousness to join it together, because that's how it spreads, that's how it survives, and it believes it's a blessing. It believes it's doing everyone a favor because everyone that joins is apparently extremely happy about it. So they're viewing it as this gift, but there are things about it that are weird and sketchy and even downright unforgivable. And when those get unveiled and Carol brings it up to the other survivors or to the hive mind, they have really strong arguments for why they have to do that to survive, because not only can they not hurt the survivors, they can't hurt any living creature. They won't step on an ant. They won't swat a mosquito. They won't pick a fucking apple. So it's so fascinating watching them explore this concept, because it is a bad thing. all the people on the planet no longer have their own agency. So like if one of the survivors, like one of them we see, asked them like, hey, I want you, all fucking 20 of you women, I want you all to come over here so we can fuck. They can't say no. They have to say yes, and they willingly do so because they love the survivors so much. They say that many times, no matter what gets done to them. Like even Carol does some really like, you know, bad things to them that you would think they'd want to like strike back or like stop her from doing. They don't. They still love her. And even when they like, you know, separate, it's not on bad terms, and they still will do anything to provide for her and make her happy. It's just so, I can't express enough just how interesting it is. And of course, you're constantly wondering, is there a way to fix it? And as the episodes progress, there are some breadcrumbs about like, oh, maybe there is a way to fix this. And how are they going to figure out how to do that? There's only 13 of them on the planet, and no one wants to cooperate with Carol, except for a character that finally enters the fold that we've been introduced to earlier named Menusos, who is a great fucking character. This guy is like, from the second this happened, he's immediately, you know, nose in the books trying to figure out how to stop it. He isolates from the hive mind, the others. He doesn't talk to them, doesn't interact with them. He is just constantly trying to figure out what he can do to fix this and save the world. Eventually, he gets some tapes from Carol, and now, at the season's conclusion, they are going to team up to try and figure out how to stop this, how to fix this, and bring everybody back. Because it seems like an impossible task. Yet, there were little glimmers of hope that there is a way, and Menusos got very creative with exploring and understanding how this joining worked in the first place. And I'm so curious to see where that goes in season 2, which I just read isn't exactly right around the corner, which is a little disappointing. But anyway, I have very few complaints about this show. As you can tell, I really did enjoy it a lot. It's not a show I think everyone's going to like. It is a slow burn. A lot of this is very much spending time with Carol Sturka, processing everything and grieving what she's lost and trying to come to terms and trying to figure out how to live in this new world while also trying to fight back against them. And then also the confusion that comes with it because they are extremely nice. And none of the other survivors seem to think it's a bad thing. They view it as like the best thing that ever happened to them and the planet as a whole. So like, then it gets confusing with, well, maybe she's in the wrong. And even you as the viewer, since you keep seeing how nice they are and how they're able to explain things that would ordinarily be like inexplicable, you start to wonder, well, are they even really that evil in the first place? Like, it is just really well done. I think they have crushed it. And I really like Menusos' character as well. I know I'm highlighting Carol because she is the main character, but Menusos is great. Like, I think he has been such an interesting contrast to Carol's journey, where Carol from the very beginning immediately was like cooperating with them, not because she liked them or anything, but because she was trying to understand more about them directly and try and figure out how to fight them. Menusos, completely on his own, fucking pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, dusted off his shoulder, just got to business, and anytime they even tried to interact with him, he told them to fuck right off. He would even threaten to, like, you know, kill them. He wants nothing to do with them, and he tries his best to avoid taking things from other people, even though the people aren't there anymore. So he chooses not to. So instead of flying from Paraguay all the way to Carol, which he could do with the others, even offering it to him, saying like, hey, we can get you there in a couple of hours. He's like, nope, you can go kick rocks, eat dirt. I'm going to make this long journey and hike through extremely dangerous conditions here to do it myself. It's very cool. I like the show a lot. Like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, and I know that. Now, all this being said, I do have a pretty big complaint. Since there are so few survivors in the show, there's not a lot of opportunity for characters to be interacting with one another. Now, of course, there's a lot of individuals from the hive mind, but that's all the same character. That is one character, even though it's got a bunch of different faces. So even though Carol spends a lot of time with, you know, Zosha from the hive mind, and interacts with other characters from the hive mind, she's still interacting with just that same character. Same with all the other survivors we see interacting with the hive mind. That is still just one character. So I feel like we miss out on a lot of like character interactions because it's mainly Carol and the hive mind and nobody else until Menusos gets there, and then we get to see Menusos interact with the hive mind. But again, the hive mind is one character. So instead of like in Breaking Bad or something where there's a, you know, big cast of characters that you see interact pretty often, here, not so much. And even from the survivor side, outside of Manusos and Carol, there's really only one other survivor that we see a handful of times, and he's just basically the pervert, this is great, I get to fuck all the time, and I get to live in Las Vegas, and everything's at my disposal, like Air Force One, yippee. Other than that, the only other survivor we see is one that is very energetic, enthusiastic about joining the hive mind, and that's it. And they don't interact. We don't see a whole lot of interaction. So that was just something that kind of left me feeling a little underwhelmed with how little we see characters themselves talk to each other. But that's also kind of the point. Carol is alone. And even with the hive mind being around, that's not really a person there. You're still alone. It's kind of like using ChatGPT as your best friend. It's there to just make you feel good and just like do what it can to keep you hooked on it. That's kind of like interacting with the hive mind in Pluribus. It is literally there to just always be your yes man and nothing else to make you try and feel good. And that's it. So like you don't get real character interaction, so it does feel very isolating, which I think is a good thing, but also from a viewer's perspective, I just would have liked to seen more with characters interacting. And now that Manusos and Carol are like teaming up, I'm sure we will. And the little bits and pieces we got of that at the end of the season were good. I'm just hoping for more going forward, that's all. That's like my only complaint about season 1 of Pluribus. Overall, I think it was just a great series. I highly recommend it, but I don't think everyone's going to like it. It is slow. But for me, that's not a big deal, so Pluribus I thought slapped. That's about it. See ya. You think you're so slick, huh, keeping secrets from me? You thought I wouldn't find out about one of the biggest flops of 2025? You thought you could bury that information without me unearthing it in order to huff the fumes of a Concorde-level failure? You imbecile! Perhaps I'm being a bit gung-ho comparing this to a Concorde-level disaster, but this flop we're about to discuss is a really catastrophic one. And I hadn't heard a peep about this until I just happened to stumble across an article going over it today. That is how under the radar this one has managed to fly, even though presumably millions of dollars were spent on marketing it and developing it. It comes from Amazon, that is the publisher of the game. Raise your hand if you've heard of King of Meat. Anyone that put their hand up I know is a liar. I don't trust you. Go fuck yourself. You're tacky and I hate you. In classic video game industry delusion, some of the executives here at the higher level of the studios behind King of Meat were expecting this game to be pulling 100,000 concurrent players, but unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. She came through and slapped the fuck out of them. They couldn't even get a tiny whiff of 4 digits because this game peaked at 320 during a free weekend. King of Meat is typically a $30 game. It's $30 right now. And that's what I paid in order to play this. Anytime I have a chance to be part of history for these kind of unbelievable bombs, like these absolute septic tank explosions of financial ruin, I have to spend my money to at least be there, put boots on the ground to experience it. So I did spend $30 to play King of Meat to see if it really is just fucking terrible, and that's why no one played it. I've got a whole video of it up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, go check that shit out. Now, like I said, this is a project that had presumably millions of dollars poured into it. This isn't just some random, Steam stinker that a solo dev put together in one afternoon and only 3 people on the planet have accidentally downloaded. This was a big production that they put a lot of oomph and elbow grease behind. The biggest being a dedicated Mr. Beast video. On Mr. Beast Gaming, he did an entire YouTuber challenge, beat this game, win $250,000. With 7 million views, he posted it 2 months ago, and it's all to promote King of Meat. He brought out a bunch of YouTubers to exclusively play King of Meat and win money, and it is an expensive production and set they put on here, all to try and get people to flock to King of Meat. They thought by getting Jimmy Beast on the horn for a dedicated video, it would put so much motion behind this project, but unfortunately, it's doing the Black Beetle challenge right now. There's no motion in sight. There's not an ounce of movement. And I can't even imagine the price tag that this must have cost them. I can't even fathom what an integration would cost in a Mr. Beast video, let alone an entire dedicated video for it. Like, that has to be in the 7 figures. This is like a Super Bowl commercial to these companies, no doubt. So to put that much money into King of Meat and not see even a single crumb, not a morsel of return on that, holy shit, that is brutal. It's actually pretty interesting because now I'm really wondering, what kind of return do companies see when buying slots on Mr. Beast content? Because we have very easily accessible data when it comes to King of Meat. Like, even looking in the comment section of the 7 million view video that he posted, which is exclusively an advertisement for this game, people seemed excited about it. Like, they seemed like they were interested in it, that it's a well-received video, and not a single one of them seemed to have picked up the game themselves. It's pretty interesting. But maybe you could chalk that up to maybe it's just not their cup of tea. Maybe Mr. Beast Gaming doesn't have an audience of meat maniacs ready to go spend 30 clams on this product. Or maybe Mr. Beast audience just kind of likes to eyes glaze over and just watch all the flashing colors and the stimulation and maybe don't want to engage with whatever is being advertised there. Also entirely possible. I just find it so interesting because, like I said, I can't even imagine how much this must have cost. Now, this is an Amazon published game, so it's literally chump change to them, even if it is in the 7 figures. It doesn't matter to them. But I'll tell you who it does matter to is the actual developers behind the game. Because according to the article, Glowmade Games, the studio behind King of Meat, is looking like the workforce will be suffering layoffs here. There's been word of layoffs confirmed by multiple Glowmade employees on LinkedIn that come just a couple months after King of Meat's lackluster performance. So it's looking like there's going to be an unknown amount of employees that will no longer be working at Glowmade because of how poorly this has done. And there was apparently even discussions earlier about voluntary redundancies that would impact about a dozen people. It's all a little up in the air, but it's looking like because this game has done so poorly, they're going to be cutting a lot of team members, which I feel bad for everyone that's going to potentially lose their job from this game not performing well. And I think a lot of that falls onto leadership's shoulders. After playing the game and even just looking at like the Mr. Beast video and their ads, I could tell you this was never going to reach 100,000 concurrent players off rip. It's too corporate. This is a game that doesn't have the same feeling as the other like big party games that people actually are hooked on or immediately, bit onto the nipple of. This is a game that does feel like Suits kind of trying to play a formula and capitalize off of how big these friend party games have become, this niche. It doesn't have that same feel to it. And after playing it, I can tell you it's not a bad game or anything, but there's nothing in here that I feel like would ever have me go back to it. Like, I would never choose to play King of Meat over any of the other, like, really fun party games and friend games that I play with my buddies. This feels like a game that would have released on the old Xbox 360 arcade that you'd play maybe one time with a friend of yours and then you both just say, like, let's just do Castle Crashers or something instead. This isn't a game that I think they should have ever had that kind of expectation on with these huge fucking shoot for the stars to infinity and beyond fucking Buzz Lightyear style predictions of like 100k concurrent players. That just sets up the entire team for failure, and I feel like if they had just had it be more realistic, well, maybe then they wouldn't be looking at layoffs. They could have calibrated the budget, calibrated the marketing and everything to account for that. But, they went hog wild buying a Mr. Beast dedicated video and shit like that. And a Mr. Beast partnership. He has an entire, dungeon in the game that you can play, which, like I said, I couldn't even get enough people in a game to play, so I ended up having to solo it myself. I'll go ahead and put that footage here, I guess. But the thing is, this is one of the biggest flops of the year, and I haven't heard anyone talk about it yet. I had to yap about it. It is fucking fascinating. Mr. Beast Dungeons! What? I see Mr. Beast. Let's do it. Any Mr. Beast meters? Wait. My controller was vibrating. Does that mean somebody's about to show up? Somebody was thinking of playing? No, the estimated time's going up. What's going on? It can't be. I'm alone. Okay, I see how this is gonna go. Time to solo Mr. Beast in here. Is Jimmy gonna talk to me?
Hello, viewers. I'm your host, Curved B.
I probably couldn't afford to have Mr. Beast do any VA for it.
Only two options. Little dynamos, this lot.
Yeah. I can do this. Clean.
Smash that stuff.
Clean. Ooh, close. But I'm in the perfect rotation right now. Oh, yeah. Hit it. Oh, yeah. No.
That looked painful.
He said he'll let me see my family if I can complete Beast Dungeons and King of Meat. Oh, just when you thought he was out of tricks. I did it! I beat the Beast Dungeon on my first try.
They've done it.
I just saw Black Phone 2, so I'll give you a review of it, but as you can probably already guess from the title, it's expanding to a bigger topic of unnecessary sequels. This is now the third sequel film I have seen in just the last 4 months that is completely useless. That is just a blatant cash grab off of a successful one-and-done movie. The Triforce of slumber that I'm talking about with these snoozers is Nobody 2, Megan 2, and now Black Phone 2. One thing all three of these have in common is they're not horrible. Like, they're not really bad movies, but it is just so clear when you see them that they had to reach deep into their ass and fiddle around with their colon to pull this poop out here to try and find a way to bring it back so that way they could guarantee some ticket sales. Because those movies, Nobody, Megan, Black Phone, were all pretty successful and well-liked. And, you know, if something is liked, it means it can be monetized thoroughly until you fucking hate it. So, Hollywood doesn't like to leave money on the table. They had to try and find ways to milk these properties for all they're worth. Get in there and start fucking tugging on those udders till they fall off. So now Black Phone 2 comes out. Just like Megan 2, it's kind of a completely different movie set in the universe. Megan 2 went from like a thriller to a goddamn like Spy Kids action movie. Black Phone, I actually just watched it again. Well, I don't even remember if I watched it the first time around, to be honest, because I didn't remember anything from it. But I just watched it literally an hour and a half before seeing the second one, so everything was super fresh. I think it's a really good movie. I'm guessing I just didn't watch it when it came out because I probably would have remembered it. I watched it today. I liked it a lot. It is a missing persons thriller. It's not really a horror movie, but it has like some supernatural elements that integrate like a little horror to it. But more so than anything, it is a missing person thriller where a kid is kidnapped by the Grabber, whom they're trying to make a horror icon now, which I think is so fucking cringe, trying very hard to ham-fist him into like horror culture. But this kid is kidnapped by the Grabber, as he has kidnapped other kids and killed them, and he is now trying to figure out ways to escape. And he's getting some phone calls on the phone where he's being held captive from the dead kids, his previous victims, that are giving him little breadcrumbs, little pieces of the puzzle on how he could possibly get out. It's a very cool movie. Black Phone 2, however, has nothing interesting like that. It's kind of like Diet Freddy Krueger meets a season of Stranger Things. Again, it's not bad, and there's some cool shots in here. I'm gonna get into spoilers. Here's your spoiler warning. That's out of the way. This one is much more of just a generic horror movie. Finn is no longer the main character, it's Gwen, which is fine, and I do appreciate that they don't just have Finn move on, you know, as if nothing happened to him, like he just doesn't go, you know, back to normal life lickety-split. He is still struggling with all of the trauma that he experienced from the first film. I think that is a very good extension of his character. It's set 3 years after that, and Gwen is now getting these nightmares, these dreams, which she had in the first film, and these dreams have expanded into something far more sinister, where she's seeing these 3 kids that were brutally murdered at a camp that her mother just happened to work at. And she's also connecting to her mother through these dreams. And that's an interesting expansion of the character from the first Black Phone, the mother, who had the same abilities that Gwyn had that apparently drove her mad and caused her to kill herself. And we get a lot more lore about her, which I do think is cool, but that's not the bulk of the film. The bulk of the film is, in order to try and solve the mystery of why she's dreaming of these 3 kids and what the mother's connection is, Finn, Gwyn, and Robin's brother, Ernesto, they go to the camp to try and piece it together, and while there, the Grabber starts infiltrating Gwyn's dreams, and then it is fully, basically just Freddy Krueger, except a really incompetent version of Freddy Krueger. All of, like, the fear and the eeriness and anxiety that the Grabber could cause in the first film, like all of the tension that would build every time the Grabber was on screen is just gone in this one. Now he's basically someone cosplaying Freddy Krueger. So every time Gwyn sleeps, she's encountering these kids, which happen to be the Grabber's first victims. And I hate this direction that sequels like to go, because again, they have to scrape the bottom of the barrel because, well, the movies that sometimes they're making a sequel on were movies that were fucking fully closed off and benefited from some mystery, some unanswered questions. This one, of course, does what a lot of them like to do, try and flesh out the evil presence, when a big part of what made that presence so effective was not having those details about them. This movie fleshes him out a little bit. He worked at that camp with their mother, and also another character that is now working at the camp in the current day and age. His name is Mondo. And we learn that the Grabber, he was nicknamed Wild Bill Hickok. So Bill killed 3 kids at the camp, hid their bodies, and now he's escaped hell and wants revenge. So he's going to kill Gwyn to get back at Finn. And he also just wants to kill as many people as he can. Spoiler alert. He's very bad at killing people in this movie. He kills nobody at all. Despite having all that power and everything, basically what he does amounts to just picking people up and throwing them a little bit, or like choking them poorly. He swings his axe a few times, but he's like extremely terrible with his axe, so he doesn't kill anyone. He hurts somebody once, like he cuts Gwyn's arm with his axe once, and then he just gets fucking blasted with a spirit blast that Gwyn is able to use because she eventually realizes that she's dreaming, which means she can start to influence these dreams. So then she gets like a huge force push on him. And this is why I say it gets a lot like Stranger Things, because now she's fighting him like that. It's just so much weaker than the first one, and it's so clear that this is a movie that was made solely because they knew people would go see it, off of the goodwill the first one built up. Now, these dream sequences are shot very well. I actually love the style where they make it all grainy and foggy, where it does feel very ethereal. And it's got like this really ominous noise going on. Like, I do like the way they distinguish, reality from the dream on screen. I think it looks cool. And I know this is directed by the same guy, so it makes sense, but it very much reminded me of those scenes from Sinister where he's looking at the tapes. Like, it was, an eerie feel to what you were seeing. But I think it was just so undercut by having Gwyn be like, you fart-knocking, shit-biscuit, fucking dweeb, loser pussy, as she's like, battling the Grabber in the dreams. I don't know. I don't think it worked very well. Now, I think that's a fine extension of Gwyn's character from the first film, because she said that same kind of shit in the first one, but she wasn't doing, like, psychic battles with a demon in the first movie. Here, it just feels so goofy. Like, almost that the Grabber's not even, like, a scary presence to them either. The way that she, and really everyone, is able to just, like, overpower him so easily. And also, there's, like, 2 other characters in here, Barb, and I already forgot the dude's name, but Barb and this other guy are also working at the camp. And the Grabber, while he may appear in Gwyn's dreams, he can also he is just there in reality too. He just he's invisible. And he's skating around the ice and he like hits them with an axe and kind of like fucks with them a little bit, but he can't even kill them who don't even know where he is or anything. Like, even the people that can't see him are able to just blast him. Like, Finn eventually gets the upper hand on him while completely invisible. Finn cannot see him, and Finn is just bashing his skull into the ice. And everyone's just, like, mocking him and insulting him, like, oh, Bill, yeah, you're going right back to hell. It just makes him feel like almost a joke, you know? Like, he doesn't feel scary or anything. That everything in the first film that was built up for this guy, all of the mystery and how fucked up he was and how unnerving all of it was, when Finn does kill him in that movie, it felt like such a crazy triumph, you know, that all the pieces came together with everything that the kids on the phone were telling him, all of it he had to use to beat this guy. In this movie, all it took was Gwen realizing that she's in a dream, she can start to control things, so she fucking ragdolls this guy. And then Finn, once he, like, sees where he is on the ice, because he got tripped, Finn just goes over and just absolutely just slaughters him, like, easily. Which, granted, that was, like, a core piece of what they were doing, is trying to free the souls of those 3 children that were the victims of the grabber that their bodies were never found. By freeing them, it would take away some of his power, so it made him more vulnerable. But a couple of things here. One, he was already being overpowered, like in the kitchen where he was going to, like, burn Gwen to death. 2 people were able to just rip Gwen away from the grabber, and then he just vanishes after she wakes up. And 2, when she falls asleep and it spawns the grabber, he is present in the physical reality. That is clearly established, especially like at the end of the movie where all the other characters can see where he is skating because it is leaving marks. And then of course he like hits him with the axe, even drags that guy around with the axe. He is there in the physical world once she falls asleep. Why would he even let them get near that lake? All he would have to do is the second she falls asleep, he would then go and just kill everybody else so they can't even investigate the lake to find the bodies and take away his power. I don't know why he wouldn't just do that. Instead, he would rather, like, monologue to Gwen and, like, show her the truth about her mother. Instead of... And he did make a point of saying, like, you're trying to take my power, which gives me every right to defend it. Like, he does defend it, but only after they, like, are uncovering a body. Even though he clearly wants to defend it, but has done nothing to do so until it's, like, way too late. I don't really get why he wouldn't just stop them from ever getting to the lake in the first place. Like, it's not like Gwen kept him at bay or anything. When she would fall asleep, that is when he would spawn in. It summons the grabber. And he is there in the physical reality, just invisible. He could have just killed everybody before they ever even got to the lake while invisible. It just seems to me like he's pretty shitty at what he was trying to do. But I just really feel like everything that made Black Phone 1 good, everything that worked really well for Black Phone 1, is just abandoned in the sequel. But it's not a bad movie. Like, it is still an entertaining film. I think there are going to be a lot of people that go to this and enjoy it. I'm not really one of them. Like, I think it's fine, but after seeing Black Phone 1 literally an hour and a half before this one, it is just night and day in terms of quality of these films. Anyway, though, I really hope this trend of forcing a sequel to movies that don't really have a lot of wiggle room for it, I hope that trend starts to dwindle soon, because I'm pretty tired of it now. This is the 3rd one in only 4 months. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I bet if you went through every movie review I've ever done, you could probably count the amount of comedies I've reviewed on one hand. It is very rare for them to come around. It's like a solar eclipse in film. Like, it is just not a genre that gets made much anymore. And the ones that do come out over the last decade have just been pretty trash. Like, there's not a whole lot to like about them. Usually you just end up wishing you had seen something else or just stayed home. Which is a shame, but the new Naked Gun movie just came out, and I saw it mainly out of respect to the franchise. I wasn't expecting a whole lot from it. I was somewhat hopeful that Liam Neeson would kind of slap in the role, because he did a great job in that one Ted scene, so I knew he had some comedic chops, but I was beyond surprised with how much I enjoyed this. Liam Neeson as Frank Drebin Jr. had me giggling like a baby playing peekaboo. I was actually, not exaggerating, out loud laughing multiple times in this movie, which does not happen. When I go to a comedy over the last 10 years, the few times that I have, for all like 7 comedies that have come out, I sit there like the Grinch, stone-faced, and it feels like I'm watching a snuff film. Like, I bet if you walked in on me watching a comedy in theaters, you would think that I was watching traumatic footage of my grandmother being set ablaze or something by a terrorist. Like, I am just not having fun. But in this film, I could not stop smiling and actually got loud laughs out of me. I was so impressed because it felt like Hollywood remembered how to tell a joke. It did feel very reminiscent of some of the great iconic gags from the original Naked Gun films. Like, without being just like super derivative. Like, it felt like it was paying homage without just trying to walk the same path and emulate it one-to-one in the modern age, which I really, really appreciated. So, Liam Neeson plays Frank Drebin Jr., the son of Frank Drebin. R.I.P. to the great Leslie Nielsen. I really think Liam Neeson fits perfectly here for this film. He does a great justice to it. Like, I really was impressed. But not only with him, Pamela Anderson. She is, like, really good in this movie, too. Now, of course, the chemistry works really well between them because apparently, like, they're actually in love in real life, which is actually somewhat wholesome, and it really works well in this film. But by far, like, the best part is just how serious Liam Neeson is. And of course you know that going into it, but I've seen countless of his films, and I don't think I've ever seen him so stern. Every single word that leaves his lips sounds like the most important thing you'll ever hear in your life. It really helps elevate it. So the film has a lot of different kinds of comedy that it weaves in here. It has classic slapstick, even like some prop humor and gags, really clever wordplay. Like, it's non-stop jokes. It reminds me of old Tom and Jerry cartoons where they spit out watermelon seeds like a Gatling gun, but instead of it being watermelon seeds here, it's just like endless jokes in every single scene. Pretty much every line of dialogue is setting up a joke or like expanding on the back of a joke, and it works. Like, it never gets tiresome. Obviously not all of them land. In fact, I would argue like maybe like 60% of them aren't gonna have you like, you know, gut busting in your chair, fucking Santa Claus ho-ho-hoing or anything. But the other 40%, like, they're actually, like, they had me laughing. And that's exactly what you want. Just having a good time start to finish. Not every joke needs to be a fucking home run grand salami, you know what I mean? But this film does what I've missed so much from movies that the old comedies used to do, like the old Naked Guns, God rest their soul. Really doing a great job of being a smart, stupid person. Like, you can have all kinds of oafs, bumbling fucking morons, like drooling homunculi idiots, and that's fine, but to have like a really smart one is special. What do I mean by this? I mean, like, the character is clearly supposed to be incompetent, but it's written in a way where it's like really smart incompetence. So, like, some of my favorite, like, lines are things like, Pamela Anderson is at Liam Neeson's apartment, and he's cleaning up off his table. He's like, I just haven't had the drive to clean up after my wife died, and he's like throwing away bullets and guns and hand grenades. And she says, how did she pass? And he responds, extraordinarily well. She had an arm like a cannon, could easily throw the pigskin over 50 yards, and then she died, so we'll never know if she could have gone pro. Like, that kind of writing, I have missed so much. That had me laughing pretty hard. It almost felt nostalgic. I don't even know how to explain it. I just had such a fun time with it. And I love how over the top it is with, like, its action, where, like, he's ricocheting his magazines off the bad guys, and then he's, like, going under them and, like, punching their nuts on the way through. Like, really just old school classic gag comedy like that. I haven't seen it in so long. It felt really refreshing. But by far the hardest I laughed in this movie was probably its most throwaway nothing burger joke. It is literally 2 words. It's when Frank goes and meets the film's main villain, Richard Kane. It's like a tech conference display, like fucking Comic-Con for nerds. He's showing off all the new technology and gizmos and doohickeys and gadgets. And Frank has got, you know, he's on his investigation and everything. Richard Kane notices him, and he goes to introduce himself to him. So Richard Kane approaches him, he extends his hand and says, Lieutenant Drebin. And then Frank reciprocates the handshake and just says, me too, with like a huge smile on his face. And it had me laughing so hard. And then the two are walking away and they immediately, like, they just actually, it lasts maybe less than a second. It is 2 words. And it made me laugh that hard. And then as they're walking away, maybe 2 seconds later, there's like a little art display or a little tech thing that looks like a staircase. So Frank walks his fingers up it and then it breaks. And it had me laughing so fucking hard. Like, that sequence maybe lasted 5 seconds, and I laughed harder during that than in any comedy of the last 10 years. Like, I know I'm glazing the movie kind of hard, but it's not like a perfect film by any means. It's just like the most refreshing comedy I've seen in a long time. Comedies have been dead and buried in Hollywood for a decade at least. This was such a breath of fresh air. Like I said, a lot of the jokes don't land. Some of them are like almost dad joke tier, like bits that they throw in here. But it's never like eye-rolling and it's never cringe. Like, it's still just so charming. It is such an honest-to-God attempt at bringing a classic comedy to life again. And I think they've done a really good job. It's super clear there was a genuine love for this style of movie and real passion put into this one. It just oozes throughout the film. It even had a nice little cherry on top that I want to mention. I would venture a guess that the one singular line from Naked Gun most people still quote to this day is the classic, "Like a blind man at an orgy, I was going to have to feel things out." This film has 2 lines in a similar style to that, and I think that they are very strong lines, and I was very happy, delighted to see them do that. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect them to even try, but they did a good job. It even had its own couple of lines like that, and they were very solid. I don't want to spoil them by just, like, giving away the joke there or whatever, but I just wanted to say, like, it is clear they love this kind of movie, and I think they've done a great job at making something that feels very in line with the Naked Guns of the past. I went into this without huge expectations, and I left really pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed it a lot. I do think it's worth seeing. Easily the hardest I've laughed in a long time at a movie. I can only hope that somehow this will start the resurgence of good comedy movies back into cinemas. I've yapped about this a lot. I think we're just in this age of infinitely bloated budgets for superhero films, or just like really lackluster, safe garbage like Electric State. Like, I would love if we got back to movies like this also hitting the box office. I think it would be so pleasant. Anyway, though, I guess we'll see. Hopefully there's more good comedies to follow. That's about it. See ya. I have been paying very close attention to the Twitch bot apocalypse. I've kept my finger on the pulse of it. I find it to be a really interesting topic here. For those that don't know, a few days ago, Twitch made good on their promise where they swore they would be making bot detection and eradication a priority. They finally called attention to a issue that has plagued Twitch since the beginning. Since the genesis of Twitch, in the primordial soup of streaming, there has been bots that have infected the platform. And for the longest time, Twitch had gone really hands-off. They said, you know what, if we don't put our hands on the stove, we won't know if it's hot. But recently they said that they were going to actually be directly attacking this bot issue. And a few days ago, they rolled out their first targeted strike here on bots. And boy, howdy, it was a doozy. Apparently, the overall viewership on Twitch went down as much as 24% compared to last week, with many big streamers suddenly losing thousands of viewers. Not just big streamers, streamers of all shapes and sizes lost tons and tons of viewers, like across the board. It was a pretty big purge of invalid traffic, bot activity. As I said a couple days ago, I was pretty surprised with how hard they hit the ground running here. I thought it would just be like lightly poking the bear, like, oh, we got rid of like 100 bots. Big W, Twitch is saved. But no, they kind of like, they dropped a bomb here. It was a pretty big deal. So big, in fact, that a lot of streamers, many suspected of being a view botter, had just decided not to stream for like the last week or so, inexplicably. Just randomly deciding not to stream during the bot purge, which of course has everyone raising an eyebrow. And of course all of this has led to a lot of finger pointing, a lot of shit stirring, a lot of spitting, a lot of farting and coming. It's been kind of pandemonium in the streaming space, as people are noticing view counts have been dropped from a lot of streamers, and in some cases drastically. So the natural conclusion people are drawing is they were view botting. And as I predicted, and as everyone predicted, nobody wants to own up to being privy to their channel being view botted, because that's against the rules. They would get banned. No one's ever going to admit to it. So it's been a lot of cope and a lot of excuses, like, oh, it must have just been this stranger over here that's been doing this and I had no fucking clue. I'm glad that it's getting solved. Everyone is talking about this as a positive thing. Meanwhile, in the background, there are people that no doubt are shaking their fist in anger in demanding that their botting service get it under control and fix it, because they need those viewer numbers to go back to where they were. Because obviously, if it doesn't, people are going to be aware there was some fraudulent activity there. And the only question remains, did the streamer know? Like, were they guilty of paying for the service themselves? Or was it like an org they were affiliated with? Because according to a lot of the data, all of which is public, by the way, you can see all of the viewer numbers post and pre-purge. All of this is public. So you can see a lot of streamers that are affiliated with an org, like OTK is the big one everyone's talked about. But not just OTK, there were other orgs coming under fire as well. Namely, FaZe was another one that people had a lot of question marks over their head with, because a lot of the streamers affiliated with FaZe also took huge drastic drops in their viewership during this purge. So the speculation is that these orgs are boosting the numbers of some of the streamers under their umbrella, because by having more successful streamers under their brand, it's good for the brand. Obviously, the motivation is to make more money, because you can make significantly more doubloons if the streamers that are under your blanket are more popular. So if you boost your streamers by thousands upon thousands of viewers that they don't legitimately have, you can still bring those numbers to brands that would be none the wiser in the partnership. And according to some other streamers, there's been actually quite a bit of talk from streamers about orgs even like softly admitting to doing this in certain cases. I don't know like all the particulars around that, but there has been like a lot of discussion that orgs do actually do this. Like, it's not just a full-blown conspiracy theory, but then the question becomes, well, do the streamers under these orgs know about that? Like, there's just a lot of questions now after all of this bot detection and all this bot purging. It's been a flood of questions, like Yahoo Answers just got revived. Did the streamers viewbot themselves? Was it a member of their community viewbotting the streamer? Did the streamer, are they a victim of like a stranger, a malicious bad actor trying to artificially boost their numbers to potentially ruin their reputation? Is there a super fan of the streamer that's trying to boost their favorite streamer to make them more popular because they just love them so much? Does the streamer know that the org they're affiliated with might be boosting their numbers? Just so many questions. And another big discussion that's come from all of this is about sponsors. Allegedly, some sponsors have been botting sponsored streams in order to make it seem more popular to the average viewer. So they'll artificially boost those numbers so it seems like there's more hype around the product, and they've also been accused of botting even beyond sponsored streams, because by being partnered with that streamer, it's better for their brand if that streamer is perceived as more popular. So they'll boost them even beyond the sponsored stream, just so that way they can use it as marketing material, like, hey, look, we're partnered with this big guy. And meanwhile, a lot of the viewership is botted by the sponsor, allegedly. But I also want to mention that in only 2 days here, it seems that there are some botting services that have already found ways of circumventing these bans. There are some streamers that have miraculously bounced back after a 3-day plummet to not only where they were, but in some cases even higher, despite nothing changing in their content and doing nothing different. So it does look like in certain cases, some bots have found a way to evade this. So I'm hoping this isn't Twitch's only action here against bots, because as I mentioned, it's going to be an ongoing tug of war. And it is good for the entire platform to do your best to stop bot activity. Fake, phony, baloney numbers are bad for all of the streamers on the platform, except for, of course, the ones that are paying to win in the streaming space, which is another thing. There is a very real possibility, and something that has been talked about by some of the biggest streamers, that a strategy that used to be used and is probably still employed to a certain degree is some streamers would bot their streams for a while to try and grow an organic viewer base, and then they would completely stop paying for the botting service and just let the organic numbers start to take over as more people assimilate into the community. So, of course, this is never going to detect that strategy, but even still, Twitch needs to do everything it can to stop bots, because it is very bad for everyone on the platform to just let this rampant issue continue and spiral out of control. Now, I think I need to explain why I have this perspective, and so many people have this perspective, because I've seen a lot of people downplaying this as like not a big deal, like this is a fucking nothing burger. Who cares about view counts? If you can pay for it, you should do it. It gives you the advantage in the space. You gotta stand out in the market, so if you can do anything to get an edge, you gotta fucking do it. And yeah, you're right, it's a saturated market, so obviously buying view bots is going to immediately help you stand out by floating to the top of a category, so that way some curious Georges will see you at the front there, and they'll click because you've got the most viewers. So obviously there's a lot of hubbub there, and they want to see what all the fuss is about, so they'll check out your stream because you have artificially inflated the numbers, and then you have now occupied that viewer, which takes it from another streamer that is legitimately streaming to an audience and a real community of people there to watch them instead of just an army of clankers. In fact, the argument kind of mirrors something from many moons ago when Twitch was still pretty new. I'm going to take you back to the past to talk about some titties and ass. There was a huge trend on Twitch for a while with something called booby streamers, if anyone remembers that, where there was a trend on Twitch where streamers would try and wear the most revealing clothing that Twitch would possibly allow in the most sexual of positions, and constantly putting cleavage as like the main hook to draw viewers in. And this drew a lot of outrage because people believed that by doing that, they were stealing viewers from their streams because they weren't showing cleavage and everything. It was a huge debate that raged on for years, actually, and people were always split on whether or not that was the case. Was this streamer with cleavage stealing a viewer from this guy over here who was building a brazen bull in Minecraft? Well, the jury was always out. But in this case, there is clear data, clear-cut, irrefutable evidence that viewbotting your streams and fucking leapfrogging your way ahead of everyone that is legitimately streaming with less viewers than you does actually steal the viewers from them. You are directly competing in the exact same content, but you have now floated more visibly to the top through artificially inflating your numbers, fundamentally paying to win, and cheating the system. That 100% does take viewers away from the actual streamers on Twitch. Across the board. It's not a debate, and it's not like a competitive advantage. You are cheating. You are breaking the rules of the website too, by the way. Twitch just doesn't choose to enforce them very often. They have just let this go unchecked for an extremely long period of time. But it's not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to do that. So this, again, is not a debate. So, the problem is, that shit sucks. That is bad, not only for all the streamers that are doing it legitimately, but it's also bad for the platform. I'm actually kind of surprised Twitch doesn't face more hot water for their handling of bots for this long, because while Twitch on their back end can identify fraudulent traffic and adjust your ad revenue for it, that is something they've talked about before, how, like, if you viewbot a stream up to 2 million viewers instantaneously and then just start farming ads, Twitch will go and analyze that traffic to see if it's real, and they will adjust your earnings on it. I've seen them talk about that. While Twitch can do that on their back end and not lose their ass on that, you know who can't? Brands that work with streamers. The way a brand partnership works when it comes to streamers is they base your pay on your metrics. And the metrics that you provide, well, that's not going to account for bots. They can only go off the information that is accessible. And they don't have that back-end ability that Twitch has to go in there and see, well, who's a real viewer versus a fake one? Like, how many bots are here? They only have your metrics. So that's your average viewers, which could easily be hyperinflated because of bots. So what streamers can easily do, and definitely have done, is they boost all of their numbers to really high levels that they really are not achieving organically. It's not real viewers. It is all fraudulent, invalid traffic from botting services. They will inflate their viewer numbers. Then brands will approach them, or they will approach brands about doing a partnership or a sponsored stream, and they'll provide those viewer numbers, which will have the brand then give them higher pay than what they should be receiving. And the brand will pay this money under the impression that it's being served to X amount of viewers. And those viewers, they're assuming, are real, legitimate human beings with a pulse, but in reality, a lot of times, it's being served to bots. Aren't even there, aren't consuming it at all. So they're paying a lot of money to be put in front of bots without their knowledge. In some cases, of course, that's not every case. As I mentioned earlier, there are some brands that have been accused of botting the sponsored stream itself in order to float more visibly to, like, Twitch in whatever category they're in. So there are definitely some brands that are more than fine with using botting services to make it seem like it's more hype and there's more interest in this sponsored stream. Like, wow, there's 20,000 viewers here to watch, the poop that took a pee 2.0 just dropped. Look at all these people in here that are watching this sponsored stream. Meanwhile, it's the agency itself that is paying to boost those numbers. So both of these things happen where a brand will be none the wiser that what they are paying for is not getting served to real human beings that they expect it to. It's getting served to bots. And there are some brands that pay to actually just use the bots to try and generate this artificial hype around something. The way that bots function in the Twitch ecosystem is fucking crazy. I really am kind of surprised Twitch hasn't faced more problems from these companies for it. Like companies that might feel defrauded. Like they paid hand over fist to these streamers based on these viewer numbers only to learn, well, they're all being botted because Twitch does not care about botting. They kind of gave the soft green light that they're not going to crack down on it and don't really give a fuck. I imagine some brands would be really pissed to learn that. And I'm surprised they haven't, called out Twitch or tried to handle this litigiously or something about it. I don't know. I just found that to be a little interesting because it is very clear botting is a huge issue on Twitch. When they finally took their first real step in fighting against this menace, their overall platform viewership dropped 24%. And that's just the first snowball in an avalanche of bots, I imagine. That is the first wave. Can you imagine if Twitch actually deleted every bot from the platform? I wonder how high that percentage drop would have gone. You know what I mean? Now, in reality, I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's a very tall order to fight and delete every bot when these services are constantly going to be doing everything and spending tons and tons of money of their own to evade bot detection because they have so many clients that use them. There will probably always be bots on Twitch. Not only on Twitch, it's obviously on YouTube and every other streaming platform as well. I understand that. And also, I feel as though Twitch might be apprehensive about this anyway. Like, if Twitch had a magic button that they could press it, and it would guarantee every bot and all invalid traffic would be banned on Twitch from this point forward and could never return. It'd basically be like in K-pop Demon Hunters when they fully seal away all the demons, they can't return. If Twitch could do that right now, I think they would be very apprehensive about it because we just saw them take one step in fighting bots and they lost 24% of their viewer base over the last few days that it's been there. Like, that's a huge drop. And if they did it even harder, that number would only climb. And I imagine they would be worried about all of their brand partners starting to jump ship like, oh no, Twitch is dying. Look at this graph. You see how there's no more views? It's all dried up. Time to pull our ad spend from Twitch. I think they would be worried about the future of Twitch if they did that because their viewer count numbers would be so much lower, significantly lower, that they'd probably be getting hit financially pretty hard from all of these sponsors that are paying money to be put there. And brands don't really care about, the nuance of what the numbers say. They only care about what the numbers indicate. So most of the brands, I imagine, would see this. And in fact, some of them are probably already worried with the 24% drop. But if it got even higher, some brands would probably see this and they wouldn't take into account it's all bot activity. They would see this and be like, nope, this is dangerous. This is not worth the ad spend. We're pulling out. And even if they did bother to take a little bit of time looking into it, they might feel slighted by Twitch for letting this bot problem persist for so long, and they were spending so much money for what ultimately amounted to a lot of invalid traffic. So I think Twitch would be really skeptical about getting rid of every bot, even if they could. Which is why I was so surprised that they went this hard out of the gate against the bots and actually did make a dent in it. And I hope they continue to do this. I hope that they didn't, pump the brakes oh, that was a lot. We took a big viewership hit there from all this bot stuff. Let's maybe, pull our punches a little bit here. I hope they don't go down that path. I do hope they continue to make this a priority and do legitimately try and get as many bots off of Twitch as they possibly can. Anyway, that's enough blabbering about it from me today. That's about it. See ya. Boy howdy, I can't believe it. The title is not clickbait. This is big. Color me blue and call me a smurf. I'm looking real stupid right now because I've been quite the Scrooge humbugging saying that it'll never happen. They'll never release the Epstein files. And look what happens. Random Friday evening, they drop these puppies. Oh, the same Epstein files that the government also tried to say aren't real are actually a huge hoax and you're an idiot if you believe in them. They're like the Tooth Fairy or something. No such thing. Oh, well, here's those Epstein files that we said not long ago weren't real, by the way. Finally, all of the information on all of these evil pedophiles right here at our fingertips. We get one sentence and then pretty much everything else redacted. And this isn't some isolated incident where I'm cherry picking shit. The bulk of these files are heavily redacted, and heavily doesn't even do it justice. It's so beyond that. Like, it is redacted to a comical degree where it would be laughable if it wasn't just so blatantly evil. Like, look at the thumbnail here. You could close your eyes and see the same thing that these files show you, which is just nothing. Darkness. I always said if they do release it, it'll probably be heavily redacted. I didn't even expect it to be this extreme. This is crazy. They don't even let like a couple of like rogue words fly, like random like the or and. It's all just blacked out emptiness. They released hundreds of pages of it's unfucking believable. Yeah, we've really got these evil pedophiles on the ropes now that the most transparent administration in history has dropped these puppies fresh on our laps here. Look at this. Wow. We've really got them now. We've got them cornered. Surely they'll be held accountable with this out there.
We'll talk about blacking out. I don't know if I can get a close-up of my phone. This is one of the documents that the Justice Department released. It's 100 pages.
Right.
This is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see. It's all black. It's just 100 pages of redaction. That's the transparency we're getting here.
Right. And I'll point to...
This is like the LaCroix of Epstein files, where it's the idea of the files themselves, not actually providing anything. Imagine scrolling through those 100 pages of just pure void emptiness. What the fuck? That is absurd. Now, it's not just these empty files that they plopped out there in the open. They did also provide a lot of new photos that show people like Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, as well as like Chris Tucker, even Michael Jackson. Like, there were a large amount of photos that weren't previously public. And in those photos, there are individuals whose identity is redacted. They have like the giant black square over them. They've been censored. And I thought that was supposed to be for victims, you know? But according to what I read, this actually comes from Fox News. They said the Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. What the fuck? Why would those same redaction standards be applied to politically exposed individuals? That's like the most important individual to be exposed in these Epstein files. Why would that under any circumstances be suitable for a redaction? That's fucking crazy. So, like, they can just be censored out like it's fucking Super Smash Bros. Melee when you're about to unlock a new fighter through, like, a challenge approaching you. Why? That makes no sense. That should just be reserved solely for the victims here. I don't understand, if this is true, why they would be able to redact that kind of information on politically exposed individuals. And it doesn't apply to all politically exposed individuals, clearly, because Bill Clinton is completely unmasked here. He is just, like, raw out in the open in these photos, as well as others, like I mentioned. So it was, I guess there was exceptions for some of them. I'm not exactly sure how the ruling all worked. There's like a bunch of like nuance to it here. It's very confusing, but under no circumstances should there have been exceptions for these politically exposed individuals in the Epstein files and photos. That's really peculiar, and that really seems extremely corrupt, because they should all be going to jail. Like, take, for example, Bill fucking Clinton here. This guy's like the Ronald McDonald to Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking. This guy is in so many photos with so much evidence to support how deeply involved he was as a client. We now have even more photos of him, and still nothing has happened to Bill Clinton. The only person with more photographs with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell is Trump. And speaking of Trump, he is doing everything in his power to ensure Maxwell has the easiest time imaginable. Maxwell, the only person, by the way, who has ever faced even an iota of punishment for all of the innumerable, unthinkable, heinous crimes with Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking, the only person who faced even the slightest punishment, he has now ensured went from a prison to a fucking summer camp where she gets to, like, pet training service dogs now, and she lives luxuriously there. It's pretty weird. I think it's very odd that these files are so heavily redacted. I think there's also a very good chance that the photos released were probably not the entire kit and caboodle. I would bet there were probably even more photos that we don't have access to and have probably been completely burned and buried somewhere that just don't exist anymore. That would be my guess. And if you're wondering about any new photos of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein or Maxwell, there's not really anything new there, but he does appear in a few of these photos they released, like this one where there is a framed photo of him with Jeffrey Epstein and Melania in between, as well as this right here where you can see two different pictures of Trump in the drawer. So overall, no like new photos of them together, but there is a framed one and a couple in that drawer, so he did like to keep photos of Trump around of the two when they hung out. And it's hard to say if there's any new evidence there because there isn't anything new in the files themselves since it's all fucking redacted. So the only thing like new here are some of these photographs, which also are redacted. And while I thought it was supposed to be reserved solely for victims, it seems as though there is the potential that it was also used to hide politically exposed individuals. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed or not, but there is now a lot of hoopla saying that this doesn't comply with what was actually sought, and they are looking to pursue further action because they redacted so much that they weren't allowed to. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes out, but holy shit, I still cannot believe what they released here in the state that it is. I can't believe they thought this would go over well with literally anybody to release hundreds of pages of pure redactions. That's unbelievable. But as far as the new photos go, I don't see how that's not actionable to at least try and investigate further. In particular, someone like Bill Clinton, who's here constantly. This guy's popping up like it's Where's Waldo, but he's really easy to spot. I don't understand how, if all of this information has existed for this long, and even in this administration that was denying its existence, why don't they do anything about what they have? I feel like it should warrant, at the very least, some further poking around to see what the fuck was happening here. Like, it just makes no sense to me until you start to realize that all of these people in power, this administration, the previous administration too, who also didn't release anything of substance when it comes to the Jeffrey Epstein case, still nobody's been punished. It's very clear when you realize that there are people on both sides of the political aisle here that are implicated, and should someone like Bill Clinton fall, there's a chance that many others do too that they don't want being exposed. I think that's probably why there's been so little action being taken. It's just so fucking sickening how blatant this corruption is just out in the open. And now with these documents they released, if you can even call them that, it's even more clear as day just how deep this rot goes. It's fucking absurd. Anyway, I had to yap about this a bit. That's it. So yeah, I actually got to have a conversation with Aaron Paul. I don't think any of you have ever seen me like fanboy giggling and kicking my legs up in my chair like in nervousness and excitement, but you're about to. I've said this a lot. Breaking Bad, I think, is a perfect show. I followed Aaron Paul's work for the longest time. I am lucky enough to be in a game with Aaron Paul, but I've never met him or anything. We recorded lines on separate ends of the country. So, Matt reached out through Dispatch to see if Aaron Paul would be open to just like shooting the shit with me for a little bit. And he was. And I think we had an amazing conversation. And not only was I, butterflies in my tummy, even my technology, I think, was nervous meeting Aaron Paul, because my mic, for some reason, set itself to like half power. So it actually is kind of hard to hear me, and I sound really, really shy and like quiet and timid because for some reason my mic volume set itself super fucking low. So I want to just get that out of the way at the top of this video here, because it does sound like I'm doing like a little bit of ASMR sometimes here in this conversation. But trust me, I was bold and assertive with my intonation and everything, so it's just the mic kind of let me down a little bit on the recording. Now, to be clear, while we are in Dispatch together, this is not like a PR push for Dispatch or anything, but it is something we talked about because we're just both very hyped to be a part of the project. But I want to make it clear this is not a sponsored video or anything. I don't want that shit to get twisted. This is truly just, it was almost like a Make-A-Wish thing here for me, where because we worked on this together, we were able to at least ask if he'd be interested in, talking to a fucking Cro-Magnon goober like me. And he was nice enough to take some time to sit down and entertain some really dumbass questions from me here. So now my plan was to let this, fucking rip here raw, no rubber condom off, like no cuts or anything. But because my mic was cutting out, for some reason, it ended up muting all the audio in certain segments, which now just leaves entire sections blank. So I am going to cut those out and try and contextualize it a bit for what we were talking about in order to lead into the sections that once again have sound. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that little warning here at the top.
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Oh, it is all happening. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Such a pleasure, man.
No, man, it's an honor for me, brother. This is huge for me.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. It's huge for me too. I've become such a massive fan of yours.
Really? No,
yeah,
that's
over
awesome.
through this whole process, and Pierre was just singing your praises, and here I am. So it's great.
Hey, give him my best for me. That's super sweet. I'll have to slip him some money under the table for the good PR he gave me.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure, bud.
Just kind of wanted to shoot the shit, man. I'm not like a big interview guy, so I just kind of wanted to meet you and talk about some wacky shit if you're up for it.
I love it. I'm all in. Can you see me? Can you hear me all right? Is that all right?
Oh yeah, no, you look amazing.
Okay.
You sound great. This is perfect.
Great. So where are you at right now?
Tampa, Florida, baby.
All right. Love it. My family and I we live in Paris now. And so we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. Kids are learning French.
Exciting. How long have you been in Paris, France now?
We've been here for a few months.
Oh, okay. So this is
not long. Yeah, it's a very fresh move. All right, let's hear it. What's up? Are we beginning? Are we in this?
Oh yeah, no, we're going in. We're
let's go, baby. Hey, are we live right now?
Well, just recording.
Kind of. Oh, okay, great. And then you're gonna do what you do. I love it. Well, first, let me start this off. Congratulations on everything.
Hey, man, thank you so much.
Yeah.
You as well, brother.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. It's just really cool to see people do what they love. Just really at the highest level in their own field. You know what I mean? And so, bravo, man.
That means a lot. And I truly just feel like I got lucky. I got blessed. Started it when I was like 11, and things just kind of fell into place really in a unbelievably fortuitous way that I could have never.
Wow, you started at 11.
Yes, sir. 11 years old.
No way. That is just so amazing.
It wasn't a super noble start. I was grabbing a bunch of other people's videos and re-uploading them. I mean, it was some gnarly shit I was posting back then.
That's great. Hey, we all start somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, I mean, Price is Right.
Oh, let's go.
The classics, the absolute classics.
Let's go. The class, the Price is Right. I got to tell you, this was during a time where I actually really needed money, right? I was doing at that time I was doing commercials, and actually when The Price is Right aired, I had 2 commercials of mine aired during the commercial breaks randomly during my particular episode. And, but I was desperate to win, right? And I showed up in line and I had a big gulp from 7-Eleven filled with Red Bull. And so you could see that I looked like I was on drugs on the show because I could not sit still. It was because of the Red Bull. But, yeah, that's my story.
Hey, coming in like a little jump scare here. This was one of the sections where my mic fully cut out, which my response is now muted, which also muted a bit of the overall audio as well. So instead, I will just tell you that I thought it was very cool. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the infamous Aaron Paul on Price is Right clip. It's a really fun clip to watch. As he's mentioning, he looks wired. He is expressing enthusiasm that you probably wouldn't see me express if I witnessed the birth of my first child. I don't know if I'm able to convey that level of enthusiasm. It looked like he won the fucking Super Bowl on The Price is Right. Super hype. So here, I got a wacky one for you. Aliens. I want to dive right in. How do you feel about aliens?
I mean, I'm all in on the aliens.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what do you think?
I mean, are you not?
Oh, I super am. Me and my dad, we get into arguments all the time because my dad, big time firm believer, he thinks aliens built the pyramids. He's all in on Kunku.
I mean, look, I think it's pretty ignorant to think that aliens don't exist.
Absolutely. Do you think they visited us though?
I'm not sure. You know what? I actually think maybe there are other species on the planet that we just simply don't know about that are far smarter than we could ever imagine. You know what I mean? There's new things that are being discovered constantly, that have been here forever. I mean, far before humans. And And so, I mean, if you look at like microorganisms, for example, that was just recently discovered in comparison of, humanity. But, and they're everywhere.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Especially like in the ocean, you got like some fucking nightmarish creatures.
There's some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, look at, the movie The Abyss.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the storyline. That's kind of what I maybe believe. Maybe there are super intellectual species that live deep, deep, deep in our waters, but who knows?
What do you think, they built the pyramids?
Maybe, man. I mean, the pyramids. The fact that the pyramids were just built for it feels like they weren't tombs, right? They were just built for a purpose. Like there's something going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, my
what is that purpose? You tell me.
According to my father, who I think preeminent expert on everything extraterrestrial. This guy, I swear, if there are aliens coming, they'll contact him first.
I love it.
He likes to say the pyramids, he believes, were used since they're lined up with the Orion's belt, like perfectly within centimeters or something. He believes it was some kind of like communication device that the aliens gave humans the blueprints for to talk to them or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty surreal. There's some incredible things out there for sure.
Yeah. Now, kind of piggybacking off that, how about ghosts? What do you think of ghosts?
Oh, ghosts, man. You know what? I don't know. I think our minds sort of play tricks on us, maybe. But the thing is, I don't know. So I'm open to it all, Yeah. I always say, what you know until you know something else, right? And so.
Yeah, so I'm a big time Scrooge when it comes to the paranormal. I bah humbug it, but like you, I like to be very open.
See, I like to be open, but I think I'm right on your level, buddy. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think our minds can easily play tricks on us, and we tend to, if we believe in that, we tend to just really lean in. But
I've been doing a lot of ghost hunts recently to prove myself wrong, because I think it'd be really fucking hype.
I love ghost stories, I love like films with said ghosts, but yeah.
It's fun, man. Nothing's happened so far, but if I ever have a paranormal experience where I'm levitating and...
Will you call me?
Oh, for sure. Oh, okay, my God, yeah.
Okay, I hope so. I
hope it's something truly horrifying, like I end up in a mangled corpse or something because a ghost just annihilates me. It'd be incredible.
You're like, you never believed in me, and they're just coming after you.
And now here's one of the instances I briefly mentioned at the start of the video here, where this whole section is a bit fucky because my mic wasn't picking up some of the audio, which ended up muting some of the audio just on the recording itself. So I'll just go ahead and intro what this topic here was that it kind of bounced to. Aaron Paul was mentioning about how excited he was about the response to Dispatch. So then we started talking a bit about Dispatch for a minute.
Just really excited that the world has really responded to what you and I and the rest of the team have put so much love into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, it took 2 years. I don't know how long it took you to, finally from start to finish, but it took a long time for me.
Yeah, no, it wasn't short.
Yeah, it wasn't short. And I mean, I just got approached by a guy. I was picking up smash burgers last night just down the road, and he came in from outside and he approached me and said, "Hey, Mr. Paul, it's just so nice to meet you. I just want to thank you so much for doing Dispatch." It was just, I've been getting approached from so many people on the streets about this game, and I just love that it really resonates with people. So
you're the heart and soul of Dispatch, though, man. Dispatch does not hit as hard if it's not Aaron Paul as Robert Robertson, man. I'm telling you, you are like the catalyst to why that game is so good. Your performance is incredible. And I'm just lucky to be a part of it, man. The whole team crushed it. The writing is amazing. Animation's amazing.
Isn't it true? I think it's really special, and this is why I leaned in. It was sent to me. I've been asked to do games in the past, and I've really wanted to jump into the gaming world just because I love gamers, and I love how it kind of just unites people, you know. And my brother is a gamer through and through every day of his life. He's in the game world, and most of his friends are people that he's met through gaming. You know, he's never met them in, you know, most of them in person, but it's just scattered throughout the world. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing to see how it really brings people together. I mean, this is your world, right? And it's just it's really cool. It's really cool to see. And I'm very proud to finally, you know, sort of be a part of it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It is a special game. Like, I think there's very few games that have this kind of passion that is clearly coming through I think they've done an amazing job.
Yeah, we're spoiled, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only downhill from here for me. Like this, I'm never getting another role like
all right,
this.
well, we can hold hands as we are falling down. It's all right. We have each other. It's fine.
Exactly. That's all we need at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
So I guess kind of speaking on the acting side of things, I have a bit of a big guilty pleasure, and I'm curious if you've got something similar. I love like horrible movies, like really bad movies. I love it.
You do?
Yeah. Are you kind of in the same boat at all? Do you ever watch anything that's like so bad?
I mean, man, I don't know. You know, I don't know if I'm in the same boat. Like, can you give me an example of something that is so bad that it's good? Are you talking like Sharknado? Yeah, is that sort of the vibe?
It's kind of in the vibe, but
and nothing against Sharknado or the people behind Sharknado.
Right.
You know, congratulations. But I don't know. I mean, I lean into, and you know, like the old school, like Adam Sandler type humor. I mean, I think he's so brilliant, but a lot of the humor is very dumb humor, right? And which is great, but I don't think that's in the category of, because I think his movies are perfect. You know what I mean? So give me an example of very bad. What movies do you consider very bad but you're in love with?
So I think the classic go-to for most people is like Tommy Wiseau's The Room, but I've got a bit of a pinky up pretentious pick here from a few years ago called Moonfall. Have you ever heard of Moonfall?
No.
It is a beautiful disaster about the moon falling out of orbit and about to destroy the world.
Oh, wow.
And it is fascinating. Like, I don't want to spoil too much, but it goes in directions you would never, ever possibly expect with the most
That's so interesting, because I always thought, you know what, that would be a great concept of a movie. There's always movies about asteroids coming to Earth and destroying Earth.
Right.
But what if an asteroid came to the moon and really just annihilated it? What would how would that affect Earth? So is that kind of similar to what?
It's similar to that, but if you were like overdosing while writing it, like it is insane. Like in all the right ways, it is insane, which makes it so fun.
That is great. Okay, I'll check it out. Have you seen? First of all, are you up to date on? Do you watch The Studio? Do you watch that show?
Oh no! I've been meaning to catch up on.
All right. Well, there's a great movie that Seth Rogen, he's a big studio head, and they're trying to create this movie about a zombie apocalypse that's sort of spread through diarrhea, and but there's a movie that was made forever ago. Maybe they got inspired by this movie for the show, but it's a film called Zombie Ass.
Ass, huh?
Zombie Ass, and it's just all about that. It's about a zombie apocalypse that happens all through your bowel movement. So when you have a moment, check out the trailer for Zombie Ass.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. I never watched the movie, but I saw this trailer 20 years ago, and it's something that has stuck with me my entire life.
All right, I'll have to give you my letterboxd review on that. Maybe I'll be a big zombie ass.
Yeah, you might. It might fall into that category perfectly for you. But I actually love the trailer. It's just so far down I mean, it's just so terrible. But you can't look away. You know what I mean?
That's the best feeling right there. That's what I look for.
Yeah, I love it.
What else what are you into right now? Like what's been like your big go-to, whether it's for like entertainment or maybe just like a new hobby you found yourself diving in on?
Oh man. Well, I'm obsessed with running. I never used to be like an active person. I used to hate running, to be honest. This isn't really a very exciting answer. I'm just trying to think of something that I'm really obsessed with. But it's something I have to do every day. It's one of those things. It took me a minute to get addicted to it, but now I just love it, but yeah, it's not all that exciting. Out here, I'm trying my hardest with French. I guess that's like a new hobby. My kids are far better than I am. I mean, they're in a fully immersive school. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old, girl, boy. But yeah, what else? It's not, I mean, I love movies, I try to watch a movie. I try to do it every night, if I can. But yeah. What about you?
Oh man, just kind of same old shit over here. I've been learning magic tricks. I mean, I guess that's a new one.
Do you have one? Can you show me one?
Oh boy, I don't know.
Oh, can you show me one?
Oh, all right. Since you're asking so nicely, give me 1 second. Let me get my deck of cards real quick.
Okay. I have a story about a magic trick that, cause I know maybe two like card tricks, that were shown to me by my grandfather when I was a young boy. And I remember, when I booked a Mission Impossible movie that J.J. Abrams was directing. And I remember when I met with J.J., my friend did Lost with J.J. and she told me, JJ's obsessed with magic. So bring up magic when you meet him. I go, I will. And so I brought up magic my first day on set of Mission Impossible. And, I had not met Tom Cruise yet. And, I'm talking to JJ. I go, hey, so you're into magic. And he's like, oh my God. He goes, wait, do you know magic? I go, oh, well, I started backpedaling. I go, oh, yeah, I know, maybe a couple tricks. He's like, you got to show me. Like, soon you got to show me. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Anyways, Tom Cruise comes walking onto set with JJ. And the first thing out of JJ's mouth when he introduces me to Tom, he goes, Aaron's a magician. I'm like, oh, no. And this is in front of the entire crew. And they have a deck of cards to give to me. He's like, come on, show Tom a trick. I was like, oh no, this is not happening. And the first time I tried the trick on Tom, it fails miserably. No. But in classic Tom Cruise fashion, he just shakes my hand and kind of laughs. And he's like, no, do it again. I was like, oh no. And so I just pull out like such a child magic trick that is just such a no-brainer. And, I just do this kid's trick to Tom Cruise and it worked, but it's just so lame, but he was just so sweet about it. Anyways, that's all I got.
That's awesome,
but
though.
Isn't that such a funny and also kind of sad story?
No, nothing sad about it. I think that's special. And now he'll always remember you as the magician that blew his mind.
Okay. All right. Well, what sort of magic are you into?
So when I was a kid, I used to love magic. I used to buy like the DVDs for like illusionists to do all like the flourishes and all that.
Yeah.
And we were filming a video last week where we brought in a magician just for some fun. And I've just got the fucking bug again. So me and a couple of friends have been learning so many magic tricks.
I love it. That's great.
It's fun. It's so fun.
It is so fun. I love creating magical worlds for my kids. So I'm very much on that same page, Yeah. And so I should really learn more, to like fascinate them because I'm really into it as well. So
I can teach you a couple of them that I've dusted off the knowledge of.
Okay. You know what? I was just in New York. I was in New York twice over the last 2 weeks. And each time I went to this beautiful thing, called Speakeasy Magic. And, it's the theme of the bar is the Overlook Hotel from The Shining. But then you are told to go through this sort of like secret passage. I don't want to give anything away, but I recommend whoever's watching, if you happen to go to New York, go to Speakeasy Magic. It is the greatest magic show I think I've ever seen. It's just like brilliant magicians come to your little table, just like in rotation, and they just constantly show you close-up magic. So cool. But it's the greatest close-up magic you've ever seen. That's exciting. Yeah, that's cool. So, I don't want to put you on the spot. I feel like I'm being J.J. Abrams right now, demanding that you do a trick. No. Yeah, have you done some tricks on your?
We did when the magicians came. It was in order to do street magic. So
yeah.
The idea was they'd show me tricks, blow my mind, and then I would then learn a trick or two to do street magic in Tampa to see if I could,
great.
Yep, see if I can impress anybody. So I did do a few tricks, and I got to tell you, those people will never be the same after what I did to them out there.
Well, remember when David Blaine's special came out, Street Magic?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day. I remember DiCaprio was a part of it randomly.
Yep. He did all the cool shit, sticking the ice pick into his hand.
Dude, I pulled an ice pick out of David Blaine's hand in a hotel room in Comic-Con in San Diego. Yeah, I still have that ice pick.
That's awesome. Was that in the special, or was that just for fun?
No, it was in the special.
Oh,
it was in the special. But yeah, but it's legit. I mean, he just does it. He just kind of goes through, pain hypnosis and just leans in. Okay, what are you gonna? You're gonna blow all of our minds right now. I know it.
I can do a little one real quick. Let me just grab this deck of cards. It's not
okay.
Temper your expectations. I don't think I'm gonna have you over there like prolapsing in disbelief or anything. I think it'll be pretty standard, but I'll see what I can do. Give you just one second.
Okay, let's do it. I love it. I'm very excited about what's to happen. I think all of you are. It's gonna be great. He's gonna blow our minds. Where is he going? What is he doing? Is he setting up the deck right now? Is that what's happening? Okay. Let's see. The anticipation is killing me.
See if I can pull a little something off here.
All right, I'm watching.
Okay, this is a pretty simple one. So here, I'd fan out the cards. I'd say, all right, Aaron, Paul, J.J. Abrams here. Pick a card. Oh, here.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pick that. So I pull it. Yeah. That one looks great. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good pick. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So then, what I'd have you do?
Yeah.
You'd have your card. You lock that in. I'd flip over so everything's face up. You'd put the face down card in the face up deck. Where it doesn't matter where.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to see what your card would be, right? Because everything's face up, it's face down. So then what I'd do, I'd fuck it up and I'd say, like, don't want to make a magician's jump too easy here because I can clearly see what your card is. So you'd flip face up, face down, face up, face down. So now we can agree it's all mixed up. We've got face down cards and face up positions. Everything's all weird and cattywampus. Then I'd ask you, well, what's a magic word? What's your favorite word?
I mean, abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
I mean, right?
Just like that. The whole deck is face up.
Wait.
Except, what's that little guy doing there?
Whoa. Okay. That is is that my card?
I don't know. Is it your card?
Oh, wow. There you go, buddy. Okay. That's very impressive. Come on.
Do you think I'd get a Mission Impossible role for that?
That's very, very impressive. That is so far superior to the one that I attempted to do. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
The people in the streets of Tampa couldn't get enough of that when they were trying to burn me at the stake for it.
That's great, man. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
How long have you been growing out that hair of yours? Beautiful hair.
Thank you. 2018, and I did it out of spite.
Oh, good. You know what? Doing stuff out of spite is the best.
It is, right? It just feels so good.
Yeah. It's very spiteful of you.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. So, okay, what out of spite because you just wanted to rub it in everyone's face?
No, so like I had just not gotten a haircut in a little while. I guess I just got real lazy, fucking full. And people online were like, "Man, you look like shit. Cut your hair." So I said, "Okay, you know what? Hold my wiener. I'm not cutting my hair ever again." Actually, I just never cut it.
Excuse me. Hold my wiener just for a moment, and then you just let it go. Good for you.
Exactly. That's
That's
right.
great. And then now you're rocking it.
Yep. And now I just actually really like it.
So, are you going to keep it going forever?
Probably, barring some kind of catastrophic change in life circumstances, or if J.J. Abrams contacts me for Mission Impossible and needs a man. Like I've watched a lot of your interviews. Like, I've been a huge fan of yours for a super long time. Breaking Bad is literally my favorite show ever. I think it is perfect.
Oh, thanks, man.
So I pay attention, and I know that you're not like a big technology guy. And here again, this whole segment here had my mic cutting in and out, which was like muting the recording audio. So it almost seems like I'm saying like a slur or something here because the audio like censors me as I'm asking him this question. But what I was asking him was about his relationship with technology, because I have followed Aaron Paul for a long time. I have seen a lot of his interviews, and he's mentioned like once or twice that he personally doesn't indulge in a lot of the technology that we have glued to our asshole every second of every day, with all of these modern conveniences where most of us spend the vast majority of our times behind screens, or our days are based around a lot of these things, and always being online with unlimited access. Aaron Paul has stated like once or twice in the past that he doesn't subscribe to that. And there was even some articles I read a while ago where they were speculating to what extent, and they made it sound like he was living in a van down by the river, isolated from Wi-Fi signals with no electricity and no running water, and that's clearly not the case at all. So I wanted to just ask and figure out like what actually is his relationship with technology, because I think it is a very admirable decision to not be, perpetually consumed by, technology every second of every day, where you're like hypnotized by it and scratching at your neck if you can't check your phone or something.
Yeah. I just, maybe I have a pretty addictive personality, and I used to own a computer. I've had two computers, two laptops, and they both got stolen. One got stolen out of my car, and one got stolen out of my place in Albuquerque when I was shooting Breaking Bad, and each time it felt like my world was just so invasive, and it's like I'm not going to get a computer again for a while. And I realized when I let go of my computer how much more time I had in my personal life. I found myself being outside more. I found myself just doing other activities outside of just sort of surfing the web. And then same thing, like I used to smoke back in the day. I quit like 20 years ago. And the moment I quit, I realized again how much more time I had. And so once I mean, look, I'm talking on my iPhone right now, right? I still have a smartphone, but I try to use I just swap out my SIM card. I have another phone I use called the Light phone. And I just love it. I feel lighter when I go out into the world. I stopped getting the sort of like the phantom, vibrating phone in my pocket. That stopped. I stopped just like doom scrolling, I just felt healthier. You know what I mean? For me. But yeah, I encourage people to, I'm not anti-technology by any means, but I think it's important for people to control themselves. They should control the technology versus, technology kind of controlling them, which I think in a lot of cases is the case.
Absolutely. So like, I was going to mention, I actually made like a pretty big disconnect from the online world. Like I was very much every day doom scrolling constantly. A year ago, kind of just cold turkey tried to reduce that as much as. Then of course the audio goes once again to the back rooms here. I don't know why this was happening. My guess is that on the call, my mic was being prioritized by the call, which then lowered it for like the OBS recording. Because on the call, I could see the levels were great. I didn't check the OBS levels, but it's clear it wasn't really good on OBS. But anyway, what I was saying there is that I definitely understand that perspective because I recently, over the last year, have made much more of an effort to disconnect from a lot of like the online stuff every second of every day. And unsurprisingly, it does feel better. I think pretty much anyone who like reduces the amount of time they spend online will probably tell you, preach the gospel, that they do feel better for it. And something I've been pretty outspoken with for a long time now, even before like, taking more time away from like perpetual internet shit, is that everyone kind of retreats inside now because a lot of technology is wanting you to do that because you are much more profitable when you are inside fucking hooked on their product like a child latched onto their mother's teat. When you are suckling from things like, AI, if you're using AI as your best friend and constantly be chatting to them or whatever, and only talking to people through the internet, you're not making like powerful connections. Like, yeah, of course you can connect to people and it's great for that, but you miss out on so much of like a social experience of life by not being out in the real world for meaningful periods of time. And I think that is just so important, and it's why we're seeing so many people being less and less happy. And I talk about this on stream. This isn't a new thing for me. This is something I yap about quite a bit. I think one of the most important things you can do for your own mental health and well-being, and also just to get better at the socializing with humans, is to actually go out and meet humans, to be in the real world as opposed to constantly online. I don't think it's any surprise that people feel more alone now than ever because people are inside now more than ever. Like, it's not the biggest mystery in the world. So I think that Aaron Paul's decision here and the way he explains it makes a lot of sense to me, where he's reduced the amount of technology that he consumes in his day-to-day life. It's not zero. So he still does, of course, have plenty of modern conveniences. He's just not constantly inundated with them. So I do think that makes sense. Hearing that he didn't have a computer is very interesting, though. That would be very tough for me to live my life without at least having a computer. Even outside of like just being able to see what's going on in the world, not being able to play games. Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. That's a fate worse than death. Imagine a world no games.
I mean, I don't think we're meant to have all of this information. Well, I know we're not meant to have all this information. Like, we're not supposed to be drowning in information. You know what I mean?
And not only that, you're not supposed to be like as available all the time, connected to every human being on the planet.
No. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Hey man, I mean, I'm such a big advocate of this phone. It's called the Light phone. I would love to send you one. Sure. You would love it. And I think it's just important for people to know that there's other options out there. I mean, smartphones were built, they were designed really to become addictive, and it's become a drug in a way, and it's just a drug that's fully acceptable, globally, and I just feel, like I built a cabin in the mountains of Idaho. I grew up in Idaho. I love that state. But when I built it, I really wanted people to come and disconnect. And so I have a hidden Wi-Fi. So like when you look, because there's zero service there, when you look for Wi-Fi, nothing even shows up. A network doesn't even show up. And so people will ask, like, well, what's your Wi-Fi? And I just say, we don't have one. And first they panic, Yeah. I go, look, if you need to get work done, there's a lodge with a great space. You can get work done. It's a mile up the road. You can get there in, 4 minutes. And, but the way people change in literally just a day, you know, they become a different person.
Absolutely.
You know. Yeah. And so I can't recommend it enough. I'm going to send you a phone.
I'd love to show you the farm around here. We're gonna work on getting a lot of cool shit going. Like, I mean, you have the alcohol, and something that kind of inspired us for is we want to do like a little vineyard at the farm.
Okay.
Not as like a business or anything, just for like some fun. But if we ever start making some high quality wine, I'll send you some of that.
There you go. I love it. Hey, I'm all about that, man. Working with your hands, growing stuff yourself. You know, after so we're doing a year abroad here in Paris, and then we're actually moving. We have a farm in the countryside in California, about an hour and a half outside of LA. We've had it for about 5 years. It's an old walnut farm. But we have a very small vineyard. It's a blend. It's a 70-30 split of red grapes. But the thing is, it's all dry farming we do. This is the first year that we're actually going to finally harvest the grapes. But we have 300 separate vines, and each vine usually produces, apparently from what I hear, produces about one bottle. So we'll get roughly 300 bottles.
That's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah. So when that's done, I'll send you some as well.
Brother, I'm excited for this care package. You're like Santa Claus right now. This is awesome.
I do what I can. You know what I mean? But I hope it's good. I'll send you some walnuts, send you some wine, send you some phones. It's great. What more do you need? You know? Well, I'm excited for you to try the company that Brian and I started. It's a labor of love. We've never taken a salary. We've only hemorrhaged money into the company. We're very proud to say that we've hired all of our employees personally. But when we were launching this thing, we were in Florida all the time, all over Florida.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Rocco's Tacos, legendary. Love Rocco. That was one of our first accounts out in Florida, and we served drinks there many times. But yeah, I'll set you up.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Full disclosure, I hadn't watched this recording back until right now as I'm editing it. It's always hard for you to know like how my editing process goes, I suppose. But I basically just edit things, you know, I do it live, you know, fuck it, do it live type shit. And as I am editing this, it seems like every single time I am talking towards the end of the call here, my mic is it's just sucking the fattest farts right now. It is cutting out pretty much every time I talk. And I can't even like leave in the tiddlywinks because it's actually just silence, mainly on my end. So now it's like not muting all of the audio. Now it's mainly me sprinkled in here with muting sometimes the whole call. I don't know what happened. And it really sucks because now it makes it hard to just showcase the whole conversation. So now I'm going to need to like explain how we got to this topic that Aaron and I are discussing. And it's like I have to fucking ADR it because now my section of it's not in there, which not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose, because let's be honest, you're not here to listen to me yap. You want to hear from Aaron Paul. But even still, it's weird because now I have to break up the conversation because my mic was not cooperating. Or I guess maybe it's not even really the mic's fault. I should have probably just checked the OBS settings. But man. Anyway, though, we were drifting into talking about things that we are doing currently that we're passionate about, like projects. And he was talking about what him and Bryan Cranston have been doing together, like Dos Hombres, which is the alcohol that they do together. And I don't know, it's just really wholesome listening to him talk about how much he enjoys this process and how much it means to him.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're super proud of it. It's our baby. You know, we traveled down to Oaxaca in search of it personally, and we made a pact. Like, look, if we don't find something that we both truly love, there's no reason to bring it out into the world. You know, if one person loves it and the other, you know, is not a fan. There's no reason. And so it took us a minute to find it, but we finally did. And, we're incredibly proud of, the company that we've built for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You guys have crushed it, man. And like you said, if it's not something that you are passionate about, if it's not perfect, what's the, like you,
exactly.
It's something that you want to do out of the love of doing. I think that shows pretty much in everything you do, by the way. Like
thank you, bro.
Everything I've ever seen from you, it always feels like, oh, Aaron Paul's doing this not for like a paycheck or something. He's like, oh, he's like all in on this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't made any money off of that. And same, I mean, I actually just started, not just, I've been working on it for a couple of years, but we've been on the market for almost a year. I started a fine food group randomly with a buddy of mine who is a world-class chef. But we wanted to bring out humane, sustainable products that, companies and customers can trust. It's called the Only Fine Food Group. And so once I have a bunch of stuff to share with you, I'm going to send you a big gift basket. I'm going to wrap the bow myself. I might just hand deliver it to you.
Would love that.
But yeah. It's good, man. It's just fun to find stuff that you are passionate about, whatever that may be, and just lean into it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people, not a lot, I think every single person on the planet has ideas, right? It's just all about following through with those ideas and just kind of marching forward, and don't let anyone get you down,
Absolutely, man. I think that's a very inspirational thing here too, for those people that have ideas and don't know how to start or don't have the motivation.
Right.
Big thing, man, is you just gotta fucking rip it. You just gotta send it.
You just gotta rip it, baby. I love it. You gotta send it. Exactly right. And also throw a bunch of shit on the wall.
Absolutely.
See what sticks.
Yeah. There's so many options now. While there is an over-reliance on technology, a lot of what's happened as a result is a big barrier to a lot of things has gotten smaller.
Right.
So now is a great time to start for things that you're passionate about, because you can find unlimited resources on what you need to procure it or where you need to start, which is just great. I think it's just
See, that's one of the things that I actually love about AI. I actually really do not like AI at all. I think it's very dangerous, but there's some elements of AI that I can get behind. I can really get behind some elements of it. But one of those is advice. There's some great advice on how to build companies. What are the first steps, right? There's also a great book called 0 to 1. Some great books of learning how to really, what is the first step? And so, yeah. I love this conversation you and I are having. We're just so all over the place, from aliens to pyramids to business to magic. I think it's great. I hope it works out.
Well, I personally think it worked out really well. I very much enjoyed this conversation. It is unfortunate that I fucked up the recording in such a big way, though. And I know there's a bit of a meme with me being inept when it comes to technology, but come on. I feel like I'm somewhat blameless here. How was I supposed to expect my mic to set its audio to only be communicative with whales? I didn't expect it to just start muting itself with no actual decibels or anything. It was fine on the call, but the OBS audio for some reason was just set super low and just ended up muting and nuking a lot of the content. So my response to this is not even audible, by the way. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, it was a very fun conversation where I am not an interviewer. I have never really done formal interviews or anything like that, but I love to have conversations with people. And I really appreciated how willing Aaron Paul was just to go all over the place with me here. There was no through line or anything with our conversation. It was truly just shooting the shit, which is something I really like to do. It's something that's a staple on my streams where we just shoot the shit. And I really enjoy just that whole type of vibe. And it was a lot of fun to talk about just a bunch of things with Aaron Paul. So I completely share the sentiment. I loved the conversation. We did also talk a little bit more about Dispatch because we are both still pretty giddy over just how good the game has turned out to be and how much people seem to like it. But I want to make it clear again, this is not a sponsor or anything at all. Again, we are just all over the place just talking about things that we like. And that, again, has just been a topic that we wanted to talk about together. So it is here.
I hope that you and I get to do multiple seasons of this game.
Me too.
I love talking about people that you want to cheer for. The team behind Dispatch are just all so great, so passionate about what they do. the love and the care they put into these stories is truly blinding, and is what really resonated with me when I first got the scripts that were sent my way. I mean, it was a stack of 8 scripts, thick scripts, right? It was a daunting thing to kind of take on when it was offered to me. But I read sort of the clip notes of it. I saw a little teaser trailer and then a beautiful scene that was already animated. And I was like, wow, this game is really different, and I love the rollout. I miss that because, it gives you the sort of the water cooler talk at the end of the week or the beginning of the week, right? Of the particular episodes or that you completed. It's like when Breaking Bad came out, right. It aired Sunday nights, right? So people would get together, at work on Monday and just, talk about what they just witnessed. It's very cool. So, I hope we get to go, I hope we get to do more.
Me too, man. I'm super excited about doing. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it's fucking crushing it, man. 1 million.
Dude, it's crazy. How does that make you feel? Are you excited?
Oh yeah, man. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're probably familiar with me in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, but
of course. I mean, everybody. Honestly, people in Paris still talk about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, you made a serious impression globally. So.
Yeah, I was snubbed at the Oscars that year, but
I know. I'm honestly still pretty pissed.
I don't think about it much anymore. But aside from that, this is like the first real role I've had. So for it to be a banger like this is crazy.
I just love to be part of the team. It's very, very cool. And I love your enthusiasm. Watched your videos and you're like, your whole thing is like, I just hope I don't suck ass. And you certainly don't, man. You certainly don't. It's very cool. The unfortunate thing with doing this is it just takes so much time to do it. So it's hard to get people together to kind of really work off of each other. Right. But luckily we were able to, in our cans, like in the sound booth, we could hear sometimes, the other performances. But, it was cool, man. It was a fun ride. I'm excited for people. I'm not sure where I know the last run of episodes was like a pretty serious cliffhanger. I'm sure when this comes out, maybe all of them will have aired. I'm not sure.
I can post this whenever. The finale is on Wednesday. So
Oh, great.
I've been streaming it. I am super invested in it. I think it is an extremely, extremely compelling story that I can't wait to see how they wrap up. Because I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So was it the last set of was it a pretty serious cliffhanger?
Yeah. It was with Chase.
Yeah. So you don't know what happens to Chase yet?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Sonar's lines are, I'm doing coke looking at boobs. I don't know what happened.
That's so great. Sonar's great. Yeah, you're gonna I'm interested to see what people feel of the whole thing. But yeah, it's great.
It really is, man. I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me, man. I know probably a little odd talking to a goober like this over a call like this,
please. No, honestly, I gotta say it's very refreshing. I love your whole vibe. I love what you're doing. I couldn't be happier for you, and I couldn't be happier about being a part of, one of your things. It's great. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, brother. Again, it's a huge honor. Truly, I've had to do my best to sit in this chair without jumping up and enjoy this. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, man. I'm looking forward to hopefully talking again.
Yeah, for sure. Would love that. And next time I'm in Tampa, I'm hitting you up.
Fuck yeah. Can't wait, brother.
All right. See you, bud.
See you, man. What a nice guy. What a genuinely nice guy. Even pretending to be impressed by my magic trick and all. I really appreciated the conversation. We got to talk for an hour, feel each other out, and I hope we get to do more together in the future. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanted to share this with all of you, and that's really about it. So yeah. Title's not clickbait. For the first time ever, I have been served some hefty legal paperwork. And it's not There wasn't anything ceremonious about it. It's not like any of the, crazy stories you might have heard about people being served where like someone will go incognito like a secret agent, like with the disguise where they have some kind of silicone mask of your mother's face on it. So you open the door and then bang, you get the paperwork served to you or anything. It was nothing like that. Just a normal, unassuming, albeit very large envelope in the mail. Now, it's not a full-blown lawsuit or anything at the moment. It is some demands because there are 2 YouTubers that believe I have stepped on their tootsies and infringed on their copyright. They are Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold. Now, I initially reached out to both of them because the language in this paperwork is very fishy. I'll get into that more in a moment, but I wanted to talk directly with them to see if this is like a scam or something. Like, I wanted to make sure this was like a legitimate thing before I got my lawyers on this. They haven't responded, so I'm guessing this is probably legitimate. Like, this is probably something they are actually trying to go through with. Though I do know that there are a lot of law firms now that are trying to encroach in the space to convince YouTubers to go through copyright law to try and make money. That is something that a bunch of firms have reached out to Matt about to do on my behalf, which is unhinged why any firm would think I would ever do something like that. But it is somewhat normal in the space right now. So I think there is a chance that maybe that's what's happening here and they don't know that, but since they didn't respond, I can't say for sure. So as of now, it feels legitimate, so I will be getting my lawyers on this, obviously, to be going through the next steps of this now, most likely very long procedure. But let's go ahead and talk about what the claim is. So last year, during Hurricane Milton, I did a stream in the middle of Hurricane Milton. I'm in Tampa, and Hurricane Milton came through to spread our cheeks. I was streaming during it. While streaming, I would check like weather updates or like some streams to see the progress of Milton and what's going on in the area. Now, I think all of you know this. I don't do React content anymore. So if there's ever any like content or footage on my stream, it's very brief. And the only things I usually watch are game trailers, movie trailers, or news footage, like news broadcast, publicly available news. So for the hurricane, I thought it would be A-okay to show very brief clips of what was happening with Milton so I could stay up to date, as well as, I guess, share with the audience who was asking, like, what's going on? Are you safe? What's happening? And one of the streams I pulled up was a Ryan Hall Y'all stream where he was showing a bunch of footage of Hurricane Milton, and one of the footage snippets, like one of the contributors, was Brad Arnold. You can see his footage there as one of the, on the scene, boots on the ground, reporters there. And I had that section there, that footage that included Brad Arnold's work there on my stream for less than 30 seconds. Unless I missed another instance of it somewhere, it was present for less than 30 seconds. Though I did pause at one point, so if you count the pausing with the image of the footage there, it's a little longer, but I can't imagine a still image counts. If it does, then no bussy is safe, because that would just be fully Pandora's box wide open here. Even this video would be in jeopardy then, because I did just show you a screenshot of that stream that had a still image from Brad Arnold's on the scene work. But it's just a picture, it's not moving or anything, and I have it here for 5 seconds. I guess we'll see. I think that would be really scary if that is now completely prohibitive and a potential copyright infringement. That would be very, very scary. Anyway, though, that's the extent of Brad Arnold's footage that entered into the Thunderdome of my hour-and-a-half long Hurricane Milton stream. So it was less than 30 seconds. I don't think that's an extensive period of time there, but I'll go ahead and let bygones be bygones on that and move on to Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are both being represented by this firm, so it's a tag team here, a dynamic duo looking to double fist my butthole. Reed Timmer was on my stream for, I wrote these down because it was a couple times. 28 seconds the first time, where I showed some of Reed Timmer's, once again, on the scene footage. It was 28 seconds to see what was going on. And then once I showed that, Reed Timmer's fans came in my chat telling me that I should really check out his tank. He built like this really cool tank, and they really wanted me to see Reed Timmer's tank. So I went to his video that showed his tank, and I had that on screen in total for 1 minute and 10 seconds. I then skipped towards like more of the middle of the video to see the rockets, because everyone wanted me to see like the rockets he has on the tank. So I went there, and that was on screen for 25 seconds total. And then I just paused it, and I just had it as a still image there, so it was there for a bit longer as a still image, not the video playing or anything like that. So in total, less than 2 minutes was Reed Timmer's footage across 2 pieces of his content, one being a live stream and then the other being the tank that his fans really came in and wanted me to see. Maybe that was an elaborate ruse, a big bait from the Reed Timmer community to get me in hot water with him. And if this was a galaxy brain chess maneuver, impressive work. I hadn't seen that line before. The Scotch Open got me good there. Like it worked. The bait was successful. Cause now Reed Timmer is here in the squared circle with a copyright notice. And now let's talk about the actual paperwork here. As I said, the language feels very fishy to me. And the lawyer that I had glance over it to take a peek also found it to be really, really weird. One of the first things that jumped out was they claim that I've used it in multiple instances, in multiple locations. They say that I unlicensed distributed their work in the following locations, and then it gives 2 links to a YouTube video. I said a YouTube video because they only have one YouTube video there. They list it twice. They do the same link twice, but then imply that I'd done it multiple times in multiple locations. So that's already weird. It's the Hurricane Milton stream. I am not familiar with Brad Arnold's work, nor Reed Timmer's. That was the only time I'd ever even heard of their names, was during the Hurricane Milton stream I did from, well, Reed Timmer's community, and then also just from trying to stay knowledgeable on what the fuck is happening with the natural disaster that's hitting my home. Like, that's the only time I was ever even heard of their names before. And what I put on stream of theirs was there for such a small amount of time, I thought there'd be no issue there at all. The paperwork goes on to, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the exact amount, but it goes on to say that they are potentially entitled to many tens of thousands of dollars per infraction. It makes a mention of damages that could get up to 6 figures, about me potentially posting their content on all of my other socials and my other websites, which is obviously not anything that happened. It was only during that stream for like sub 2 minutes. At least from what I can tell on the stream. Maybe I missed a couple instances, but it's not a long period of time at all. But it's saying, or rather implying, that I may have been blasting it all over the place, thus they would be entitled to more money. And then it says things like, in order to comply, I would need to explain where and how I obtained their client's work to copy it. As if I had some kind of Ocean's 11 style heist where I broke into Fort Knox to steal their copyrighted footage for myself, like I took a fucking Dragon Ball or something. Which is really weird, because what do you mean, how did I find this? Those were 2 absolutely massive streams during Hurricane Milton that were there to try and keep people informed on what was happening with Hurricane Milton. They had like fucking 100,000 viewers, and like they were huge, huge streams. So I saw those streams, and I tuned in to see what was happening with Hurricane Milton for my own safety and to stay up to date on the progress of the hurricane. And the second part of that is absolutely mind-boggling about like where and how I found it and copied it. I didn't fucking copy it. I looked at it. I had my peepers on it very briefly. I didn't steal their work. I fucking download it to a floppy disk. Don't copy that floppy type shit. Like I didn't copy anything. I looked at their stream for a very, very, very brief period of time during a hurricane that was hitting my house just to see what was going on and stay knowledgeable. Also, to show chat, stream what was going on in the area. I'm not exactly equipped to show it myself by just taking this camera and going outside during it. I'd get blown away. I'm fucking 5'6". That shit would ragdoll me. I don't have all the gadgetry and doodads to show it. So I looked for a very small handful of seconds at the on-the-scene storm chasers and reporters just to stay up to date. I didn't copy their work, and I wasn't trying to steal their work and pretend like it was mine or make money off of their work. It is an 1.5-hour stream during Hurricane Milton, and their footage is present for less than 2 minutes at the end of the stream, by the way. Like Reed Timmer's section there is literally right before I went offline, before my power got knocked out briefly. Or I can't even remember if my power got knocked out in that stream. It happened a couple times. I'm pretty sure it got knocked out in that one. I don't even remember now. But like, it's at the end of the stream. I feel like it is very odd if this is something Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are legitimately pursuing. Or maybe this is all a huge misunderstanding, and they don't even know that I got served these papers. I'm hoping that's the case. I have no ill will towards Brad Arnold or Reed Timmer, one way or the other, I suppose. If they really feel like I have done something wrong with that, then they are fully within their right to serve me these precious little papers here that I'm patting real nicely. That it is what it is. I wanted to keep you all in the loop here because this, I'm not gonna lie, was extremely annoying. If you follow Moist Critical Gaming, you probably will have seen the leak video I posted the other day where I was fuming. Well, it's because I got served those papers and I was talking to lawyers about it. So it was an extremely frustrating day. Anyway, wanted to just keep you all in the loop here on what's going on. That's really about it. So yeah. Making fun of an IGN review is like breathing. Everyone does it. In fact, you have to do it. It is a biological necessity. And for good reason. IGN reviews will often just find a way to strike the very core of the human soul and force you to foam at the mouth because of how dumb the review is. And it's not intentional rage bait. If it was, it'd be far less offensive. It's accidental rage bait from reviewers that, like, you have to question what the fuck they're on to reach the conclusions they do on certain things. And it's a topic that's been explored a million times for a million different movies, games, TV shows, what have you. And they get clowned on till the cows come home. I know I've shot spitballs at them a ton, but I cannot resist the urge to do it again because this review for Mouse PI for Hire. And it's not the score that's so irksome. The IGN grading scale is so fucking cattywampus it defies conventional wisdom and is an affront to God in and of itself. So it's not even the score that's bothersome. It's the reasons that the reviewer gives for why it's a 6. It's so outrageous it feels almost satirical, except it's done earnestly. It's genuinely fascinating. Like, fascinating in the same sense that if I went to the aquarium and a manatee shit into the glass as I was watching it, I'd be like, ooh, curious, what? You know, one of those things. It's like, why? Like, how did we even get to this point? So, if you subscribe to the gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming, you've probably already seen that I'm playing the shit out of Mouse PI for Hire. I really like it. I think it's a great game. I'm really enjoying it. Also, you should definitely go subscribe to the gaming channel. I play like 1 million fucking games a month. But Mouse PI for Hire is a standout so far this year for me. And when I watched the IGN review, I was blown away. So I want to show you some snippets here.
What bothers me, however, is how overly referential so much of it is. The world is full of mice, so everything is about cheese. Everything. A bad guy? He's a cheese-legger.
These cheese-leggers in on the shrew record.
Run into a lady mouse with a sultry voice? It'll be described as
Gorgonzola picante slapped on a mozzarella platter.
Everything is a reference to the fact that everyone is a mouse and mice like cheese, and when it's not, instead it'll be a reference to an old cartoon, or the fact that this is a video game.
When you jump, just act like you didn't.
The voice actors, led by Troy Baker, do an admirable job with what they have, but nothing in Mouseburg is allowed to just be. It has to be a mouse reference, or a literally cheesy one-liner.
Cheddar, what's wrong with Gouda?
No Gouda if you broke, Jack.
Or a reference to something.
So basically, he doesn't like that they mention cheese a lot. He doesn't like that it's constantly referencing the fact that they're mice, or that it's a video game or other cartoons, thinks it's too referential, which I actually think is a valid complaint. He doesn't like the writing. You can boil it down to the writing wasn't tickling him. It didn't make him giggle, and he started to roll his eyes at how many times they mention cheese. I actually think that's totally fine. The writing isn't going to hit for everybody. There's nothing wrong with that. But as the review goes on, the complaint becomes more, it wasn't noir the way I wanted it to be. It wasn't serious enough. And then starts picking out logical inconsistencies with this world. And that's where things get real fucking goofy. Like, that's turbo wacko sauce right there. This game is a love letter to the old rubber hose cartoons and noir. It is not meant to be like a serious fucking pipe-smoking noir experience that's gonna have you sitting there thinking in your chair like this hard-boiled detective, real big thinker piece or anything like that the reviewer seems to want it to be. And that's like the main gripe. He starts pointing out these logical inconsistencies in the world. He does mention the cheese a lot, which I think is weird because I think it's a fine complaint to say, like, I started to get annoyed with all this cheese stuff. But it makes sense in the world because these are fucking mice. So of course cheese is going to be a big part of like that society in the world they have built.
I should have probably guessed the former when one of the first things I saw was a steamboat named Willie, but at least that and the reference-heavy power-ups are cute. Constant callbacks to classic films or other video games? Not so much. And it doesn't end there. A boss fight in the sewers? It's a literal alligator because of course it is. If you're looking for the cheese-liking foreman, Jack will quip that he doesn't look like much of a boss.
More like a mini-boss.
And then laugh at his own joke.
Just listen to the way he talks about it. He fucking hated this. I think he wanted to go lower than a 6, but then felt like the response would be too ferocious if he did. It seems like he actually loathed it, just by the way he's talking about it. I don't even understand the complaint about the alligator boss fight. Did he have the same complaint for Resident Evil 2 when you fought a sewer gator there? It actually feels like it's doing the IGN meme of too much water. If you remember that one, this one is too much cheese.
Even here, though, I have issues. Weapons can feel weak, especially the shotgun. It's got the audio kick of a pop gun, and there's a strange disconnect to seeing something that sounds like a kid's toy blow off some poor mouse's head as you paint the white of the world with black ichor that spews from his neck.
I honestly have no idea what this complaint means. I'm not gonna lie. He was going on to compliment the gameplay. It's a boomer shooter. It's a very competent one at that. It's a fun one, which he was also mentioning, but then said like he also has complaints here, and then notes the shotgun sounding like a kid's toy and then blowing off bad guys' heads in the game. It's a cartoon, man. What? Like, it sounds like a cartoon shotgun from fucking some kind of WB cartoon back in the day. Like, what do you, like, what is it supposed to sound like? And why does that matter? Like, I truly don't think that was worth mentioning. I really think he was fishing for anything else to critique, so that way it seemed like there were more complaints he had outside of just not liking that it was silly noir instead of serious noir.
Enemies mostly come out of doors marked with a skull that you can't enter, robbing these areas of anything remotely resembling a sense of place. Levels also really like to pull the "we're gonna lock you in a room and throw baddies at you until they're dead or you are" shtick, a little too much for my taste. None of this is game-breaking. The combat is fundamentally good enough to carry you to the end of the roughly 12-hour campaign, but sometimes it feels like being at a show that's never quite bad enough to leave.
Here's another complaint that I think is truly pulled out of his ass just for the sake of trying to find anything else to be negative about to justify a 6. What do you mean that there were too many rooms of just killing enemies to progress? It's a boomer shooter. You know it's a boomer shooter. You have even made a mention of that. That is the core gameplay loop of a boomer shooter. You go into a corridor and you fucking blast ass until there's no one left and then you move forward. Did he have the same complaint for Doom? I doubt it, because that is what boomer shooters are. So I don't know why he's saying there was too much of that here for his taste. Has he never played a boomer shooter? I don't know. It seems like he has because he made a mention. So how could that ever be a complaint? If the complaint was the gameplay's not good enough to make me excited for each of these rooms, that would be understandable. But he made a strong mention that the gameplay is good and is very fun enough to carry you through it. So I just don't understand how anyone could have an issue of rooms of enemies you have to kill to move forward in a boomer shooter when that is the entire, meat of that genre.
Some of these locks are on a time limit, or must be solved in a limited number of moves, and you only get one shot at the good stuff they hold. Others are so easy you could probably solve them by letting an actual mouse run across your keyboard. It's very jarring.
Why is that very jarring? You got me porky pigging right now. In Skyrim, there's novice lockpicks, and then there's expert lockpicks. Is it jarring there too? It's called different levels of difficulty with the lockpicks. What do you mean? Yes, there's going to be easy ones, and then there's going to be more difficult ones with strict things like certain number of moves, or you're only allocated a certain number of moves or a certain amount of time. It's a scale. There's easy and then there's hard. Why is that jarring? That's the most established thing in all of gaming. Now he goes on to compliment multiple other things about the game, but then says that he never got to do the whole detective thing because the game does it for you, and that's another thing that he had an issue with. And that's another thing I think is totally understandable to be like, I'm a little disappointed, because the game doesn't make you solve anything. It does do it for you. You gather the clues, you put them on the board, and it connects the dots, solves it, and then you just do the mission. But I think that's totally fine. The game is a boomer shooter. It is not really a detective game. It is a noir aesthetic, a love letter to noir. It is not putting you as like a detective needing to do like an LA Noire style investigation to figure things out. It is a boomer shooter at its core, so it doesn't bother me, but I think maybe he's not alone. Maybe some other people also wanted to have more like detective elements to it. So that's okay to be a little let down there. I think that's somewhat reasonable. I don't think that's a huge, weird complaint to have there. But then we get to the section here that made me really want to yap about this because it kind of just blew my mind listening to it.
That brings me to one of my major problems with Mouse PI for Hire. Look, I hate to be that guy who brings up ludonarrative dissonance in a video game review in the year of our Lord 2026, and if you're rolling your eyes right now, I can't blame you, but it's an actual issue here. Jack Pepper is a PI who kills more people in a single mission than Philip Marlowe has in every book Raymond Chandler ever wrote combined. I don't care how corrupt the cops are. A private detective can't break into a police station and slaughter them en masse and then go about his day.
It's actually not a problem here at all. Because it's a cartoon. This is supposed to be a cartoon, and one that doesn't take itself seriously, very obviously doesn't take itself seriously, because everything that happens in there is used as a joke or a means of, like, entertaining you as a cartoon would. Does he have the same complaint with Ed, Edd n Eddy? Well, surely they would have broken bones in that scuffle there with that last scam from Ed. This doesn't make any sense. How could they possibly have survived something like that? Like, it's silly. That is a silly complaint. It's not a narrative disconnect because it is a cartoon. And it is very clearly, unapologetically leaning into that. So no, it's not actually a problem here, Scrooge. You, the detective, Jack, going around massacring 1,000 bad guys and then cooling off at John's with a tall fucking glass of fondue and then playing cards at the table is totally understandable in this setting because it's a cartoon.
In one particularly nonsensical scenario, Jack inadvertently burns down an opera house to save a guy running for mayor, and he ends up fighting an opera singer and shoots her. Is she dead? Did I just kill an actress for being angry I burned down her workplace? If I didn't, have I left her alive and unconscious inside a burning building?
Well, Billy Stone did get blown to Kingdom Come.
Mouse PI for Hire doesn't tell me, and it doesn't seem to care either way. This is to say that noir cannot or should not be violent, but the violence usually has a purpose. Much of Elliot Chase's seminal novel Black Wings Has My Angel is about robbing an armored car, but the book builds to that. It's a big deal when it finally happens, and the characters have to reckon with the fallout once it does. Jack Pepper, on the other hand, is a walking catastrophe, and nobody in Mouseburg seems to care.
Because it is a cartoon. Why didn't Wile E. Coyote end up in jail for life for being a fucking terrorist blowing up everything? Why did Elmer Fudd not die 1,000,000 times with everything Bugs Bunny did to him? Why does every cartoon character that have an anvil or grand piano fall on their head like Pepe Le Pew not die right there? Why do they come back? Because it's a cartoon, man. And this is not supposed to be a serious noir comparable to the actual noir properties that he's referencing. This is more a cartoon than a noir, and it's using that aesthetic, blending both of them together, and I think it does it extremely well. It's such a weird complaint. Like, I really think this is just so odd. Again, the score isn't even that bothersome to me, because I'm sure people have played this and they're like, it's not really for me. The writing, doesn't make me laugh, and I don't love the shooting, and, it's the same enemies are repeated tons of times. It's not like there's a ton of enemy variety, and it doesn't really challenge you to be switching weapons constantly like other boomer shooters, so, maybe I'd give it a 6. I could understand that, and I'm sure there are people that have that take. That's not the issue. The reason why this review is getting dunked on by a lot of people, and now I'm yapping about it so much, is because the reason that he's giving for it being a 6 is solely because it seems he just really wanted to be a serious noir, and the fact that it's silly and plays by cartoon rules instead of noir rules bothered him so much that it knocks it all the way to a 6, despite everything else being good, like all of the actual gameplay, which he makes a mention of. It's just odd. It's so weird.
He largely gets to go about his business and is portrayed as a down-on-his-luck everyman PI, like the characters who inspired him, when he is, at best, a mass murderer. Does that make for a more fun video game? Maybe. But it's bad noir and a worse detective tale.
There's no maybe there. It does make for a better game when the game is supposed to be entirely revolving around boomer shooter action. That is the main meat here. And no, it doesn't make it a bad detective game because very few people are going to be looking at it through this lens of, ruined my immersion in the mouse world here because Jack killed so many bad guys and he didn't go to jail and no one even really seemed to care about all the bad guys that were dying. And then when he was talking to that brain in the jar, it's like brains can't even speak. Like, how does that make sense? It's dumb to even have that complaint, man. It doesn't make it a bad detective story. It is fully sensible in this cartoon world.
But Will, you might say, this is a goofy Looney Tunes FPS. Why should I care about any of that? And the answer is because Mouse wants you to. It wants you to believe that this is important. You spend a lot of time talking about these characters, about putting together the clues you need to get to the bottom of what's going on, about Jack's motivation for doing the work. He allegedly needs the money, which both leads him to taking cases and doesn't track when I'm super rich from all the killing.
Oh my god, it's like it's the first video game he's ever played. He is now using the fact that you collect currency when you kill the bad guys as a way of saying, now the story doesn't make sense because I'm no longer down on my luck. I got so much money, I'm rich, look at my inventory. Brother, what? And he's dreadfully misunderstood the game if he thinks that it's taking itself seriously. At no point throughout the 10 hours I've spent with it so far have I even had a whiff, the slightest huff of something that's supposed to be taken seriously as like an emotional beat. Because at every step of the way, even during like a big reveal and like a big betrayal of someone that we looked up to, it is used as slapstick comedy when you actually get there and confront them. It is always being silly because that's what cartoons do. Well, at least the cartoons that this is paying homage to. And like he mentions, it tries to get you invested because you spend a lot of time with them. Yeah, man. That's because that's called a good game that has a lot to do. You get to interact with the characters. You get to talk to them. You get to learn about them. And that's fun. And it's always entertaining camaraderie between them. But that doesn't mean that it needs to be taken to the utmost level of seriousness like in the noir properties that you're referencing, because that's not what it goes for. And I don't know how he could possibly get that impression when he was playing it. I really don't know. I don't get it.
Mouse PI for Hire nails the aesthetics of both the 1930s cartoons and the detective stories that inspired it. That's also an amusing boomer shooter that largely feels good as you're playing it. But its haphazard marriage of noir storytelling tropes and shooter gameplay are often at odds with each other in uncomfortable ways that weaken both aspects, and the writing is so busy making references to other things that it's actually painful to sit through at times. This FPS is solid enough if you just want to blast some cartoon mice and not think about it too hard, but once you do, all you'll see are the seams where disparate ideas have been fused together, and no trench coat can hide the stink of that moldy cheese.
The only stink here is this review. It is so silly. Again, the score is not the problem. I'm sure there's plenty of people that played this and find it to be like a 6, because maybe they got tired of fighting the same enemies a lot, or like I said, maybe the writing just didn't hit for them either. And his complaint of like, too much cheese, not enough substance, I didn't like the writing, I wasn't laughing, I think is fine. But that's like the only actual complaint here. The rest I just think is baloney. Too many rooms where you have to kill all the enemies to progress. It's a fucking boomer shooter. How could that possibly be a complaint? You could just say like you don't like boomer shooters then in that case, but that's not even the impression I got from his review. It seems like he likes boomer shooters. So how would you ever have this complaint in that case? And then like the other things are, it's not logical. How could Jack be a hero detective when he's killed all of these people and no one takes that seriously, all this death? It doesn't make sense. It's like it's a cartoon or something. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. This review was just wild. I had to talk about it a bit more. I was talking about it a bit last night on stream when I was going through the IGN review before playing some more Mouse PI for Hire. And it was something, man. It really was. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I've mentioned this a few times over the last couple months, and it seems to always raise some eyebrows and spawn question marks, so I figured I'll just make a whole video here talking about it. It's true, I bought a farm, and I don't mean that as a euphemism for I died. I'm still very much alive. In fact, I've evolved into a good old-fashioned red-blooded patriot living off the Lord's titty out here. So, I've now got a lot of acres under my belt. I've even got some classic overalls and everything. And trust me, when I slap that get up on, it's a whole new ball game. I look like a $10 stripper you found outside of Walmart. There is something about my physiognomy that is just not conducive to farmer attire, but I'm going to brute force it till it looks good on me. Point is, I do have a farm now, and I no longer have the warehouse. Which is very sad to say because the warehouse was a huge part of my life for the last almost 5 years now. It served its purpose well. It was an amazing headquarters full of fun and whimsy. Fucking 5 years ago almost, we got that bad boy, and man, did we turn that into a special place. That was heaven on earth. All started with this video here riding around our motorized gaming chairs. We even debuted the Moby Huge Mobile there, the apotheosis of engineering. We even had our own fucking wrestling league, a wrestling ring in there, putting on our own productions. It was amazing. I don't know how many total videos were filmed at the warehouse, but it has to be like 500 if I had to spitball a guess. And they're all bangers, turbo bangers even. And we did, of course, give the warehouse a swan song. We did a little something special as a group on the other channel for a little murder mystery. Feel free to check that out. I think it was a lot of fun, and it was a nice little bon voyage to the warehouse. You might be wondering, well, Charles, if you love it so much, why didn't you marry it? Why don't you have the warehouse any longer? And it's because there's a lot of things that I want to do now that I just couldn't at the warehouse anymore. Namely, building things on it. There are certain things you cannot do when it comes to a warehouse space without getting into the nitty-gritty. No need to dive into the weeds. And there's just a lot that I want to be able to have the freedom to do. So the question naturally becomes, what's the goal of the farm? And I have a lot of ideas for the land, some of which we're already actively working on, and I'll be able to show you pretty soon. That won't be today, but soon. And some of those ideas do, of course, include like actual farming activities, growing crops, shit like that. Have a nice array of like orange trees and all kinds of things there. And that does include having animals on the land as well. Not like for the sake of food production or anything like that. I'm not trying to create like some kind of self-sufficient sovereign nation, not like some kind of cult facility or anything. I'm not trying to make like fucking Rapture out of BioShock. I'm talking about housing some good old-fashioned barnyard animals. You know, like maybe sheep. We could shear the sheep and spin our own jackets out of the wool. Sheep like to be sheared from what I understand. Of course, I'm not a fucking sheep whisperer, but that's what I always hear. Stuff like that. Maybe even a horse or two, and I could learn how to horseback ride. Probably really hurt myself. Hopefully it doesn't end up kicking me in the chest and killing me instantly. But like stuff like that, it could be fun. But it's not just like general farming activities. That's not the entire goal of the land. I really want the property to serve as like the one-stop shop for all of the content that we do, where typically we have to spread out across Florida to access some of it, like gun ranges. There are gun ranges in Tampa, sure, but they are very strict on what you're allowed to shoot there. So the gun ranges that you've seen in the videos I've posted with like the wild weapons that we've used, we've had to drive like 45 minutes to an hour out of Tampa to very specific locations in order to do that. I would love to not have to do that and instead have a gun range on my property where we can use whatever weapons we want in our own privacy. And that is something that we are actively working on the land right now. Another thing that I've always wanted to be able to have access to without having to drive like hours away is a forge. Like, we all did some blacksmithing. We posted a video on that a while ago, and we all really liked it. Danny in particular. So, I'd love to just build a fucking forge on the farmland that we could all just go and forge some weapons in sometimes. Maybe even have our own forged in fire kind of show. Just wacky, fun shit that is only possible to build on this amount of land. And of course, like I said, I do want farming, like actual like farming and agricultural stuff to be like an integral part of it, but it's not the sole goal. And one thing that we've already got, which I'll be able to show you pretty soon that we've already finished, is I've been gaming a lot, as all of you know. Moist Critical Gaming Official, best fucking gaming channel on YouTube, go subscribe. I've been gaming a lot, and one of the things that I did day one on the land is build out the barn into gaming pods for me and my friends to do a lot of gaming content in. So I plan on going full chub into gaming even harder. And it's not just that, it is more than just gaming in the barn. It is also built out for our esports watch parties, which will be a lot of fun there. It is also built out for Skill Check, our nerdy paradise where it's mainly card games and D&D. So Magic the Gathering, One Piece, all of that is also there on a different floor. It's just extremely nice to be able to build out these kind of things on this kind of land. And like I said, we are going to be getting animals. In fact, we have a few on the way. I'll introduce you to them when they get there. And that's probably when I'll do like a tour of the farm, which I haven't really done yet. I filmed a few videos on the farm already, like with the Nile Red collab, that was on the farm. The car bubbles, that was also on a piece of the land. Like, we've been actively filming there, and I aim to do significantly more there. Even more there than we ever did at the warehouse. Because, hopefully, we'll be able to do pretty much anything imaginable on the land. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. That's kind of the nutshell summary of everything here. I'm gonna miss the warehouse, but I'm very excited for the farm arc here. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Occasionally there's moments where an entire community bands together to accomplish a single goal, collaboratively working towards something truly wholesome, positive, and special. And this just happened in the most unlikely space. Crypto. Yesterday a story blew up about a man who has cancer who was streaming to raise money so he could pay for his treatment to fight against it. And while streaming to raise money for his cancer treatment, someone convinced him to download a game called Block Blaster. And when he did, he lost all of the money in his wallet. It made like my nuts and drained it. It, like that, took away all the money he had raised for cancer treatment, approximately $32,000 or so. It turns out the game was malware that was disguised as a game. It had a ton of fake reviews. It had like hundreds of fake positive reviews, so it looked legitimate. Plus, no one expects a Steam game to have this kind of vulnerability in there where it could have some kind of malicious things go on in the background, but unfortunately, that's exactly what happened here. It is 100% confirmed. I made a video going deeper in this topic here if you want to see like the entirety of what happened. And that brings us to the latest chapter in this story here. Overnight, the community tirelessly worked to find those responsible and also prove that it was the game, because this is pretty unheard of for the most part. It was like fucking Batman trying to squeeze out the Riddler here. And they did. They confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt the game was responsible. They even identified apparently 907 victims. And not only did they prove that the game was causing all of these people to lose all of their crypto, they even unmasked some of the people responsible for it. Which means there could be real consequences for these fucking sick assholes here. Like, we even have snippets of conversations, like this one from David. The context here is these two are apparently involved in the theft with very little remorse, and David says, "I will, sure. I didn't want to do that one, to be honest, but once I was done pin testing and sent it off, it was already done, and I figured he would make it back in a day." This is talking about Rostaland, the individual with stage 4 cancer who was raising money to try and get treatment to survive that they stole all of the money from through this game, Block Blasters. He said, "Bro, it's fucking huge. Life is fucked up, I know." And that's apparently referring to his tumor. Rostaland has a sarcoma, and he has posted some pictures of it because obviously being a pump.fun streamer, there's a lot of distrust. So he has done everything he can to prove the legitimacy. And like I said in the last video, it seems like everything there he is being honest about. Like, he is telling the truth. He's not faking cancer, I don't believe. So this is him talking about it. He even says, "Dog, I will send it back, but he literally will make it back in a few hours. I checked how much he already made back." And then the other guy said he already made it back, to be honest. This is one of a few suspects. Now, Zach XBT actually reached out to me to give me even more information about this case because it is crazy. So real quick before getting into like more of the suspects, I would like to show you the evidence they compiled about all of the malicious files in Block Blasters that was leading to all of these people losing their money just from downloading a fucking Steam game. So if you check the Steam charts, it only ever had like a peak player count of 8, but it had 6.4 thousand downloads. So Steam charts are good to get a metric of like how alive a game is, but it doesn't tell you the whole story of how many people have played the game. And of that 6.4 thousand, it seems 907 victims were identified, people that maybe lost a lot of their crypto because they downloaded this. That's a lot of people. I really would wonder how much money they stole just from having this game on Steam. And mind you, this is not like a chart topper. This wasn't like a top seller game or anything like that. This was a pretty underground game. Like, even the name is as fucking generic and lame as it gets. Block Blasters? Sounds like one of those fake TV games where, like, the dad walks in and he says, "Hey, son, what you playing there?" "Oh, Dad, it's just like the latest Block Blasters game." Like, oh my god, you're such a fucking fossil, Dad. You don't know Block Blasters? Might as well just call it the pea that took a poop. Like, it's literally a nothing burger of a game, yet because of the fake reviews, and because they were, like, spreading it around, I even saw evidence that they had, like, compromised Twitter accounts trying to do paid promotions to people to stream Block Blasters to get more people to download it. I'm unsure if anyone ever actually, like, took that bait or not, but they even tried to, like, get it exposed to more people like that, so that way more people would download it, they could steal more people's wallets. It is a crazy scheme that still had 6.4 thousand downloads. Imagine this on a bigger scale if this becomes a more widespread problem. They got 907 people, and we know in one case they got $32,000 from just one of those victims. This is a frightening prospect for, like, the future of Steam games if this is something that people have now identified an exploit for that they can use. It makes it very scary. This is a really insightful thread that kind of goes over all of the main stuff. So there was a batch-based stealer with a fizz install backdoor, steal C binary, various VBS scripts and zip archives, which had the password 121. Now, keep in mind, I am a fucking troglodyte when it comes to this kind of deep-level shit. I am a homunculus, so a lot of this falls on deaf ears for me, but it seems pretty irrefutable. Like, this evidence here seems pretty watertight. They also have the file paths, the files themselves. They literally have everything. It feels dead to rights. Like, this is a case closed. And if you want to see, like, a full breakdown of the files and how it works, there's a website called G-Data Software that posted a full write-up on everything. And actually, according to this site, there's been some other notable games that have had similar things happen. So, perhaps the most notable case is that of PirateFi, a free-to-play game that comes with an information-stealing malware. The most recent malware infection in a game was Kimia, an early access title on Steam which was compromised by a threat actor known as EncryptHub through the injection of malicious binaries. These threat actors bypassed initial security screenings from Valve, which allowed the deployment of malicious patches and infected multiple users of the platform. And then they talk about how they observed it with Block Blasters. So this was reported by G-Data Software, and I didn't know about the previous cases here. So it seems like this isn't an isolated incident. This just happens to be probably the biggest one so far. And this one, they actually did apparently unmask some of the main suspects. They stole from a person with cancer. It actually doesn't get lower to that. They're going straight to hell. 100%. And people were so outraged that they all worked together so they could try and bring justice and try and help him get his money back, which, as I reported in the last video, Rostaland did get reimbursed the money that was stolen from him, which I think is amazing. Someone named Alex Becker reached out and sent him the $32,000 back, which is great. It's really nice to see something positive happen in a community that's become synonymous with, like, dog shit and terrible things happening. But job's not finished here. We still haven't gotten the good ending here, the happily ever after. The people behind it aren't behind bars. They aren't sucking farts out of assholes or anything yet. But it looks like that might happen. It looks as though the people that have stolen from 907 victims, including someone with cancer, have been unmasked. Apparently, in their Telegram, which Telegram might even be worse than Pump.Fun when it comes to, like, nefarious activities. I have never heard Telegram in a sentence that wasn't preceded by some of the most foul shit you've ever heard of. It feels like that platform is exclusively used by criminals. But real quick, here's a nice TLDR from VX Underground, who directly was involved in reporting on this, and it's been quite an adventure. So here's, like, a lore recap in case you got lost here. So Rostaland had his crypto wallet drained because he downloaded Block Blasters, he has stage 4 cancer, and he was targeted specifically for the cancer treatment money. He lost $32,000. Alex Becker donated $30,000 to him. People came together. They found the drainer infrastructure, pulled all the victim data from it. They will be notifying the victims. The malware has been flagged. And then even more people came together. They found their info from Telegram IDs and then found their info from their Steam IDs. So now that you're caught up, how they got the info on the main suspects is one of them had joined a Telegram that they were alerted to, and it turns out it was actually hard-coded with some signatures. They then had the names, and they were able to cross-reference that with things like Steam IDs, and they were pretty much able to pull the fucking Scooby-Doo mask off of these villains here. This post kind of lays it out step by step since a lot of people were very curious. So the shitty malware sent all the stolen data to a Telegram the scammers made. We connected to the Telegram channel using the same credentials that were inside of the shitty malware. Inside the channel was the scammers. We got their Telegram IDs, and then from there, they cross-referenced with like public-facing chat rooms, stuff like that, and they were able to just start connecting all of these dots and finding the main suspects. And the main one that's been getting clowned on is this guy, Valentine. Now, Valentine has gone dark. He is fucking going off the grid. He is moving himself into the back rooms right now. He's deleted all of his socials that I can find. Apparently, even his girlfriend has done the same. That I haven't confirmed myself. I haven't gone to, like, any of her pages or anything. But Valentine likes to think of himself as an influencer. So there are tons of posts with him flexing very expensive things, seemingly off the back of stealing so much money from so many victims through his malware block blasters on Steam. Now again, it's not like he did this alone. He wasn't the solo person responsible here, but he is one of a handful of suspects. He is kind of becoming the poster for it though, the mascot, because he's such an insufferable douchebag apparently. What a nice guy. When he's not stealing money from cancer patients, he loves hanging out with his girlfriend and doing cringe TikTok dances together. Look at how cool this guy is. This really was an extremely thorough and just crazy investigation the community banded together to conduct here, all for the sake of bringing down these fucking vile worms responsible for stealing money from over 900 people, including, of course, Rostaland. That was really the spark that ignited this. And VX Underground gave a list of like the most notable people who worked this, so you can see like the credits here. Huge hats off to all of them for their work on this, because if there can actually be like some justice here, not only with, of course, Rostaland getting the money back, that's amazing, but also the people that did this being held responsible and facing real punishment for it, that would be amazing. Now, apparently a lot more information was uncovered about the individuals seemingly behind this, but this is all I'll share publicly here. Apparently the people that conducted this investigation have already turned over all of their findings to authorities. So, there is a very real chance that these people will not get away with this. That's amazing. That's fucking incredible, because in crypto, there's a rug pull every minute. There's a scam every second. There's always someone losing their money in tragic ways in the crypto space, and very rarely does that go punished. And in this case, I thought for sure that was going to be the same song and dance here where they just delist the game and vanish. But the community did not let that happen. This is the result of a community motivated by a single goal of getting justice for someone that was wronged. They stooped to a level lower than you'll normally see. Stealing from someone with cancer. It ignited a spark in the community where they worked together to catch these evil people. And I think that is great. I can only now hope that the authorities will do their job and actually deliver some consequences to those responsible for this attack. And hopefully all of the other victims will get their money back as well somehow. I don't exactly know what that'll look like, but I'm really hoping the other 906 people that downloaded this game and perhaps lost a lot of money because of it will be made whole again too. Anyway, I had to give you the follow-up here. This has just been nuts. And I do think that this maybe needs to be some kind of wake-up call to Steam that there is something that needs to be changed, so that way this kind of thing can't happen again in the future. They need to like revamp their like screening protocols or something, and I understand that it's like just a complete open market where people can just dump their bowels on there willy-nilly, but having this kind of possibility on the table is very scary to anyone on the platform that might see a game from a small indie dev that looks interesting. They download it, all of a sudden they have some really harmful shit on their computer. That is something that needs to be explored and fixed. Hopefully this isn't like the first of many to come. And anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. There's a phenomenon where some viewers get so parasocially latched onto a streamer, like more so than a newborn to their mother's titty, that they will actually carve out pieces of their paycheck solely for their favorite streamer. And it gets to such an extreme degree in some cases that some viewers will even donate all of their money to their favorite streamer. And I'm not saying that as an exaggeration. It has happened multiple times. Of course, it's not the most common thing in the world, but the fact that it's happened at all, and more than once, should be enough to have you scratch at your chinny chin chin and go, It's just so weird. A year ago, I covered the story of the man in China who donated all of his money and all of his family's savings to the tune of $550,000 to a streamer just so she would call him bro. Brother, every streamer on the planet will call you bro for free. But he wanted that. It was so special and so important to him that he ruined his life and jeopardized the future of his family just to send all of that money to that streamer to hear her refer to him as bro. It's fucking insanity. Like, it's actually unbelievable. And you know what else is unbelievable? Our cheeky Black Friday sale offer. 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator code. Go to usecheeky.com right now and get the best soap in the universe. Anyway, this is the reason why I'm yapping about this topic again here today. I just read this. A woman in China had donated all of her and her husband's money to her favorite live streamer that she was obsessed with. This one is just diabolical. I just have to talk about this. It is so outrageous. It sounds like it's just a made-up plotline in a Hallmark movie for the sake of conflict, but it's real, apparently. A man in central China has filed for divorce after learning his wife blew their life savings on a male streamer, sending him $94,000 and leaving the family deep in debt. We're going to take a breather here for a second to really let that marinate. $94,000 she sent of her and her husband's money to this stranger who she became obsessed with through watching his streams. This is already very different than the others of its kind because it is a woman who is now donating all this money to a male streamer because she is obsessed with him. Normally, the meme is like the desperate, lonely, virgin loser is throwing cash and cum at his favorite female streamer's stream to try and get her attention so she'll fall in love with him and be his romantic partner for life, and he bankrupts himself in that pursuit. And while that has happened in the past, this is very, very different, and it is heartbreaking for the husband in this story here. The husband spent 8 years living frugally and funneling nearly all of his income to his wife, hoping to give her a sense of security. This guy was literally living and breathing to try and, make his wife comfortable and happy. So all of his money that he was earning through being very cost conscientious and everything that he was working towards, he was letting his wife hold. But his wife, unfortunately, was viewing this money as the streamer's money that she just had the privilege of giving it to him. Basically, she didn't even view this money as theirs. Basically, she viewed this as her holding that streamer's cash, and she couldn't wait to give it all to him. It's fucking concerning. It is alarming. According to South China Morning Post, he saved $163,000 during that time, all of which he entrusted to her. But when he recently asked to check the account, his wife refused, raising suspicions, and she later broke down and admitted the money was gone. Fucking devastating. That is tragic. Not only is all the money gone, but your wife is so obsessed with another man that she's never met or anything, and it is confirmed in this report that they have never met offline, at least allegedly, I suppose. But she is so obsessed with another man that she is willing to give all of your money, all of your hard-earned clams that you were entrusting to your wife whom you love and want to share this beautiful future with together. All of that is now vanished because she wanted to give it to some other guy. Now, of course, this would still be tragic even if she was giving it to somebody else for an entirely different reason, like she just really likes Queso's streams and he was struggling during egging on, so she donated all of her and her husband's money to Queso cheering him on, that would still be a universe collapsing moment. But the fact that she was doing it to another streamer whom apparently she was so obsessed with, and I imagine in a romantic way based on how all of this reads, that is just another layer of gut-wrenching. It's just so fucking awful. Out of the 1.16 million yuan, she tipped 670k to a male live streamer she followed obsessively. She couldn't explain where the rest of the money went. On top of that, she had borrowed another 11.2k from online lenders, pushing the family into debt. Lou, this is the husband. Lou said he lived in a bare bones rental costing 42 USD a month while sending nearly every spare cent home. His wife has been a full-time caregiver for their child since they married 8 years ago. Yep. She cared more about that live streamer than her own child and husband, putting them all into debt, ensuring that this family was going to have a very hard time raising this child because they now have nothing. She was so fucking obsessed that she sent them into financial oblivion here just for a crumb of attention from this live streamer. It's sickening. Like, it's actually just despicable. I've been saving money on food and expenses and offered all my money to her. However, she gave the money to another man, he told Hinin TV, adding that he felt stabbed in the back and no longer loved her. That sounds about par for the course. That is the ultimate betrayal, and it makes sense that he would fall out of love with her following this revelation. The wife admitted she became obsessed with the streamer. Chat logs reportedly showed her asking him to call her baby, though she insisted they never met offline. With the savings wiped out and 80,000 yuan in debt, Lou now plans to recover half of the couple's common property before filing for divorce. Just crazy. I hope he gets whatever he needs here in order to rebuild his life, because it's basically starting from scratch now thanks to her. I also hope she doesn't get to keep the child. I hope he gets full custody, because clearly she can't be trusted with the welfare of another human being, considering she was willing to spend all of their money on a complete fucking stranger just so he'd call her baby. Like, that is not a mom. That is a terminal gooner. So, hopefully, I'm rooting for the husband in this case. Based on all available information, it seems like this should be a slam dunk for him. But man, I don't even know where you go from this point forward in his shoes. That's so fucking tough. It's heartbreaking. And in stories like this, I always wonder if the streamer ever gets made aware of it. I understand there's no obligation for the streamer to give the money back, but I feel like if the streamer in this case heard what happened and what was actually going on, I imagine he'd probably want to help the guy here, at least in some capacity, right? You would think. Because, come on, if you boil it down, this is the guy's money that was being distributed like Johnny fucking Appleseed by his wife without him ever even knowing it. So you basically got your hands on some other guy's money that he never even knew he was missing in the first place. That's gotta feel terrible, right? I don't know, I just feel like if the streamer knew, he'd probably want to at least give some of it back. I imagine he's not going to have all $94,000 still readily available or anything, but I just imagine if they knew, they would probably want to help. And that's how I feel about a lot of these cases, like the last one we covered, I suppose, with the hundreds of thousands of dollars donated to that female streamer. I imagine if she ever knew, she'd probably want to give it back too. I don't know. But I never really hear about that happening, so I'm guessing they never even catch wind of it, or I guess maybe they don't care. That's also equally possible. I just have to imagine with that amount of money, you would know a little something about the person donating it, especially if they're asking you to call them baby. I would think that there'd probably be some kind of knowledge on who's behind that account. For example, back, it was probably 2016, 2017, someone donated $31,000 to me. The first thing I did was try and reach that person to find out who the fuck this was, because that could have been someone that was about to take their own life and just giving all their money away, which is fucking terrifying. Or it could have been someone that's making an extremely financially irresponsible decision that's ruining their life. Or it could genuinely be a multimillionaire that's just throwing around money because it doesn't matter to them anymore. That third thing happens occasionally in the streaming space, where some fucking crazy, wumbo rich person just donates a lot of money willy-nilly for fun. And in the case of that moment, that was the case. That person was the CEO of a pretty large company overseas, and I talked to them pretty extensively for a little while, offering multiple times to send that money back because even still, that is just way too much to just be giving away. But the point I'm making is, I feel like in most cases, when a donation number gets that high, this crazy, you'd probably at the very least be curious enough to know who's, Scrooge McDuck over here tossing around all this meat, right? So I just feel like you'd probably know a little something about the person. So when a story like this breaks, I think you would probably catch wind of it, but I don't know. I guess not. I just feel really bad for the husband. That's kind of the meat and potatoes of it. I just really hope he's able to rebuild his life after what his wife fucking did to him. It's just terrible. I'm wishing him and his child the best. That's really about it. So, yeah. Since I was a child, I always said two things. I want to be tall, and if I could choose any superpower for myself, I would choose teleportation to be blessed with. I failed on both fronts, but teleportation, I believe, is probably the most useful superpower. The possibilities are endless. And can you imagine my surprise today when I found out that it's not just fiction and make-believe where you gotta play pretend and it only exists in comic books and anime? There is a real, living, breathing, sentient, flesh and blood human being in this country with the ability to teleport. His name is Greg Phillips, and he is a top official at FEMA.
The very first time you were teleported,
it was scary in a way. I mean, you don't really know, okay, is this evil? Is this good? What is this?
Let me stop you right there. Teleportation could never be evil. That is a divine gift right there. So this is Greg Phillips. He is a very high-level, powerful figure at FEMA who is on a podcast talking about his experience with teleportation. It's happened to him on more than one occasion. I'm unsure who the host is, but she looks like a reptilian doing her best to pretend like she's interested in the conversation. Now, Greg Phillips, though, has got some really strong claims here that give me a lot of hope for the future of our species. If he can teleport, why not me?
What do I do with this? How do I deal with it? I was on the phone. Oh my God, what's happening? And I was landed, and landed about 40 miles away in a ditch outside of a Baptist church in a little tiny town just where you cross over the border. And it was an incredibly frightening moment.
So this is his origin story. To me, this sounds like when the superhero first starts to awaken their abilities and they're unsure how to utilize it. Kind of like Invincible, when he throws the bag of trash into fucking orbit by accident. This is Greg Phillips starting to master his gifts here of teleportation. So he's talking about how he was driving, then his car got lifted and teleported into a ditch 40 miles away, and it was frightening him. As it would for anyone. The way he's describing it makes it sound like he's lagging in fucking Grand Theft Auto Online. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew he was teleporting around. However, he says that it's no fun. That's crazy to me, Greg. You're fucking teleporting, bro. That's like the most fun thing that can happen.
To experience yourself in your car, flying through the air. Teleporting is no fun. It's no fun because you don't really know what you're doing. You don't really understand it. I was with my boys one time and I was telling I was going to go to Waffle House and get Waffle House. And I ended up at a Waffle House. This is in Georgia. And I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, "Where are you?" I said, "A Waffle House." They said, "Waffle House where?" I said, "That's not possible. You just left here like a moment ago." But it was possible. It was real.
He's teleporting to Waffle Houses now. This man is unstoppable. Now, far be it from me to try and poke holes in the experience here of Greg Phillips. His story is exhilarating. His evidence is watertight, about as good as it gets. But if I may toss out a little bit of a game theory here, what are the odds that he was with his boys and he was blackout drunk and was driven to a Waffle House and then couldn't remember how he got there and just ended up with the conclusion he must have teleported? Or I guess he said that he was in his car going to a Waffle House and then teleported there. I guess maybe it's possible he was blackout drunk and then fucking drunk drove himself to a Waffle House. I was like, oh my god, I've done it! Teleportation! Which would be extremely degenerate behavior. I just feel like the fast travel he unlocked to Waffle House is just a little suspicious because Waffle House is the spot drunk people go to. Like, it's moths to a flame. So the fact that he's teleporting to a Waffle House, feel like there was a lot of alcohol involved and he's just forgetting how the journey went. But I'm not the fun police, and I don't know for sure. Maybe Buddy really has been teleporting all over the map. Going to a Waffle House, ending up in a ditch, in your mother's bedroom for a little reverse cowgirl action. Perhaps he truly has achieved the gift of teleportation. And I think him being a director at FEMA now, with these kind of abilities in his back pocket, is a grand slam for America. Because imagine him being able to weave his teleportation into the FEMA protocol like he's fucking Nightcrawler going around saving all of us. You know, as natural disasters striking somewhere in this country, he can just say, alright, let's teleport them out. I'm going in. And then he'll go in, teleport us to a fucking Waffle House to safety. Or maybe it goes a little differently and he's like, okay, we don't need to send a lot of resources there. I'll just instruct everyone to teleport to a safer location. Because maybe he believes that this is something everyone else can do, not realizing that only he is the chosen one. Now, unsurprisingly, FEMA officials are trying to throw us all off the trail of the world's first X-Man, trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. This is so silly, it's barely worth acknowledging. DHS, FEMA, and Mr. Phillips are focused on the critical mission of emergency management and ensuring the safety of the American people. Many of the comments cited are taken out of context or represent personal, informal, jovial, or somewhat spiritual discussions made in the context of barely surviving cancer in a private capacity prior to his current role. I'm a little confused on this statement here as it pertains to his teleportation conversation. Now, there were other things that he's been facing hot water for like other claims and stuff that they're probably referring to for like context and all that. But some of them are directly about teleportation, which he was just, from what I can tell, talking about on its own as like an experience that he's had on multiple occasions of teleporting. From what I've seen from the podcast, it wasn't even like a spiritual discussion when it came to that topic. It's not that he was saying, you know, like the Lord was teleporting me to a Waffle House because he knew I needed some dense nutrients from those burnt hash browns or anything like that. And also, I don't think it was about like his cancer battle or anything either, which, you know, I think is a terrible thing. So happy to hear that he's cancer free these days, but I don't think it played any role in this conversation about teleportation. So I think that that's them just trying to rely on people not watching the segment for themselves. I also agree that it is very silly, but I think it should be worth discussing because this guy has a very powerful role at FEMA, which is an organization whose work is life or death for a lot of people in this country. And now you have this guy going on about teleporting. Like, who's to say, you know, as disaster strikes, he doesn't just get whisked away to a fucking Waffle House again. And he starts stomping his feet. Oh, dagnabbit, not again. Back at Waffle House. I keep getting fucking spirited away over here. I think it's a very important conversation to have because he has admitted to not mastering these abilities. He can't control them. So when we need him most, he might just teleport again. And who's to say he stops at only 50 miles away? Maybe next time he teleports 100 miles away, or even 200 miles away. Maybe he goes off-world, interstellar teleportation. I think it is something that we need to really start considering. And honestly, I think studying as well. I wish he wouldn't just keep the secrets of teleportation to himself. He's teased us about how it's happened to him and how frightening it is, but I want to fucking teleport, Greg. Why don't you just let the government study your abilities so that way we can all learn to teleport and be better for it? Think about how many lives can be positively impacted through the ability to teleport. Even if it is restricted to just being able to teleport to a Waffle House, that can do a lot of good. There are so many Waffle Houses in this country. If we can teleport to them willy-nilly, that'd be like fucking Mass Effect relays for us. That'd be so huge for travel and just so many good, positive things that could come from that. So Greg, please, stop being selfish. Please, divulge the secrets of teleportation to the rest of us. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, over a decade ago, I told a story that still to this day is the most unbelievable true story I have. It is a riveting, exhilarating tale of disgust, horror, and inspiration. I literally just blue screened right there, just trying to find the right words to describe this experience. And I hadn't told this story in over a decade, at least I don't remember talking about it, but a week ago for the other channel, we had Wubby and his crew down, and one of the videos we filmed was a little game where you would either tell a lie or tell the truth, and then a team would have to guess if that was make-believe, phony baloney, or a legitimate experience, and I got tasked with telling a truth. So I chose this story because it just sounds like it couldn't be possible, yet it is. It is the story of my sophomore year of college when I went up to Michigan State to party, and I met one hell of a woman up there, I'll tell you what. When I was in college, at 19 years old, I, even back then, had a big fear of flying, but I had a buddy of mine I knew on Xbox Live. His name was Kyle. He was in a frat at Michigan State. I forgot the name of the frat, but he had invited me to their big parties. I think it was for St. Patty's Day. They were doing like a weekend of partying. And this is when I first started to be social, and I said, you know what? Fucking do it live. I bought a plane ticket, accepted the invitation. I went to Michigan State University, and I went to their parties. I met a lovely woman at one of the house parties. I got her number. We chatted. Didn't hear from her for like a day. She texted me the next night, and I was violently high. Ill. Very ill. I had inhaled the bong water from a gravity bong. Ooh. I was struggling. I didn't know right from left. She had texted me to come over that evening. I wasn't going to pass up an opportunity. I had a buddy of mine drive me to her apartment. When I got there, she offered some wonderful accoutrements.
Excuse me?
One of which was a blowjob. I didn't.
Oh. I say lie. What do you guys think?
I was still in a fugue state. I peed all in her mouth. and
what the fuck?
Of course, there's only so much space in this cavity, so she popped off. I peed everywhere in that bedroom. To which she said, "I can't do this right now." So she went into the shower to clean off, and I sat there in shame and confusion.
Truth?
I was so quick at the start of the story to think oh yeah, this is true. I didn't even have to think twice.
It's so unbelievable.
That last bit, I am praying for you that is a lie.
I have so many questions.
Yeah.
I think we get quite a few. They grilled him.
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, the most unbelievable thing, you flew?
Yeah, I did. I flew.
Yeah.
It was one of only, I think, 8 or 9 times I've flown. It was a solo flight. Because I was finally socializing. This was a huge opportunity.
Did she gag when you pissed in her mouth?
I think she thought it was cum at first. And then when it was very yellow, it became more apparent that it was not.
Okay.
Okay.
But she did not throw up.
This might just have you explain it again, but I'm very confused how that happened.
Yeah.
Were you hard? I mean, I have to be real here. Were you hard?
Yeah.
And then you just started. I don't think I've ever mixed that up.
So you ripped a gravity bong.
Yeah.
You said
multiple times.
And you were you were nauseous during it.
Oh, I inhaled the bong water. I thought I was begging.
Right.
Yeah, I was begging. I was begging to go to the hospital.
And you were very hot. Very hot.
It's just a common theme.
Was this like a homemade plastic bottle one, or is it
Home
like an
Depot
actual
bucket?
I don't remember at all. It was a weapon.
You would remember that.
I have a question. I know I'm not the question asking team, but did you say she said she can't do this?
Can't do this right now. I can't do this right now.
We'll come back.
Also,
I like how we said one of which, out of the many offerings she gave, one of which was.
Wait, how did it end? Did I miss that? She went and showered and then.
We became good friends.
Did you stay the night?
Yeah.
This is no.
And that was the first time that you had met them.
Earlier
the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you met them like
You
that.
peed in a girl's mouth and it worked out to where you could stay in
Some
the
girls
home.
like that.
Did she like it?
No.
Well, she said not right now.
I think I'm on full. This is a lie.
It has to be a lie.
I think
full
that
truth.
I think that this is like
How could we bring
the
in a
beginning
lie?
elements of this are probably true, but especially the end of it is like there's no way.
He potentially pissed like into the carpet of a woman's
Yes.
home.
Yeah.
You don't stay after that.
No.
She don't keep you there. Was this?
I don't care if you're the most suave motherfucker on earth. If you pee into someone's mouth and on their floor the night you met them, you're not staying the night.
No, she was sober.
This is so a lie. This is so a lie.
Okay, why do you think it's true? Because we should get to the bottom of this. This is our one shot here.
Yeah.
His reactions are like
He was dying laughing, and
So
so was the
genuine.
crew.
That's why I think that some of it's true. Like bits of it.
Yeah.
But not. There's just 0% chance.
I can't believe that he peed in a girl's mouth and then stayed and like watched TV.
And like hung out.
Yeah.
yeah, maybe everything was too
Check this out.
Check out Spider Ham.
You'll never guess what Stewie says.
Yeah, okay. I can get to lie.
Well, okay.
Because like
I have a question.
her reaction just being like no gagging.
I'm gonna go shower.
No,
I'm gonna go
and being
shower
like,
and then
I cannot
come back
do this right now.
and then staying the night.
The staying the night is
What'd
not
you guys
that
do
weird
after?
some dirty deeds.
You went round two.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Can we just And she was sober?
As far as I know,
What?
yeah.
Okay, wait.
Okay,
Did this
wait,
woman
wait,
have
wait.
a septum piercing?
No.
That's
Okay, wait. I have.
valid question.
Valid question.
How long were you already an established content creator at this point?
Oh, good
I was
question.
faceless.
I think maybe it's a lie.
What do you say?
He said no.
I was faceless.
What is
When
that?
he was
supposed-
19.
Faceless.
What is that?
Oh, he's
You're saying
19.
he can't pull?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you were as large
No,
as
I
he
get
is
it.
now and you pissed in a girl's mouth,
She
you're
would
gonna
come
ask
back.
them to still
Yeah,
fuck them.
I agree. What? Lie?
Lie?
I think it's a lie. And if all of that is true, hats off
Yeah,
to
good on you.
however the fuck that happened.
Also, you delivered
now
it really
it's
well.
on the other channel forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a lie,
I'm gonna go lie
Charlie.
as
I go
well.
lie.
I'm gonna lie.
Locking it in.
Locking it in.
It's the truth. I've actually told this story once before, right after it happened in like 2014.
I remember that.
You made it into a video?
Well, I was playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, you guys aren't gonna believe it. No, she's married. She got married years
That's
ago.
tough.
Do not say her name.
Do not.
Every
What were the other
single
accoutrements?
aspect
I have
of
so
that.
many more questions now.
She had sex with him after he peed in her mouth.
She must have been a chill lass.
That's so
That's one way to word it,
That's
yeah.
so
That
nice.
is one way to word it.
She was a trooper.
She really stuck it out for
Yeah.
you. That's awesome.
I can't do this right now. I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
Well, she really meant right now because she went and then came back and was like, all right, now I am.
Don't pee in me
I
again.
guess, I guess she thought that you were
do
going to
it.
She goes, oh, you know, maybe not that, but
So it was a college apartment. So like it was very cramped. Yeah. It was separate rooms. But since it was a college apartment like room, it's very cramped. So her bookshelf was right next to the bed.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Harry Potter collection.
Oh my fucking God.
So I went back and checked that Five Nights at Freddy's video to see if there was any details I missed. And I don't remember keeping it so vague. So I remembered in that video when I was talking about it, it was a few days after it happened, and I was worried that if I mentioned drug usage, like about being high, it would get the video taken down or I'd be in trouble. So I do remember deliberately omitting that detail, but what I didn't recall until I went back and rewatched that video is that in its place, I made it seem as though I just stubbornly refused to pee, like cross my arms. No, I will not tinkle. I'm gonna be a big man and get a blowjob with a full bladder. Which is just an unhinged mentality. But probably the biggest revelation from rewatching that was that I've misremembered what she said. I'm going to trust my word from almost 12 years ago where I said that she verbatim stated that she can't deal with this. I remembered her saying, that she just can't do this right now because she went and showered. And I can only imagine what she saw when she came back. Just like dripping urine all over the place like a fucking horror movie scene with me sitting on the bed, cock and balls out, probably rocking back and forth with my eyes rolled in the back of my skull like a fucking exorcism scene. Because I did just have like a demon expelled from my wiener. She done sucked the urine devil out of me there. And yeah, we did hook up that night. And as I said in the Five Nights at Freddy's video, we did see each other quite a bit after that. Came over the following day, we did it all over again, sans the pissing everywhere. And then, even when I came home, we stayed in contact. I was desperately looking through my old photos because I had remembered I had taken a photo right after I broke my pinky playing pickup basketball, and I sent it to her. And I was like mewing, and I thought it was a really cool picture. Also, my pinky never fully healed. So that's why I have this like really fucked up pinky that I can't fully extend. And I sent her that. I don't even remember why. I think it was unprompted. And she was like, oh, that's pretty cool, I guess. So like, yeah, I mean, we stayed in contact. And then I remember a buddy of mine told me she had got married at some point or something. So yeah, definitely an experience I will never forget. She was great. And it's been a long time since I've dusted off this story. So it was a lot of fun to go down memory lane again. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm shocked! I cannot believe Twitch is actually finally making bot busting a priority on the platform. Botting on Twitch has been a problem since the beginning of time. And they hadn't taken it seriously forever, but a month ago they made a statement where they claimed, listen guys, condoms finally coming off, we're going in raw against bots, we're finally gonna do something about it. And I was excited, like that's something to celebrate, but I kind of thought they were just looking to score some good boy points online, like some brownie points, because Twitch's reputation been kind of in the shitter recently. I thought this was just something that they were just doing for lip service. I wasn't entirely convinced they were going to go that hard on it until today. Wow. They have actually done a really good job here, like in this first wave, of getting bots off of Twitch. Like bringing back down these artificially boosted numbers to what they actually are. There's a lot of examples to pull from. The data is all very new, mind you, but I think the best example is from a channel called Mira. I'm sure some of you have at least heard of this because this is something that people have been trying to put on Twitch's plate for the longest time about a channel that keeps getting recommended to them that isn't actually even a live stream. For the last couple of years, it is just a farming channel where Mira is just farming ads off botted numbers. She doesn't actually even really stream on there. I think she's gone live like a few times over the last couple of years, but it's live 24/7, just pumping reruns of streams she did so long ago, like ancient history. So look at this. This channel, for I think like probably 3 years, I don't know how long it's been going on for, but it's been years, has been sitting at like a steady 2,000 viewers no matter the time of day. And all the channel has done for this time, pretty much exclusively, is run 24/7 reruns of old streams, yet somehow manages to maintain 2,000 viewers throughout the entire duration of it. Then, the day that Twitch bot smiting comes into effect, it goes from 2,000, then down to 1,500, and then the bot detection, I guess, must have kicked into fucking turbo drive. They went Wumbo style. And now she's sitting at 100 to 200, pretty much overnight. This, to me, is like the most clear example of them actually doing something about botting. I was very surprised to see this. Her channel, which is live right now, by the way, because it's 24/7 reruns, this channel is constantly, or was constantly, recommended to anybody with a brand new account. Like, see how I'm not logged in or anything. I'm still on, like, light mode. This stream was recommended all the time, and somehow still had thousands of viewers on just reruns. Clearly, most, like, rational, sentient human beings aren't going to be watching that. Like, look at the chat. It doesn't move. And this is exactly what it looked like back then, too. No movement, there's no chatting, because it's not real. And now the bot detection is here, and you can see that it is finally working. Though I think there are still some bots, like some holdovers here, because there's no way there's 250 people here right now. It seems to me like there's definitely still some stubborn bots that Twitch wasn't able to get there, sticking on there like a hemorrhoid. The parasite bot infestation has been decimated, but not destroyed, because I cannot imagine 276 people being in this stream right now. Not even as background noise in like a tab they forgot on like an ancient laptop. I don't even see that being the case. I don't think there is a single soul in this realm right now. This shit is more empty than a theater showing Morbius. Like, I just don't believe that. But even still, it's clear that what Twitch is doing is actually pretty effective at blasting bots, which I didn't expect. Her channel, I think, is the best example of it, but there's a lot of other channels, like big streamers that went live over the last day, where their view counts have halved, or even more than halved in some cases. So they actually are taking it kind of seriously. Like I said, I was a little skeptical that they were even going to really try and take down bots, because inflated viewer numbers is good for the platform. Like, I thought they probably wouldn't actually put a lot of resources to it, but it seems I was very wrong. Now, another thing worth mentioning, this scam of like running reruns with bots is not exclusive to just her channel, but you have to wonder how much money she made off of that. This went on for years, and I'm so curious how much money she made just running old streams 24/7 reruns with botted view counts up to 2,000 to 3,000. That's probably a pretty substantial chunk of change. It's got a lot of people talking, and I think this is a really great thing from Twitch, to be honest. XQC made a tweet talking about it, saying, Twitch cracked down on bots in 2 to 3 days, and view botters / victims of view botting have been exposed. Streamers that are part of groups / orgs are seemingly being botted much more heavily. Don't want to start a witch hunt, but the data is interesting, go see for yourself. And then links Twitch tracker, which you can see for yourself. And people are scrubbing through with a fine-tooth comb, taking a peek at these big drops in viewer numbers. And right now, the findings are still pretty early, because this has only been in effect for like 2, maybe 3 days now. So it's still like very fresh data. This shit's straight out of the oven. But people are noticing that some of the biggest channels being hit were affiliated with orgs. So like XQC mentions, like some org-affiliated channels were, in a lot of cases, the recipients of some artificially boosted numbers, as evident by a huge drop in viewer numbers over the last couple days out of nowhere. Namely, OTK seems to be the big one. People are seeing a huge drop across the board for most of the channels that have gone live over the last couple days that are with the group. Another channel people have been paying very close attention to is Asmongold. He's one of the biggest streamers in the world, and he went live the last couple days since the bot fisting has come out from Twitch, and they noticed that his average viewers for both streams had been about 20,000 less than normal. About 20,000 people were banished to the Shadow Realm here, and Asmongold even commented on it, believing that his account was probably botted. He believes with 95% certainty his channel was botted. And he agrees that removing these bot numbers and this fake phony baloney viewership from the platform is good for everybody there. And that seems to be the prevailing sentiment, that everyone agrees that getting rid of artificial viewership from Twitch is a net positive to the entire platform. The only people that'll have an issue with these fake numbers being blasted is going to be the people that are exploiting them. The people that are using the bot services are the only ones that are going to be outraged about it. Now, I also imagine the cope from a lot of people that are going to get caught red-handed with bots is going to be, it wasn't me. I must have been the victim of a malicious bot villain, a supervillain twirling his evil cartoonish mustache. Must have been botting me for all this time. I had no idea. And in some cases, like, that is a real thing. There are cases where some people will bot a channel just because they think it's going to get them in trouble. But that doesn't happen. Like, Twitch, for the longest time, has not taken this botting problem seriously. So that whole idea of, like, a bad actor botting a channel to try and get punishment put upon a streamer they don't like, it's not that common. It happens, sure, but it's not that common because everybody knows Twitch hasn't done anything about botters for so long. So how the fuck could that possibly still be a strategy that someone that doesn't like you would use? That's like you and your buddy going to the public pool and you eat pizza together, and then your friend tries to tell the lifeguard that you didn't wait 30 minutes before getting in the pool. It's like, okay, who gives a fuck? Like, that's the whole way Twitch has treated botting for the longest time. Until now. I think that's going to be like the crutch a lot of people will claim, like, I wasn't botting, I didn't sign off on anyone botting me, this must have been some stranger in the back alleys trying to hurt my reputation by botting me for all this time. And some people, I'm sure, will be telling the truth, but it's going to be hard to know for sure. But one thing that I think everyone will know for sure is that this is a really good thing for Twitch. I am so glad they're actually taking this seriously and actually wiping out such huge amounts of bots. I'm hoping they are still going to continue doing this because there's still work to be done. All of these bot services are going to do their best to circumvent this so that way their clients can continue to pay them money for this service. They're not just going to roll over and die. They're not going to go belly up and just admit defeat. This is always a tug of war. They are going to come up with new ways of trying to evade Twitch's detection, and I'm hoping this isn't just like a one-time thing where Twitch blew their whole load here on this bot blast. I'm hoping they will continue to allocate resources to fighting against the upcoming bots that are going to be, no doubt, surfacing soon. But either way, this is a great step in the right direction, and I hope it continues. Just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So, yeah. Well. Look what we have here. 8:30 p.m. on January 7th, the sacred date that was prophesied by the Conformity Gate enthusiasts as being the release date for the secret 9th episode of Stranger Things, the real finale. But bad news, sports fans. Still no pickles. Episode 9 is not here. Still seems to be misplaced. Perhaps they're scrambling to get it to us right now, or maybe this whole thing was a load of big fucking baloney. And in fact, if you check the Stranger Things Instagram account, The Real Dirty Dan, they are even seemingly trying to squash it themselves. All episodes are now streaming, like they're all available. There is no episode 9, despite the multiple days of cope, people coming up with crazy evidence to suggest that there's a secret episode, and this is all part of the Duffer Brothers' genius scheme. It's Vecna's final ploy. But now, as the sun sets, reality begins to wash over Conformity Gate like a plague, where they have to come to the hard realization that the Duffer Brothers just kind of fumbled. That's about all she wrote there. Or all she didn't write when it comes to the Duffer Brothers, with all the fucking plot holes here for season 5. And it sucks. You know, it doesn't feel good. It's not like I wanted to say I told you so. Now, of course, I'm not above doing that. I'm 5'6". I'm barely above this desk right now. But, you know, I did tell you so, as did 98% of the people on this planet. But that 2% that really latched on to the titty here of Conformity Gate, it was a sizable movement. Like, thousands and thousands of people. It got big to the point where a lot of people genuinely did buy into it, thinking that there's really a legitimate possibility that there's a secret episode airing tonight. But that's just not in the cards. That was never on the table. Something similar happened with Sherlock, apparently, but I don't remember that. What I will say, though, is that some of the theories were very entertaining, so at the very least, I think some people at least were able to squeeze a little bit more joy and whimsy out of this whole Conformity Gate thing in lieu of, like, a disappointing finale. And like I said, it's not even the worst finale in the world. It did what is oftentimes the most unforgivable sin, and it was mid. It was just okay at best and left a lot to be desired, which is oftentimes worse than just being outright fucking terrible. So a lot of people were trying to come up with an explanation that isn't just like, it's a little flat. And in doing so, I do think they cooked up some very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. Most of them, though, however, I do think were just really grasping at straws. It's coming out January 7th because if you look at this clock and then close your eyes and then fall asleep and then hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer, you can start to connect the breadcrumbs that the Duffer Brothers have very intentionally, subtly laid for us to find. Oh, it's chef's kiss. It's great. Like, a lot of it had the same energy as people that think they found the winning lottery numbers in their fucking Lucky Charms cereal bowl. So, like, a lot of it wasn't great when it comes to evidence, but some of it I found to be at least compelling to some degree, but there was never any world where they were going to have a secret finale. That is conceptually a terrible idea, to intentionally have your series finale 10 years in the making be not amazing on purpose, so that way you can come back at a later date to surprise everyone with something of higher quality. That's just a fucking terrible idea to tank the reputation for that long, and then even go on like a PR press tour getting spanked by every interviewer and every fan ever, like basically a humiliation tour, only to then come around with a good episode. Like, that whole thing just doesn't make sense. So that was never going to happen. And I'm still pretty surprised that this whole Conformity Gate idea blew up to this level. So look at it in a more positive light, maybe to shine a little, like, you know, inspirational message on top of that. It shows what a community that's passionate about a project can do when they come together and set their mind to something. In this case, the idea that there's a secret episode. I think that's pretty cool, and ultimately it is harmless. The worst thing that happened is a lot of people got disappointed all over again because their hopes were up because they had watched so many theories and so many videos about it, and when it didn't happen, maybe they were a bit let down again, but it's not the worst thing in the world because I imagine that journey was probably a really fun one to dive into. So, like I said, from the get-go, the whole conformity gate thing is a harmless, movement that was there. Though it is very silly that people genuinely bought into this as something that was going to happen and like really grasping onto the most loose of nipples. Like last night during stream, I had so many people come into my chat telling me how wrong I was on my conformity gate take because Vecna was on Jimmy Fallon and he scratched his head when Jimmy Fallon made a statement about Vecna's death, which is clear evidence that it's not over yet, that kind of thing. That was a little annoying in chat, I'll be honest. But again, it's coming from a place of passion, so you can't even really be mad at that or anything. It's just, maybe going forward, just set your expectations that it might be fun to dive into these fan theories, but it's probably not accurate if it like pertains to a secret finale or anything in that regard. That's just not going to happen in any product. It's just not. That being said, though, I think fan theories are sometimes significantly more interesting than the actual lore that the writers come up with. Best example is Darth Jar Jar. I think that is the finest bit of fan theory ever cooked up. Also, Snowpiercer taking place in the Willy Wonka universe. I do love fan theories, and Stranger Things has a very interesting set of fan theories that, unfortunately, were kind of proven wrong throughout season 5. I'm talking outside of Conformity Gate, but I really do like diving into that kind of stuff for products and IPs that I really like. I think it's very interesting. And honestly, I would really like to see like writers kind of lean more on that. Like they can see these fucking fan theories and shit. I would like if that like sparked some kind of inspiration in their noodle, like, well, maybe we use this in some way, or maybe we can flesh this out in some way, and that's a pretty good idea. Like, I think that'd be very cool. I don't see that happen super often, but it would be nice to see maybe occasionally for some of the more high quality fan theories. But now I'm getting off on like a side tangent here. Overall, Conformity Gate was a lot of fun to watch from an outside perspective without ever really believing in it. And while it didn't happen, it's not like I'm really celebrating it. I would love if there was a better ending to Stranger Things. It's just, I think it was pretty obvious from jump that that wasn't going to happen. This was the series finale. Anyway, though, no need to yap about it any longer. That's about it. So, yeah. Another day, another pile of corpses littering the street. Brave warriors fighting over Pokemon cards and losing their life in the noble battle to get their greedy paws on it so they can go home and scalp it online for $10. My heart goes out to all those lost souls. Yeah, another brawl has broken out at Costco over Pokemon cards. I swear to God, the Pokemon hobby sends more people to the hospital than motorcycle accidents. Like, it has to be like the most dangerous hobby you can have right now, next to just hitting each other in the head with sledgehammers. Anytime there is a Pokemon drop, you can bet your sweet Bippy someone's dying for it. It's craziness. Nurse Joy is working overtime these days.
Get your fucking homie back right now.
It's been a long time since I've heard the unironic request for someone to hold someone back. You can hear some guy shout, "Hold me back." That was a big meme for a while. He's bringing back the classics with the peacocking, trying to appear bigger than he is. Hold me back, you won't like me when I'm angry. I'll get you with the desserts that you didn't order off the dessert menu. It's gonna be the you don't want it. I'll tell you that much, you don't want it.
Was it you? You shit pepper now? What's good?
Unlike the other Pokemon fights we've seen, this one, they were actually coming for scalp. Like, that guy ran up and tried to get him with a soccer kick while he was on the ground. So right now, they're all kind of going for the guy that threw the first, like, open-handed monk strike. And when that wasn't very effective, when he low-rolled on the damage there, everyone then just they laser focused on this guy. He had the whole Elite Four coming after him. He was looking for gym badges, but all he got was some fucking gym asses here in his face. One of the dudes even went in there with a flying move, got him with the fucking Brave Bird on him. So he like jumped in with like a crazy, I think it was a kick that he tried to extend out on, but the guy had already like slipped and lost his balance, so he's kind of like skating around like he was on ice. The whole thing, like this is a level above the other brawls we've seen for Pokemon. Usually it's like, you know, boxing each other out or bumping and grinding a little bit. Maybe like a shove or maybe like a slap. We've seen that before too. But never to this degree. This one's like an actual fight.
Chill. Relax. Go get your boy. Yo, hit the left spot. You're gonna get him. Get your boy, bro. He fucking shit himself.
Now, I don't have any information on who that badass was that was walking through the middle of this pandemonium smiling, but he was a smooth operator. That's the actual final boss right there. Dude just walks through smiling. Fucking amateurs. As he's going to, like, get Pokemon product, probably for his kids. That guy doesn't really look like a scalper to me. He doesn't fit the normal scalper MO for Pokemon product. So, I'm on that guy's side. Like, maybe he even set this whole thing up, like, I'll get them fighting each other, so that way they don't have time to go in there and buy up the entire inventory. I can actually get some of these for my kids. I mean, what a hero's quest that would be. Now, to any of you with keen ears, you may have heard one of the scalpers say that someone shit themselves. That's big. You don't usually see the poopy defense employed all that often, and it doesn't look like anyone got knocked out. I just think scalpers are usually just so full of shit that any amount of physical activity just makes them void bowels. That's kind of my theory at this point, because I don't know who there would have been the shitter that would have just released like that. That doesn't really make sense to me. So someone must have just had a fucking loaded cannon in their britches and just deployed. And, of course, I can't confirm. I'm not, you know, the pants police here that's going to go in there and investigate the feces claim. But feels like a weird one to lie about. Like, usually your first instinct during a fight isn't to say, stop, he shit himself. Like, usually when you're saying that, that's like a DEFCON, hey guys, we got an incident, dude shit himself. Now, this could be a Hail Mary defense strategy because no one wants to get covered in poop. Not even the dirtiest pig in the world wants that. So, maybe it was him like, alright, I'm losing the fight, tell him I shit. And then he's like, okay, guys, stop, you can't beat him up anymore, he pooped. He's like, oh, okay, sorry, alright, we'll stop. I mean, it did work. Everyone dispersed after that, everyone went their separate ways, so I mean, it was effective. And maybe that was the idea. Maybe there really was no actual pants shitting there. Doesn't matter. Schrodinger's shit, it worked. Now, I don't know all the details surrounding this, what led up to this altercation, what the whole story is. All I know for sure is they're scalpers. They're obviously scalpers. You wouldn't be fighting in the parking lot of a Costco over Pokemon product if you weren't scalping. So 100% I think everyone here is a scalper. I don't think they were just buying it for personal collection or buying it for their kids or anything, except for the last guy that walks in at the end after all the chaos unfolded. So, fuck them. It's so pathetic. I can't stand scalpers. I really can't. Wow. Yep. Another Pokemon brawl. Let's go. We're cooking, man. We get a new brawl every couple days now from the Pokemon community. That's not fair to the Pokemon community. These are just the worst parts of it, the fucking scalpers. That's not even fair. No! Why did they move? What? Why'd they remove it? Oh my god, there was a jump kick? Oh no, they just well, there was a jump kick. I have to watch this. I have to find this. There's gotta be a re-upload, right?
Get your fucking homie back right now! Who was it you?
Oh wait, they're actually swinging. Wait, this isn't oh! Oh wait, that's like a real fight. I don't even know if I can watch that on stream. That guy came in there with the fucking flying karate kick. Holy. I thought this was just gonna be another like boxing out situation. No, they're actually battling. That man just used close combat IRL. Because if that's like the last like major blow that's dealt, maybe we can still watch it. No, this would actually probably get me in trouble on YouTube. They are all ganging up on that one guy. One of the guys that was punching him walked away saying, What the fuck is wrong with people? What? God, what is wrong with people? Made me punch him in the back of the head when he was walking away. God, what is going on? Just wanted to scalp some Pokemon products. What even happened? I don't know. I can tell you that the guy that started getting blasted by like 9 different dudes there, he was the one who swung first on somebody. So, here, I'll pull up stills, I guess, if I can't show the whole thing. So this guy's coming with like the open hand turbo slap. So he's literally using Mach Punch. So he's coming in with Mach Punch, it doesn't connect, but he loses his balance and then gets hit by like the flying high kick. And then everyone just immediately annihilates him as best they could. He has leftovers. Oh no, he was definitely regaining HP. Like, he was walking away and some other guy was like hitting him in the back of the skull, like hammer fisting it, and he was just like walking away, shrugging it off. So he was regenning a little bit. I've been so deep into Pokemon Showdown, now watching Pokemon Scalpers fight, it just feels like an extension of what I've been learning in the game. Cover Oprah forcing Gayle King to go to space with Katy Perry, even though she said she doesn't want to go, and the other 2 astronauts are still stuck. What? Oprah's forcing someone to go to space? How did she even have that power? She can blast people off this planet? Oh, he just kind of walks in. He wasn't part of it, but this guy just walks in at the very end, and it looks like he really enjoyed the show. This guy's actually just here for his kids. He's like, okay, guys, did you leave any product for me? No? Alright, I'll go fuck myself. This is the perfect transition to Pokemon Showdown. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'll run a quick random battle here for him. Let's see if I can take what I just watched in the Scalper Brawl and turn it into a dub on the ladder. Oh my god, I got Bread Dog. We're fucked. I hate Bread Dog. Why do I have the Bread Dog out? That's the ability Illusion. Ah, like Sun Tzu says, appear weak when you are strong. I see. My goose probably cooked. Never mind. We're so fine. Get the fuck out of here. I might go scalp some Pokemon products just to make sure this guy doesn't get any. Cause fuck you. I don't think I kill that in one shot, so that's GG. Fuck, man. Damn. Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the Orb of Confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
Joey, you can't. Joey, you can't.
23.
No.
Consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
No! Now they got it.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on?
You can't just forcibly take it out. It ain't like it's beautiful.
Let me get that bag. Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag.
Yo!
How much this cost? Turn around. No. Start with the top.
Yo. What? Yo.
Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting.
Huh?
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious. Don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it, like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down. Holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I did want it to, like, That being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
Let me tie, right? Oh, what the fuck, yo? Why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches. Oh, shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign ID. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, bro. It's gonna come up 3 months later. I won't come. Oh, me? Punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you send that in the air or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you. No. I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? Alright.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you ask Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault. I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay, Fred.
Actually not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the button.
Okay, girl.
No, Nina. Oh my. Wow, you have the best masseuse, Toast.
Good.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You love to see it.
All right.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina where he went there expecting a professional masseuse only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just like groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say like stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and like speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy or the chat starts attacking you or something. So it makes it very difficult. And it's something Toast briefly mentioned. And it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about like, it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Like just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. Like, oh, I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Like having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal, and it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all never been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. A couple days ago, I made a video goofing around while covering the body cam footage that showed an officer being arrested after walking around flashing his badge at strangers in public. And by badge, I mean penis. And since then, I have been inundated with YouTube-recommended body cam videos. And one of these puppies really caught my eye just a little bit ago.
911, where's your emergency?
I'm at Kent State University. I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, is this an emergency? Can you look up the non-emergency number?
I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, I need you to look up the non-emergency number and contact the Kent State University Police
I need to get into my building, please.
What doesn't this dispatcher understand? Ellen needs to get into that building. She's got papers to grade and students to flunk. Like, what the fuck? Someone send over the National Guard ASAP to let Ellen into this building. Why is she locked out in the first place? What kind of nefarious plot is this from Dr. Evil trying to keep Ellen out of her office? This is unacceptable, and he's trying to direct her to the non-emergency line? Has there ever been a more pressing emergency quite like this? This is just disgusting. This dispatcher needs to have a stern talking to. Lord help us if Ellen ever got a hold of him on the horn.
You need to contact the Kent State University Police Department. This is not an emergency.
What is it? I need to get into my...
Look it up, ma'am. I'm going to let you go.
I don't know what it...
After the college professor repeatedly abuses 911, demanding an officer, she eventually gets her way.
Abusing 911? Why, yada? Are we in an alternate dimension here? What kind of circus is this? Am I taking crazy pills? This is an emergency! This is Ellen! She's worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. Hello? She's not able to access this building. Get the police over there lickety-split to let her the fuck in. Do you not know what position she holds at Kent State?
I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences.
Gotcha.
I'll show you my driver's license, which is in the car. Can you get me into the building, please, so I can go pee?
Sure. Do you have anything to drink today?
I had a drink.
You had a drink?
A drink.
Okay. Because I can smell a little bit of alcohol on you.
I can smell a little bit of alcohol. That's fine. You can.
Okay.
Is that a problem, officer? What's the crime? What's the charge? Enjoying a drink? A succulent after-hours beverage? For the Kent State Health School Director, Prime Minister, Turbo Ruler Empress?
I had a drink in my colleague's office. That's fine.
In your colleague's office? Where was that at?
In the annex.
Okay. How'd you get over here?
I walked.
You walked over here? Okay. I'd like to give you a couple tests just to make sure you're good to go because I don't want you driving if you've been drinking.
Sir, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I can smell it on you and you're not able to use a card to swipe into the door. So it's
Sir,
a little...
this is not working. This is not working. Can I go pee, please?
Well, here's what I'm saying. You're trying to swipe 2 cards at the same time, which kind of shows me that you're lacking some motor functions.
Yeah, well, you're lacking manners. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. This is Ellen. She has worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. She is the Kent State Health Director, Health Rock and Roll Specialist or something. Yeah, maybe she was relentlessly calling 911 all because she couldn't quite figure out how to scan her card because she was a little too hammered. Who hasn't been there, huh? We've all been there. That door's tricky. That could fool even the most sober of us. All of us would be scanning 2 cards, even without alcohol. I'm sure it's a mistake that happens often. And she just, given her position of power, perhaps a bit of entitlement. Like, hey, I'm gonna need to start using police resources here to get this door open for me. It's fucking absurd, man. I gotta drop the sarcasm. So she's had a little bit to drink, apparently. And she's trying to scan 2 cards at the same time, which is obviously not working. The door's not opening. So then she immediately resorts to calling 911 numerous times here as if it's an actual emergency, diverting resources away from what could legitimately be real possible emergencies out there that now have to deal with this shit. It is a little wacky. I'll tell you what, Ellen. Not great.
I wouldn't want you to...
Can I go pee? Can I pee, please?
Yeah, here, I'll let you in to pee real quick and then we'll talk, okay? Do you have someone you could call?
My husband.
Okay. Do you want to go pee first and start working on calling him?
No, I don't. This is not okay.
What's not okay?
That you're going to call my husband.
No, you're going to call him.
I'm fine.
I don't think you're okay to drive.
I think I'm okay to drive. I have a Tesla.
Checkmate, she has a Tesla. She can be extremely drunk and the car will get her home, no worries. What's the big deal? She has to pee. This officer just must not know who she is. This is Ellen. She's the health director. If she says she's okay to drive, she's okay to drive. She's the health director. She directs health, for crying out loud. Come on, she knows health better than all of us here. And if she just needs to tinkle a little bit, then hop in the old Tesla and get herself home while being I guess, a little too inebriated to figure out how to open a door that I imagine she's opened thousands of times in the past, then we just need to forget about it and trust her better judgment.
Sir, I'm going to call your captain in a minute.
That's fine. You're not going to drive out of here.
You're not going to be okay.
Is there a bathroom back here you're using?
I'm sorry?
Is there a bathroom in this office you're using?
I'm going to go over there. I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences, and I'm going to be okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. I just need you to call somebody for me before I go.
I'll be fine.
She's too far. Okay. So she said she walked here, though?
So it doesn't seem like it's an emergency here. She doesn't need to hit the urination station urgently. She takes a small detour here to complete a side quest where she takes off the cap and gown in her office, and then also just stays in the office for quite a while, to the point where the officers were concerned she crawled out the window to get to her vehicle and drive home. So then they go around the outside to check if she's still there, and they're about to get a big surprise.
Out to the parking lot that way. Yeah, she's trying to swipe like 2 cards at the same time to get in. No, you're not driving home.
Okay. Unless she's calling a window. I mean, the window, there's definitely windows right there.
Turns out she's just sitting in the office now. Just blankly sitting there. Kind of looked like a horror movie scene, like right before a jump scare. I don't know what she's doing. I guess maybe she went over there to start giving some students failing grades for fun. Like maybe that's what she does when she's drunk, just flunk out some students just for the hell of it. I have no idea. But the whole thing was about her not being able to get into the building and how badly she needs to pee. So she calls the police multiple times. Eventually the police show up, smell alcohol on her, realize she might be drunk because she is not able to just swipe a card to get into a building because she keeps trying to swipe 2 cards, which is preventing her from accessing it. I'm also really surprised she even called the police in the first place for that. I don't know why she wouldn't just ask any of the people around her. There's other people on this campus. I'm surprised she didn't just go to anyone else and immediately resorted to going to police. Her sense of entitlement is just that large, I suppose. So anyway, now she's in there, just sitting there. Maybe she's peeing in the seat. I doubt it. But she's just sitting there and still refusing to call someone to drive her home or get an Uber or anything, and still insists she's going to drive.
You're harassing me right now, and I don't appreciate it.
No, I'm just making sure you get home okay.
I'm going to be okay.
Okay. Well, I just need to make sure you call somebody here because I don't want you driving home.
I'm going to call Captain Gitman from Kent.
Who's that?
The captain of Kent, if you don't leave me alone.
What's his name?
Captain Gitman of Kent. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and you're going to leave me alone.
Captain Gitman of Kent. Sounds like the name of a character from Game of Thrones. Seems like the officers don't know who that is. I don't know if that's actually their captain or not. But apparently she's got a direct line to him. So, I guess, be ready.
I'm missing a best part that's out there.
It fell down out there?
Yeah. He's going to leave me alone, and I'm going to go home and go pee, and you're going to leave me alone.
Okay, but you're not going to drive.
I'm going to drive home.
Okay, ma'am, you're not going to drive.
I'm driving home, and you're going to leave me alone. I'm fine, and you're going to leave. I have water in my car. I'm fine.
I don't care if you have water in your car.
If she's not actually drunk, then it's just a pretty impressive aggression and sense of entitlement. Like, even the officers kind of chalk it up to her, under the influence. But if she actually is just sober, man, what a bad attitude. Like, she seems very miserable to be around. And also, this is entirely of her own doing. She called the cops multiple times to try and get them out there. They showed up exactly like she was asking for. So, like, she brought all of it on herself.
No, you're going to leave me alone. My husband just had surgery, and I'm driving.
Okay.
Home. Sir, you're going to leave me alone? Do you want me to take a breathalyzer? I'll do that for you.
Nope, don't have one.
What?
I don't have one.
Sir, you're going to leave me alone? I'm fine.
I would have been super curious to see the breathalyzer here, because she's saying she'd take one, but the officer, I guess, doesn't have one, which was pretty surprising.
I will. I work. I have work. You can leave me alone. Look, I could not get in the building because you locked my building.
We didn't lock your building. It locks automatically. Okay. So we did you a service by letting you in here.
Okay, I could have driven home with my cab and Gale. So can I go pee, please?
I never told you you couldn't. Go ahead.
Not quite the checkmate maneuver she thought that was going to be. I couldn't get into the building because you guys locked it. Which obviously didn't happen. I don't think the officers pulled one over on her here with the fast one. She was swiping 2 cards and couldn't open her own building. And was calling the authorities to come do it for her. Again, she demanded they show up. Like, it's unbelievable. And now she's like, okay, can I go pee? Come on. Grow up. I want to go pee now. Is that okay? Do I have your permission to pee? And the officer's like, yeah, just go pee. Like, no one told you not to. Like, she's been in here for a while now and has still not peed like she said she really needed to do at the very beginning. Like, it's... I don't know, it does feel like maybe she drank a little too much, even though she likes to claim she's not drunk.
Jesus Christ. I've worked here for 28 years.
I understand.
So can you give me my other card back?
I don't have your other card.
I'm not intoxicated.
Well, I think you are.
I'm glad you think I am, but I'm not. And you can have a good day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you call somebody for me?
Sure, I will.
Can you do that right now?
I will. In my car.
Now we're starting to get into the big stalemate territory. The officers are getting like really annoyed here, just saying, please call someone. We cannot let you drive that vehicle while we believe you're intoxicated. And based on all the evidence here, like this interaction, she does appear to be intoxicated. She did mention drinking earlier. She claims it was just a drink. It does seem a little different. So like, I think it's a pretty reasonable request to just say, like, can you just call someone, get an Uber, just fucking something, because drunk driving is bad. It's a terrible thing. But she continues to refuse it, and she gets more and more heated about all of it, and as you can probably imagine, it doesn't exactly go swimmingly.
Ma'am, listen, you've been here a long time. Please don't tarnish your own reputation by doing this, because we are going to arrest you if you try to leave here and drive your car. I promise. Like, you're going to be arrested, and that is not what we want to do.
So my husband is home.
Okay, you said he just had surgery and he can't drive, right?
I'll call Captain Gitman right now.
There's no Captain Gitman.
He's here on my phone.
Okay, well, go ahead.
There's no Captain Gitman that works for Ken.
He works for Kent City.
No, he doesn't.
Bye. Have a good day.
Well, explained it all you could.
Yeah.
Now it just sounds like they're sad, like, oh fuck, we're gonna have to arrest Ellen. Ellen, she's been at the university for over 2 decades as the school director of health. Oh man, shocks. Jeepers. And she just keeps going on about this Captain Gitman, who they don't know who that is, so I'm assuming she's barking up the wrong tree there. Maybe there is a Captain Gitman that exists there in her phone, but like, what is he gonna do? Like, no, you boys, listen. She's got my permission to drunk drive home. Stand down. Like, if they don't know who Captain Gitman is, I don't think they would respect the authority of whoever answers that phone.
It is what it is at this point.
Kent City Police Officer. He reports to you.
That's not accurate.
It's totally accurate.
Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic...
All right, do you have all the stuff you need?
Captain Gitman, call me back. It's Ellen Glickman.
You have a lanyard on your right side under your jacket, if that's what you're looking for.
Nope. I'm looking for office keys. You guys f***ed me up. Thank you.
Are you going to be able to call anyone for me?
No, are you?
Okay, I'll take this one.
No, you would not take my...
All right, well, right now you're under arrest.
I'm calling my husband. Stop.
Okay, just relax. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
I've made my decision. You are under arrest.
I'm calling my husband.
Put your hands behind your back.
No, I'm calling my...
This feels like someone who's probably used to bullying people to get anything she wants and just kind of steamrolling around conversations in order to come out on top. And her hardball didn't quite work here. So after quite a lengthy period of time here, she finally, at the very end, concedes, saying, "Okay, I'll call my husband. Stop." But the officers have already had enough of it at this point, because she already said she'd do that a few times and then didn't, and then tried to call the imaginary captain, fucking super sailor, whoever she was calling. So they make the decision to arrest her, because it seems like she is still going to be driving herself home, because she keeps saying she's going to.
I'm really, really sorry.
It's okay. You're walking to this car right here.
No, I'm walking to my...
You're not walking to your car. You're not driving home.
Can you please call my husband?
No.
No, I'm really... Stop this! Call my husband. Please call my husband.
Stop.
Can you call my husband right now? Right now.
You can call him when you're being booked at.
I'm not being booked.
You are.
I'm really sorry for being an asshole.
So it's not because you're being difficult. It's because you're drunk.
I'm not drunk.
You are.
No, I'm not. Please take my phone. Please take my phone.
I already have your phone.
I'm sorry for being an asshole.
It has nothing to do with that.
I'm being an asshole. Thank you so much. Sir, I've worked here 28 years. Can I speak to somebody who's worked here a long time? Because
Hold on.
I've been here 28 years. Please.
Have a seat.
So they take her to the facility. She reiterates numerous times that she's worked there for 28 years, this and that, flexing her position and standing in the community for so long. Eventually, her son shows up to take her home and ensure she doesn't try and drive. She was charged with disorderly conduct, intoxication. After a plea deal in community and service, it was dropped. And you'd think that's where the story ends, but it doesn't. Because after all was said and done, and this was water under the bridge, she and her husband came back to try and argue.
I'm Lieutenant Campbell. How can I help you?
I'm Ellen Glickman. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I wanted to chat with. Do you know who the officers were that night?
Yes, Officer White and Officer Womack.
So, what would be the best way of chatting with them?
What kind of conversation are you wanting to have with them?
Peaceful. Yeah. I think there was errors on both sides.
Well, I'd have to disagree on that.
You do?
So, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
They were doing their jobs.
Okay.
And potentially could have saved your life by not letting you drive.
Well,
if you disagree with that, that's fine.
Shut that shit down pretty quickly. Why is she coming back here to try and argue with the officers from that night? Everything had already been settled. It had actually just totally been dropped after her community and service and plea. Yet she still wants to come over and make an issue. Like, I really think that shows her general attitude and the way that she carries herself. It is someone that is so used to, like, bullying her way through life, is the impression I get from all of this. This is just like an inexplicable decision to try and come over here and now try and have further conversations with the officers from that night. Which, no doubt, were not going to be overly peaceful, because she's already pretty upset, it seems, and still a bit heated about it, saying, oh, there were errors on both sides.
So,
wasn't drunk. I was not inebriated.
Okay, if that's fine.
You weren't there?
No, I was not there.
Okay, so there was a lot of, he was home with cancer and was post-op for about 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I was not intoxicated. I was sleep deprived. I had a drink. I have PTSD from y'all. My ex-husband was a cop.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff you didn't know. I was not given the opportunity to discuss. And
you were given many opportunities, and you did not take advantage of any of them.
Okay.
It is incomprehensible how she keeps doing this. So again, all of this started because she was calling 911, relentlessly about trying to get officers over there to open a fucking door for her. That's what started all this. And now, after the whole case has been done and dusted, all settled, she still goes out here and does this kind of shit again. It's so wacky. It's just so weird. And the officer did make a good point. They very realistically could have saved her life. Even if she wasn't drunk, she doesn't appear to have been in a good condition for being behind the wheel of a car in the first place. If it was sleep deprivation or whatever was causing that, it does not appear she was in a good state to be operating a vehicle. So, it is a very real chance that they saved her life there. Anyway, though, this professor was insufferably self-entitled, and I just had to yap about it after watching this Midwest safety video. That's really about it. So, yep. I had a piece of stubborn lip skin that I ripped off right before starting this recording, so my lip might bleed a little bit. Don't be concerned. That's just part of being 31 years old now. Even something as simple as taking a little bit of chapped lip skin off is enough to have me bleeding profusely, it seems. But, you know what else is bleeding? Marvel at the box office. Now, this is a conversation in cinema that happens more frequently than people debating whether or not Sam and Frodo were gay. So many people since the end of Endgame have talked about how Marvel is dead and dying, and that superhero fatigue had finally reached its molten core where everyone was done with MCU and how bad the quality was. But despite all of that hoopla, pretty much all of the MCU projects did decently well for the most part. Even unanimously hated stinkers like Ant-Man Quantumania still generated like $500 million. But the quality did significantly decline, and a lot of people were getting tired of it. And some of them did actually not do well, like the Marvels. But on the whole, the MCU was still fine in the box office, but it was showing signs of weakness. Now, they've released 2 decent movies back-to-back, Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four. But they're not exactly doing the billion-dollar nut-busting that the MCU was known for. Fantastic Four is experiencing a 80% drop from its debut, so going into its second week here, it has declined significantly. It had a great start, and it had incredibly strong word of mouth, but it doesn't seem like that's translating to asses in seats. And Thunderbolts was the same thing. People saw it, they were surprised by how good it was, saying, you know, Marvel's fucking back, baby, fuckle your seatbelts, because we are in it again. But then that also didn't have the strongest box office run, which is now leading to the bigger conversation that's been had a lot about the state of the MCU. Are people just tired of it? Is superhero fatigue really setting in now, finally? Or is it mainly just Marvel? Because Superman has done great in the box office. It has been fucking slapping in the box office, and it's a good movie. Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four are also good movies, especially in a sea of dog shit that Marvel had been farting out for quite a few years, with a few exceptions like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And now it's left a lot of people wondering, well, what the fuck's going on? Why are they not having strong box office performances when these are finally some decent films from Marvel again? And to be fair, I think it's a little overblown with Fantastic Four flopping and all of that with that narrative that's being spun. It's still at $370 million worldwide in its second weekend. That is still pretty solid, but against its budget and its marketing, it still needs to make like $450 million or something from the reports I read. Same with the Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts generated $380 million total across its lifespan in theaters, and it needed about $450 million for that break even. So like it still does have a little ways to go, but it's not doing, like, dreadfully. Like, I don't think all the Marvel execs are in full force panic mode, sweating, contemplating, sitting on a cactus or something, like, worried that it's all dried up and Marvel's dead. But it is less than you would expect for some actually good Marvel movies. It's an interesting topic, because, again, this is a conversation that's been had a lot, but I had always just said, yeah, the films have gotten worse, but there's always going to be an audience for it. They're always going to make like over $500 million. Turns out that is not the case. These are better movies than the ones that were coming before it and performing much better, but it really does seem like people are checking out. A lot of people are starting to view the MCU kind of like homework, that you have to do like prerequisite reading and watching the shows beforehand and catch up on like 5 and 6 movies just to be able to go watch one of the films and understand or appreciate it. So a lot of people found that to be kind of tedious. And also I think a lot of people were just tired of MCU in general, because they would release like 4 films a year, all of which were mediocre at best. And now they've finally got 2 like pretty strong films, but a lot of people just don't really care about the word of mouth. They're just kind of done with it, it seems. And to be honest, it's kind of hard to blame them. I can totally see why. With so many superhero movies coming out, and a lot of them in the last 5 or so years being really underwhelming, why would you keep getting excited and seeing every single new one? You know what I mean? Even the ones that do get a lot of hype and glaze, it's hard to just want to go see that, because then you still have to wonder, will I even understand it? Because I didn't watch the last couple and I didn't watch any of the shows. And in Thunderbolt's case and Fantastic Four's case, you don't need to. You can go in them and entirely enjoy them by their own merit. They stand on their own 2 legs, especially Fantastic Four. It is all self-contained. So it sucks to see that it's not doing well, but it's not like I blame the general audience for not going and seeing it. There has been way too many underwhelming superhero films for them to just blindly trust that this is finally a good one, right? But I don't think it's like superheroes in general, because Superman is proving that there is still a huge appetite for superhero movies. I think it's just Marvel has been so sullied by their bad movies over the last few years that people are just kind of yawning at it. Which puts Marvel in a weird spot, because they finally had this come to Jesus moment and said, what if we made good movies? And then they fucking hoisted up the guy who suggested that like some kind of hero, you know? Like the big eureka moment. How about some good films? But they're not performing that well in the box office. So like it sucks to see that. And it's weird because Now they do finally understand that they need to have quality films in order to stay competitive and stay generating unfathomable amounts of money, but the general audience has kind of turned their backs on them and don't really care to hop back into the Marvel train. So they have some good films, but now the audience isn't, ferociously starving to consume it anymore. But they still have, of course, like the core community of like Marvel enthusiasts that are going to see every film they put out regardless. It's just now they're having a harder time reaching beyond that scope, even with extremely positive word of mouth. It definitely is a weird predicament for them to be in. I feel like they waited too long to finally start realizing we gotta try again. They can't just coast to $1 billion every time. And I think the path going forward for Marvel isn't to fall back into old ways or something and make really uninteresting, boring super slop, but instead continue with this focus of making things that are actually interesting and good, like Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, but find a way to do it without the extraordinarily bloated budget. They are not going to be making as much money as they used to. They're going to need to find a way to deliver quality productions for a fraction of the cost. They can't just mindlessly dump hundreds of millions of dollars into every single Marvel everything these days. That time is behind us now. That is in the past. I think they need to start analyzing their budgets a little tighter and figuring out ways of being creative with it so they can deliver these same kind of movies that are strong, but without eating a loss on them. Like Thunderbolts, that's a film that probably didn't need $450 million box office run to break even. You probably could have delivered that same level of film for less money, so that way the 380 that it did generate could have already been at your break even. I feel like there's definitely ways, I think these budgets are super overblown, which isn't specific, exclusive to just Marvel. It's Hollywood in general. That fucking Netflix stinker Electric State had a, $300 million budget or something, and that was abominable. It really feels like there's some kind of fraudulent bookkeeping going on over there, some kind of fucking scam, but that's a topic I've already yapped about a lot. Point is, for Marvel now, they probably realize that the audience isn't just going to blindly eat everything that they feed them. They need to keep delivering good movies, but they need to find a way to make them for less money, so that way the box office runs don't need to be colossal, historic, record-breaking performances in order to generate any level of profit. Though, admittedly, I think there's a chance Marvel learns the opposite lesson, that people don't want good movies. They'll turn to Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four and be like, well, we tried a quality approach, that didn't work, let's go back to quantity. That would be a real shame, but I think there is a chance. These zombies in suits, they could very well look at these box offices and be like, this was a failure. This experiment didn't work. That guy that we hoisted up about, what if we made good movies? Time to fire him. Fucking throw him out that window. That was a terrible idea. We lost money on it. We're going to go back to quantity and just really generic, safe, boring slop. That's what the people want, clearly. I'd hate to see that, but I think there is a chance. I can only hope they don't go that direction. But anyway, though, I wanted to just talk about this a bit. I found it interesting to see Marvel is no longer the guaranteed infinite money glitch juggernaut that it used to be. Though, of course, it is still making tons of money in the box office. It's not like it's all doom and gloom. It's just in a weird spot right now where it's not guaranteed success every time. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. I can't believe this isn't being talked about more. I only just now heard of it and I'm tardy to the party. I've only seen a couple of articles even loosely addressing this. Did you know that a former tobacco executive, upper echelon zombie in the tobacco industry, is now at a high-level position in the CDC? I only caught wind of this because a buddy of mine sent me this article from Medical Professionals Reference, which talks about why this is such a confusing and concerning decision from the CDC to give this position at the CDC, Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs, to Stephen Sale, who previously worked for Phantom Ventures, a British tobacco company subsidiary. The company was primarily focused on e-cigarettes and nicotine pouches, but I think it should be pretty obvious the conflict of interest with this man in this position. I think it's obvious, at least. I'm hoping you have a functioning frontal lobe and can piece this complex puzzle together here. It's wild. I've seen it described as appointing an arsonist as a firefighter, and I feel like that's an apt comparison. It's baffling, and it extends across so many other decisions throughout the entire administration. I will not stop harping on this one in particular, for example. Donald Trump put Lawrence Taylor on the Presidential Council of Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. That is a position that deals with children. Lawrence Taylor is a registered sex offender. It's not some buried secret. He is literally a sex offender, and it is well known, and yet Trump puts him in this position that works directly with kids. It's fucking insanity. And now in the CDC, we have a tobacco industry veteran whose entire business model, his entire job, was trying to find ways to get more people hooked on their product. Why the fuck is this fungus now at a high-level position in the CDC? That is the antithesis. Like, it's shocking. But like at this point, it shouldn't be. I genuinely don't think I would be surprised if Trump held a surprise conference tomorrow and said, listen, everyone, I want you to put your hands together, give a big round of applause to Satan. He's coming on board to lead the ethics committee here. And then everyone claps like, yeah, it's about time. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold your horses, I got another big announcement. Professor Evil will also be joining as part of the new Smile initiative for this country. Whoopee! Like, it's actually unreal how this administration is finding the worst possible fits for these positions. And it's just so blatant. Like, it's just, like, literally right in your face. Anyway, back to the Super Saiyan of smoking, Steven here. In an editorial published in the journal Tobacco Control by Dr. Timothy McAfee, former head of the CDC's Office of Smoking and Health, called the appointment unprecedented. It should be 100% clear that we don't want former tobacco industry executives working inside the nation's public health agencies helping influence policy adoption. Others also said that Sales Employment breaks earlier promises from U.S. Health Secretary RFK Jr. to shut the revolving door between industry and government. I promise you, RFK Jr. doesn't even remember he said that. That might have been the brainworm talking. Right now, he is just too busy coming up with new math.
Do you know what it President Trump has a different way of calculating. If there's two ways of calculating percentage. If you have a $600 drug and you reduce it to 10, that's a 600% reduction.
This guy has spent way too much time licking toilet bowls clean. He has completely fried his fucking brain with all the butt chugging of methylene blue and all the heroin that he's done throughout his life. Holy shit. That is not a 600% reduction. That is impossible. That's a 98% reduction. Even fucking a 4th grade mathematics student could tell you that much. It's simple calculations, and yet he keeps going.
Was questioning me during a hearing, and she was ridiculing President Trump for his math, and she was saying it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop by 600% cost, which he had claimed. And I said, well, if the drug was $100 and it raised the price to $600, that would be a 600% rise. If it drops from 600 to 100, that's a 600% savings. And the president used that mathematical device to illustrate the magnitude of the theft that has been happening against our country and our people, as he said.
You fucking dolt. Oh my goodness, it's painful. Jiminy Christmas, that's not how that works. You are not reducing anything by 600%. When you reduce something by 100%, it hits zero. Anything over that, it's going negative, which means you would be getting paid to take it, the drug. This is ridiculous. And you're not saving 600% either. If you're trying to like swap around the nomenclature, trying to get rid of the 600% reduction. No, in fact, you're saving 600. You're not. No matter how you spin it. And for some reason, they just will not let it go. They keep doubling down on something that is like, it's not even subjective. It is objectively, provably incorrect. I don't even get the point of lying about it. Just say, he was wrong. That's not how that works. Whoopsie-daisy. But drug prices are coming down. Yeehaw. Like, is it even hard? Is it hard to do that? Like, what? It's crazy. It's actually crazy. The point I'm making is there is no way he even remembers that whole lip service he delivered about shutting the revolving door on industry and government. By the way, glyphosate fully back in action, which is something that RFK was really against, but now he's got justifications for it, you know, now he sees things a little bit different. So of course he's breaking this promise. That's like the number one thing the administration does, is just break every promise ever. Anyone remember the Epstein files? Anybody? Hello? Anyway, back on to the topic of Stephen Sale. Andrew Nixon, a spokesperson for the Department of Health and Human Services, told Stat that Sale brings more than 25 years of experience working at senior levels of the federal government and will be a valuable asset at the CDC to ensure effective coordination with Congress. That's just such a meaningless statement. I have 30 years of being short, but does that make me a good candidate to be on the tall person committee? I don't really think so. I don't think that experience is all that valuable when you look at his history of trying to get the population hooked on harmful for their health products. He was a tobacco executive. So why the fuck would he even be considered for a position in the CDC that is the opposite? Now, according to officials, Sale doesn't have any tobacco company stocks, but according to McAfee, the new appointment is opening a door that has been closed for decades and letting the fox into the henhouse with open arms. Now, being fully open and honest here, I personally don't think this is the first time it's happened. It opened a door that had been closed for decades. I think the CDC has definitely had problems, and I do definitely think there has been some pharmaceutical meddling in the CDC previously. This just happens to be very egregious and very public-facing now, with a former tobacco industry executive coming on board the CDC in a very public fashion, but it somehow is flying under the radar. This is a position that directly deals with policy, as I understand it. And even if he doesn't have any stock in tobacco companies any longer, this cannot be the best person for the job. It is extremely concerning and paints a picture that there's going to be really light stances on tobacco and maybe a bit of rewriting around the health problems, and maybe we start looking at vaping more optimistically, because now vaping's starting to get a bad rep too. It's a lot of issues. I think anyone that is able to think should be able to come up with a laundry list of problems someone like this having this position can cause. Anyway, I wanted to yap about this a little bit because I actually was stunned. Because this one is just so fucking ridiculous. That's really about it. So yeah.